Ocarina of Time on your PC? You can. We investigate the world of emulation. Is it legal? And what do you get when you cross a fighting game with the Final Fantasy series? We throw Square's Air Guys on the grill. And speaking of Final Fantasy, we have a preview of the next installment in the epic console role-playing game, Final Fantasy VIII. So stick around. It's game time.
Welcome to Gamespot TV, your ultimate guide to computer and video games. I'm Lauren Fielder.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, for a lot of people, playing the 8 and 16-bit games can only happen if they have a game emulator on their PC. But is it legal?
Well, we take a look at the world of emulators, from playing PlayStation games on your Mac to playing The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time on your PC.
At Macworld today, Connectix is introducing the Virtual Game Station. It is software that they're going to sell for $49 that turns your Mac into a Sony PlayStation.
This announcement by Apple CEO Steve Jobs at the last Macworld Expo stunned the audience and grabbed the game industry's attention. But there's more to this than selling Macs. The commercialization of the Virtual Game Station puts a spotlight on emulators and emulation, a quiet underground phenomena that's flourishing under the shroud of the internet. The spotlight heightened the issues surrounding emulation. And what is an emulator?
An emulator is basically a computer program that lets you play a video game system game on your PC using a ROM cartridge, which is an image of the program that was originally used for that system.
The emulation of various game platforms gave birth to a different kind of gaming experience. Equipped with computers and modems, players can easily flash back to the Atari days and play Donkey Kong and Frogger with a click of the mouse.
Fans of retro games basically started this movement to program emulators for arcade machines and classic video game systems.
But times have changed. The fine line between hobby and piracy are being blurred by a new breed of emulators being created to run today's hottest PlayStation and Nintendo 64 titles. After downloading the emulator Ultra HLE and a 32-megabyte file, we were able to run Zelda Ocarina of Time on our Pentium 2 266 with a Monster Fusion board. Zelda the Ocarina of Time is one of the most popular games on the Nintendo 64. The Ultra HLE and the Zelda files were downloaded, free of charge. Running a demo version of the PlayStation emulator Bleem on the same PC, we were able to run Siphon Filter, a current PlayStation game. We had problems running the sound, but the Bleem demo emulator was free to download. Similar to the Virtual Game Station, the Bleem emulator transformed our PC into a PlayStation system. As you might expect, both emulators were not endorsed by Sony and Nintendo. Sony filed suits against Connectix and Bleem, claiming that the VGS and Bleem's emulator violate Sony's intellectual property rights for its PlayStation console. Connectix CEO Roy McDonald believes his product is legal.
Well, Connectix is confident that we've developed this product and marketed it in a way that doesn't infringe on any third party's intellectual property. So we feel that our product is legitimate and we're going to carry on with business as usual.
But after several bouts in court, Sony has won an injunction to keep Connectix from selling their product. Nintendo, on the other hand, plans to pursue legal action against the author of the Nintendo emulator Ultra HLE. Known only as Reality Man and Epsilon, the authors decided to avoid litigation by removing the emulator from their site. The emulators mentioned only touched the tip of the emulation iceberg. A quick search on the net revealed hundreds of thousands of emulation sites for every game system imaginable. According to the trade organization Interactive Digital Software Association, the electronic entertainment industry lost over $3 billion last year to illegal sales and distribution of entertainment software. As an industry watchdog, IDSA leads an anti-piracy campaign that hopes to end the trend that it believes hurts the game industry as a whole. But IDSA will have their hands full. The Internet Underground will be tough to regulate, and free games will always be irresistible. The debate continues.
If you're interested in watching the streaming video of our emulation feature, you'll find it at the ZDTV website at zdtv.com/GamespotTV.
And if you have a game question or you just want to let us know what you think about a particular topic, just go to our message boards in the Game Help section and tell the world and us how you feel.
And now, it's time for the game news.
In this week's game news, in a staunch display of gamer unity, fans of 3DO's popular Heroes of Might and Magic series have ardently voiced their collective opinions in order to alter the release of an upcoming expansion pack. Armageddon's Blade for Heroes of Might and Magic 3 was originally designed to include a new type of hamlet known as the Forge Town, whose characters include science fiction-esque fighters like the chainsaw-wielding cyber zombie. Being that the series has thus far centered around fantasy-like play, this change in setting has spawned an email letter-writing campaign, which convinced the publisher to remove the sci-fi town and replace it with another, more traditional Heroes one. Videogames.com News has recently learned from Sega that the upcoming Dreamcast title, Geist Force, will be cancelled. The production was put to a halt because, says the Sega spokesperson, the quality of the game was not up to par with Dreamcast standards. This is the first Dreamcast title to be officially cancelled. The Professional Gamers League Finals were recently held in New York. The PGL gives out prizes to the top players of popular PC games. This season's winners were Guillaume Patry, or Grr, in StarCraft, and Bon Danon, or Kuin, in Quake 2. Both went undefeated throughout the weekend of finals, and each player took home a check for $10,000.
If you're looking for more gaming news, go to the Gamespot.com and the Videogames.com website.
And if you just didn't get enough E3, you can go to our website at zdtv.com/GameSpotTV. Check out our PC and console picks from the convention.
And if you have any questions about anything on the show, send us your feedback via email at GameSpotTV@zdtv.com.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, are you ready for a game of cat and mouse? We have a preview of the PlayStation title, Rat Attack. And try to stay out of the rough, we have a review of the PC golf game Jack Nicklaus 6 Golden Bear Challenge.
Welcome back. You know that old style of arcade gaming where you just try to accomplish simple, colorful tasks seems to be something that only exists now on an emulator.
Well, I have heard you're quite a Kaboom fan.
Oh, huge.
Well, Mindscape is attempting to recapture that magic in a game called Rat Attack. But will it work? Like the Cold War of smaller mammals, the rivalry between cat and mouse has been well documented in that wide spectrum between children's stories and Tom and Jerry cartoons. Now Mindscape and Pure Entertainment are jumping into the mix with Rat Attack for the PlayStation and the N64. What you see here is the PlayStation version of the game, which will run in high-res mode at 60 frames per second. As you might be able to tell, the game is aspiring to that old-school coin-op feel. That's why the objective is easy: get rid of all the rats. In order to do so, you must scoop the vermin up and drop them off. Unfortunately, if you get hit by a rat, you drop all of yours, and if you get hit while ratless, you die, but true to form, you get 9 lives. Other classic elements include the dog, Bennett, who surprisingly doesn't like you, maybe because you're a cat. The rats try to disturb him to exploit his feline bias. With kitschy design and even kitschy music, Rat Attack might be trying to recapture the simplistic joys of the arcade games of yore. Will we buy it? Find out when it releases in the fall.
Well, that game was interesting.
The Jack Nicklaus Golf Series has been around a long time, almost as long as Jack himself. And PC golf has really become a viable way for golfers and non-golfers alike to spend time together.
Well, now we have Jack Nicklaus 6 Golden Bear Challenge on the grill.
Golf games aren't just for the frustrated business traveler anymore, so gamers should get ready to tee off with Jack Nicklaus 6 Golden Bear Challenge. Compared to the earlier versions, Jack Nicklaus 6 is a more streamlined, better-looking game. There are 10 nicely crafted, motion-captured, and hardware-accelerated 3D golfers. The fluid motion and animations look very natural, and they work perfectly in the 2D game world. The club control and physics are great. Players can use a 2-click, 3-click, or dynamic mouse swing interface, and each works fine. The gamer is in total control of the amount of fade and draw, as well as trajectory. In an interesting switch, Jack Nicklaus 6 incorporates some of the golfer profile elements from the Greg Norman and Microsoft golf games. When creating a golfer, players can allot points to power, accuracy, putting, and the short game. This creates a more balanced variety of golfers and gives them more personality. With the course designer, players have complete control over the look and shape of the entire golf course. The game ships with 6 courses, but literally hundreds of user-made courses can be imported with no graphical loss. Overall, Jack Nicklaus 6 not only offers a cutting-edge golf game with multiple courses, but also a stunningly popular course editor. This makes it far and away the greatest value and most replayable game on the market. T. Liam McDonald from Gamespot.com gave Jack Nicklaus 6 Golden Bear Challenge a rating of 9.1 out of 10.
What a shot! Now, I'm not a golfer, but that game really does look remarkable.
I think I'm going to hold out for Mario Golf.
Yeah, it does look pretty good, which is more than we can say for this next game. Check out Fighting Force for the N64.
Even if you have fond memories of Final Fight and Streets of Rage, you may want to give a good think before playing Fighting Force 64 for the N64. In the game, you play one of 4 characters that have the same basic attacks with a few special attributes and special moves thrown in. Playing the game consists of entering a new area and beating up all the bad guys the game keeps on throwing at you. There are 7 different levels comprised of 25 different stages. This means there's lots and lots of the same thing to do over and over again. And can you believe it, it gets boring real fast. You have to stay in the same area of a level until all the enemies have been defeated, and there seems to be an endless supply of mean fellows to pound. There's no diversity in the manner of their attacks, so the game quickly descends into meaningless button pounding. The graphics are also nothing to scream about. It's a little better than the PlayStation version, but the game suffers from slowdown when there are too many characters and objects on the screen. Fighting Force may have been a good game if the designers had created different types of enemies and offered more attacks for both you and them. Ryan McDonald from VideoGames.com gives Fighting Force 64 a 4 out of 10.
Well, if that didn't do it for you, seriously, hold out for Fighting Force 2 on the Dreamcast and on the PlayStation. It's already looking better.
Couldn't get much worse.
Jaded. Well, next cheats are in honor of the upcoming release of the Age of Empires sequel, Age of Kings.
Here's some amusing cheats for the Rise of Rome expansion pack.
To access the Rise of Rome cheats, press Enter to open the chat window and then type in one of the following codes. Type in King Arthur and the birds will change into dragons. If you really want to confuse your enemies, type in Pow, Big Mama, and you'll get the infamous Baby on a Trike unit, which really doesn't look like a baby or a trike. Type in Storm Billy and you'll get the Zug 209 robot unit. Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
If you're looking for cheat codes, you can find them on the GameSpot TV website in the Game Help section.
And while you're there, check out our new message boards. You can put up your favorite codes, game tips for other gamers, or just have a good vent about whatever you like.
Coming up on GameSpot TV. Get ready for lethal yo-yos. We have a review of Squaresoft's ultimate 3D fighting game, Air Guys. And are you ready to go behind enemy lines? We toss commandos beyond the Call of Duty on the grill.
Welcome back. Now, as you may have seen with the upcoming Dreamcast title Power Stone, the next generation of 3D fighting games are beginning to use their entire environment as a more integral part of the game.
Yeah, they're taking it from wrestling games. But, you know, Air Guys is on the way. It's already been released in Japan, and it's definitely fitting in that next-gen fighting territory. But does it stack up?
Ever since its announcement in late 1997, Air Guys has been among the most eagerly awaited games for the PlayStation. The excitement was understandable considering the collaboration of Squaresoft and Namco. Unfortunately, many of those who have been eagerly anticipating the game's release might be disappointed in the final results. The title of the game comes from a sword that represents the strongest fighter in the world. The game follows the pattern of Tekken 3, with elaborate stories and subplots, animated and high-quality motion-captured FMV, and broadens its appeal with the inclusion of characters from the Final Fantasy series. The gameplay follows Dream Factory's Tobal series, in that fighters battle it out in a 3D arena. Although the game includes the addition of an unintuitive blocking system, which requires you to leave the joystick neutral in order to block high, while pressing guard makes your characters crouch and block low. Expect to spend some time getting used to this blocking mechanism, especially considering that you will find yourself with your back to your opponent on many occasions. Graphics in the game are among the best on the PlayStation, yet they are not as impressive as Tobal 2. The game, though, has impressive visuals and high resolution, and it moves at 60 frames per second. At the same time, the camera offers up some of the most awkward angles ever in a 3D fighter. Ehrgeiz is a faithful port of an arcade game that just doesn't stand up to other games in its genre. Despite the impressive graphics, there's just not much of a game here. Che Chu from VideoGames.com gives it a 5.8 out of 10.
I've played it. It's fun, but my vote is still on Power Stone.
Hey, you still can't rip Tekken 3 out of my hands.
Commandos Behind Enemy Lines was a squad-based game that involved stealth, strategy, and a good use of a sniper rifle. And now Eidos has released an expansion pack.
We have Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty on the grill.
Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty is a standalone expansion pack to the original Commandos Behind Enemy Lines. Behind Enemy Lines was a surprise hit. It cleverly combined strategy, puzzle, and action elements to create an unusual and exciting game. And at first glance, Beyond the Call of Duty is more of the same with a few new bells and whistles. The Beyond the Call of Duty expansion pack has 8 missions, while the original had 3 times that many. And this time around, the game is even more difficult. It starts out frustrating and stays that way. The original Commandos was satisfying because its puzzle-like situations had specific solutions. By comparison, the missions for Beyond the Call of Duty seem clumsier. After completing a mission, it often seems like it happened by luck instead of good level design on the developer's part. The interface doesn't really lend itself to multitasking, since the Commandos are slow to respond and need to be micromanaged. And it certainly isn't any easier in this game, since all of the hotkeys have been switched around and players are not allowed to customize their keyboards. While there have been subtle changes, many of them adversely affect gameplay. Overall, fans of the original game will enjoy Beyond the Call of Duty because of the inherent similarity to the original. However, gamers new to the series will likely become frustrated with insanely difficult levels and cumbersome controls. Greg Kasavin of Gamespot.com gave Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty a rating of 6.6 out of 10.
If you want to read the full review of Commandos Beyond the Call of Duty, you can find it on the Gamespot.com website.
And if you're looking for the video game reviews, you'll find the latest titles, including Ehrgeiz, at the VideoGames.com website.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we have a preview of Squaresoft's epic role-playing game Final Fantasy VIII. And Dave Salvatore from Computer Gaming World shows us the latest in PC hardware.
Welcome back. Now, you know, Adam, Final Fantasy VIII's been out in Japan for a while, sold like 2 million copies the first weekend, and it's coming to the States soon.
So, here's our preview of Square's Final Fantasy VIII.
For those who've just emerged from under a rock, take note, Final Fantasy VIII is coming. The game from Squaresoft that sold over 3 million copies in Japan will soon be hitting U.S. shores. Final Fantasy VIII's storyline involves students at a military academy who are brought into an elite combat unit set to capture the Galbadian President Daring, who has aligned himself with a powerful sorceress. While the teen beat elements may seem off-putting to some, the story does take on epic qualities. One of the most noticeable things about the game is the graphics that have changed from the super deformed characters of the originals to actual people in correct proportion to their environments. Full motion video segments are well integrated with gameplay to give a seamless playing experience. Of note, in changes to gameplay, is the manner of acquiring money that has changed from just defeating monsters to completing missions and receiving compensation. Get ready for Final Fantasy VIII this fall.
We'll definitely keep watching for more of Final Fantasy VIII. So, Adam, what's in today's Game Gear?
Well, Dave Salvatore's back with a couple of USB devices that can ease some of that PC gaming pain.
One of the great things about PlayStation and the Nintendo 64 is the brain-dead simplicity of connecting and disconnecting controllers. Well, thanks to USB, we now have that simplicity on the PC. Graphics has been making our gamepad for about 4 years, so to look at this one, you'd think there's not a lot new to it. But this one's actually now using USB, and what's neat about it is the driver they use is what's called a human interface driver, or a USB HID device. And what this allows you to do is when you install this guy, there's a driver built into Windows 98 that'll let you get this thing up and running. So when you buy one of these, it actually doesn't come with a driver disk. This gamepad's terrific for sports titles, martial arts fighting titles, and any console-like title that you want to play on your PC. And if you're a PlayStation gamer, the button layout on this guy will look very familiar to that you've seen on your PlayStation. The Graphics Gamepad USB sells for about $30, so you might want to pick up a couple of them and you'll be in business. But all that glitters on the USB bus is not gold. Logitech has brought out what they're calling the Wingman Gaming Mouse, which aside from running on USB and having some driver software that'll let you tweak how many times the CPU pulls it per second, isn't really anything new. It's essentially a warmed-over, older design that Logitech brought out a couple of years ago. But given the Wingman's aging design and its lack of a wheel, you might want to give this one a pass.
Hey, Lauren, remember the TV movie Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park when the band got to use their superhero powers on the carnies?
Oh, you bet. Super Ace Frehley and Paul Starchild Stanley. How could you forget that?
I don't know.
Well, you know, Gathering of Developers is working on its Kiss title, and we have a sneak peek. Check out Kiss Psycho Circus.
Show. Very cool. I just hope there's a Phantom of the Park element in the game.
Stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
Now, puzzle games can be really addictive, but they can also be very frustrating.
Now, in the spirit of Commandos and Lemmings, Grunts from Monolith Productions is a game that is sure to be challenging.
So here are a few cheats for Grunts.
To activate cheats for Monolith's puzzle game Grunts, press Enter and type in one of the following codes. Want to skip to the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids level? Type in MP, make me some pie. Type in MP, you're so money, and you'll be sent to the High Rollers level. Can't get by the enemy Grunts? Type in MP cloaking device, and the Invisible Man will have nothing on you.
That's it for now, but you can always check us out on the web at zdtv.com/GameSpot.tv.
And don't forget to join us on the web next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern to have a chat with myself and Lauren.
And be sure not to miss next week's show. We'll be showing you a review of LucasArts' Star Wars title, Episode 1 Racer.
Until then,
bye.
bye.
Show! Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles. We'll have the biggest titles in PC and console gaming, as well as the creative talents behind them. The new Star Wars Episode 1 titles, Diablo 2, Quake 3, and Donkey Kong 64 are all here, as well as next-generation console systems, the Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, and Nintendo's new Dolphin system. Plus, we have a few surprises. So stick around. It's game time.
Excitement is everywhere. We're on the floor of the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles, California, with a special edition of Gamespot TV.
Yeah, this is E3. This is the one-time-a-year event where all the major players in the industry get together, show off their wares, see what the other guy has, and schmooze. Established by the Interactive Digital Software Association, E3 has become one of the most anticipated events on the game industry's calendar for the past 5 years.
E3 is the mecca of interactive entertainment. It's the
trade show that once a year, people from all over the world involved in the interactive entertainment, computer game, video game industry converge to see what's new, what's next.
Wow, what a shot.
At this year's show, IDSA tallied over 2,000 PC and console titles, ranging from id Software's explosive Quake 3 Arena to Hasbro's family titles. Over 400 companies attended, and each one was eager to show off their latest creations.
We're launching today Planet of the Apes, which is the first time anybody's heard about this, and the reaction's been spectacular.
Spread throughout 5 huge floors, 2 levels, and a dozen or so meeting rooms, trying to cover all the games and events was no easy feat. There's a reason why this is a 3-day event.
E3 is heaven on earth for gamers, but unfortunately it's a trade show, so if you're under 18, sorry. Get away from me, you filthy animal, you freak!
But it's no ordinary trade show. E3 is known for its extravagant exhibits. Fox Interactive went all out to promote their new Planet of the Apes PC title.
Chasing humans, I think, has always been my most favorite. Yes, I like to run them down in the cornfields. Yes.
Promoting their console title, WCW Mayhem, EA Sports hired WCW wrestlers Diamond Dallas Page and Sting to do the talking for them. Eyes and ears were glued to the ring in the packed Electronic Arts booth. Several companies hired celebrities and professional athletes to sign autographs and promote their titles.
Of course I played Tomb Raider, and like every other hot-blooded male, I was in love with Lara.
But the biggest buzz came from the Nintendo booth, where they were showing the N64 Episode 1 racer from LucasArts. Nintendo did not hold back any punches and got the best spokesperson they could get.
Well, it is definitely an honor to be with Mr. Jedi himself, Jake Lloyd, who plays Anakin Skywalker in the Episode 1 movie. How are you doing?
Good, how about you?
I'm doing pretty well myself. So what do you make of this entire event?
Pretty darn cool.
Now, in the movie, you ride the racer, and in the game, you're riding the racer as well. How would you compare the two experiences?
Well, in the film, my pod racer didn't move that much on the set, so I like this one a little bit better.
Hey, Adam, got any more questions?
E3 is also a place where you can meet some wonderful friends. If you're not doing anything after the show, how about you give me a buzz?
But underneath the glitz and thundering music, companies at this year's E3 show were sensitive to the criticism spawned by the shooting at the Colorado high school. Lowenstein believes the industry knows how to handle its problems.
As an industry, we've made a commitment to see if there are things that we can do to restrain some of the more egregious advertising that promotes violence, and I think that's where our responsibility lies.
And E3 is not complete without the big three. Sony, Nintendo, and Sega were looking ahead towards year 2000. It seems that the console war is going to be hotter than ever. Each company will have new games, new technologies, and new machines. Sega's launching the first strike this September and feels confident it will dominate.
We made a lot of promises last year. We said last year we would have the retail support, the third-party support, and that we would bring forward our marketing programs and campaigns. And we delivered that, so I believe we've delivered our mission.
Hundreds of games and new products being introduced, E3 usually provides a glimpse to the future of electronic entertainment. And if this year's show is an indication, we're all along for an exciting, wild ride.
I definitely think, I probably would agree, that the big buzz of the show is coming from the console side with the next generation console systems. You have the US release of the Dreamcast, you have the PlayStation 2, and the recently announced codename Dolphin from Nintendo.
And we'll have more on that later. In the meantime, if you want more E3 news, go to GameSpot's website at e3news.com.
Coming up on GameSpot TV's E3 special, we find the hottest PC titles on the show floor, including Battlezone 2, Quake 3, and of course, Vampire the Masquerade Redemption.
TV here at E3 in Los Angeles. Now, Lauren, I was noticing there's a lot of PC games here that were here last year, like Black and White, but it seems the hot title is Diablo 2.
Yes, this is the year of the sequel.
Diablo 2 is a role-playing game.
Deus Ex is a first-person perspective, real-time 3D role-playing game.
The Sims is basically a real-time strategy game that occurs in the home.
Vampire the Masquerade is a 3D third-person RPG.
Right, Asheron's Call is a massive multiplayer online RPG.
Team Fortress 2 is a social multiplayer action game.
coming years look to be quite interesting for PC gamers. From the hollowed halls of Ultima, to the belligerent battalions of Battlezone 2, and onto the depths of Diablo 2, at this year's E3, it seems that sequelitis is alive and well and will be coming to a computer screen near you.
I think the way that I account for the number of sequels at this year's E3 is that someone's accounting for them. You know, I mean, it's an accounting maneuver.
I think there are always going to be lots of sequels, and that way we're kind of mimicking Hollywood a little bit. One of the games we've seen at Computer Gamer World that's really struck us is Oni. It's by Bungie Software, and it's a third-person perspective title, which means you're viewing the action from over the primary character's shoulder, and you're fighting against up to 4 or 5 other people at a time. It's like a multiplayer Quake, but Tomb Raider perspective.
Vampire from Activision, you know, has caught a lot of people by surprise. Looks really beautiful, has a very gothic sort of feel. Another interesting game is the Star Trek Armada game, which is the first real-time strategy game set in the Star Trek universe. And even though to some degree it's a very formulaic, you know, RTS game, it has enough kind of cool innovations and the great Star Trek license, you know, to make it kind of stand out in my mind.
LucasArts has their Star Wars games, and they both have splendid graphics.
Gamers can look forward to the changing PC environment with some long-awaited new titles that are sure to have them running to the store for computer upgrades.
3D graphics is just here with us to stay. It's never going away, right? So you're in these 3D worlds, but ultimately a lot of our controls that we have, our existing controls, keyboard, mice, and even joysticks to a large degree, were never really intended to deal with a 3D world. Right? So what you really are dealing with is you need new different ways to approach how you manipulate this character you have in this 3D world, and ways to make movement easier and more intuitive.
With all this flash, what's happening to content and gameplay?
Since the level of graphic quality in games is universally high right now, the game manufacturers are having to really up their game content.
I think in the RPG world, people won't tolerate a game that's all flash and no content. So I think when you see all these great RPGs coming out, they're really more content-driven than a lot of the trends that have come by in the past. So the RPG trend is also a content trend, which is great.
And what can PC gamers expect from developers in the coming years?
Online gaming is back.
I think the biggest trend we're seeing right now is one that started a couple of years ago, but it's really picking up steam, which is the online multiplayer gaming.
Well, I think the number one trend that I've seen at this year's E3 in PC gaming is just really the emergence of online-only games. You just didn't have this variety in terms of genres and also this quality in terms of graphics and sort of sophistication in online-only games prior to this year's E3. So I think that it really is a hallmark of what's to come.
So it looks like PC gaming is heading steadfast into multiplayer and online gaming.
Now, we're going to have more about multiplayer gaming later on in the show. Now, if you want to send us any comments or questions, drop us an email or a Vmail at GameSpotTV@ZDTV.com.
And if you don't have a netcam, that's okay. Join us in our chat next Tuesday. We'll be giving one away.
Coming up on GameSpot TV's E3 special, we have Star Wars Episode 1 Racer in our E3 intro pick. And we look to the future of PC gaming as we explore the state of online and multiplayer titles.
Welcome back to GameSpot TV at E3 in Los Angeles. You know, I gotta say, it's quite remarkable having 1,900 games to choose from, but definitely the one that stood out for me was Soul Calibur for the Dreamcast.
That's a pretty good pick, Adam, and I have to say I'm in the same boat, but I would pick Donkey Kong 64 or a really close second with Ape Escape for the PlayStation. But far and away, the most hype landed on LucasArts with the Star Wars Episode 1 games. So naturally, we picked a Star Wars Episode 1 game as our E3 intro of the week.
And a big turnout here from all corners of the Outer Rim territories. I see the contestants are making their way out onto the starting grid.
There is the reigning champion of the Volta Classic and the crowd favorite, Sububa. The power couplings are being activated. Our glorious host, Jabba the Hutt, has moved into the arena. Galaxy famous Gazgano.
It looks like the young human boy, Anakin Skywalker.
I hope he has better luck this time. And they're off.
Star Wars Episode 1 game at this week's E3. It's Obi-Wan, and if you want to find out more about it, go to Gamespot.com.
Now, everything at E3 doesn't actually happen on the convention floor. For example, there was a group of renegade gamers that decided to set up shop across the street. As usual, the gathering of developers, also known as God, don't want to toe the line. First, they challenged the industry by giving more royalties to their software developers, and now they're making noise in their makeshift trailer park across the street from E3.
We're having a blast. The whole deal is not taking ourselves too seriously.
And I think it's more honest. Like, we don't have to put on a big show. Our big show is our technology.
Of course, the live music, scantily clad females, and beer didn't hurt.
It's a casual party. It's people who really are into the games as opposed to being in there selling themselves and selling their wares.
It's a place to get out after being overloaded with all this sensory overload.
All that matters are the games and the guys that make the games.
So what did God have to show for itself?
Nocturne is a horror game, first and foremost. We concentrate a lot on action and adventure, but horror is the main key.
The video game that we're making is Heavy Metal Fact 2.
Hey, let's not just do a game that is based on a movie. Let's take it further. Let's take it one step beyond. So the video game is actually the sequel to the movie.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. We grew up, we didn't kill people, we just sat in our bedrooms and drew pictures, and so that's where we're heading, back to soft porn, just like the Heavy Metal magazine.
We want to be kicked out and asked not to come back.
Now, don't be fooled. A lot of the games from Gathering developers were to be found here on the floor of E3.
And that is true. And you know that God is developing for the Dreamcast now with Max Payne coming out. But all of the new next-gen console systems are adding in that online component.
Now, of course, online gaming is really the strong suit of the PC. And a lot of the games here are either exclusively online or have a very large multiplayer component. And this might beg the question, are we looking at a permanent shift in the industry? Online and multiplayer gaming is here to stay and has made its presence known at this year's E3. This year's crop of titles are sure to change the way we look at online gaming. There are really three types of online games. There's the meta game, like Cave Dog's Boneyards.
In the case of our Total Annihilation Galactic War, we have a map of planets, and you and I would be battling for a planet. If I beat you and I win that planet, or several other players and I get up against another group of players and we win, so we take over that planet. But there's 75 planets in this map, and so we've got to go from planet to planet. Pretty soon, if we take over the whole map, then we win.
There's online role-playing, like the persistent world of the upcoming Asheron's Call.
Well, persistent world means that the world is there even when you're not. So just like when you go to bed, the real world keeps on going. Asheron's Call is the same way. It's a huge community. People are online literally 24 hours a day.
And then there are games that players can just jump right into, like Quake 3 or the upcoming Team Fortress 2. But really, what is the appeal of multiplayer and online play?
It's not about running around and killing a lot of people. It's about getting out there and having a lot of fun with your friends.
You have a whole different level of strategy and a whole different level of sort of, I don't know, glory. When you come to aid of your team, when you come to the aid of your dying compatriot right when he's about to go down and you rescue him. I mean, that's something that you can't get in a single-player game and you can't get in an anonymous game where you're just basically everyone's an enemy.
Clearly, players want more from online and multiplayer gaming. But are companies going to give it to them? What is the future of online and multiplayer gaming?
It's really not games, it's online communities that we want to build.
I think persistence in characters is really important. Figuring out how to scale to larger and larger worlds is really important. It'd be really interesting with a huge number of servers around the internet to figure out how to have an economy that existed between the various servers. Those are some of the longer term research areas that Valve and some of the other action gaming companies are looking at.
Online and multiplayer gaming is definitely moving towards more cooperative and customizable play. And more than ever, game companies are making it easier for everyone to get online. Coming up on GameSpot TV's E3 Special. We jump into the fray of console wars between Sega, Sony, and Nintendo. We look at the games, the machines, and the future of the next generation console systems.
Welcome back to GameSpot TV here at E3 in Los Angeles. Now, Lauren, you've been covering the show for VideoGames.com. What's up with the consoles?
There is so much competition here between the console systems. You've got Nintendo with their announcement, PlayStation 2, of course, coming out, but the first one out of the gate is going to be the Dreamcast.
E3 is more than a showcase for Sega, Sony, and Nintendo. For the industry giants, E3 is a multi-billion-dollar battleground. Laid out side by side, the three biggest exhibits tried to outdo each other with displays, giveaways, and of course, games.
We're going to kick ass this year.
Sega of America's president, Bernie Stolar, backed his claim by having more than 40 Dreamcast titles in Sega's booth, ranging from House of the Dead 2 to Rally 2. Of course, not all are planned to be released in the U.S.
Dreamcast this year will deliver what we believe is not the next generation system, but a new way of playing, a new way of gaming. We're including a 56K modem in this system, which will evolve into a community of gaming.
Perhaps its own battle cry, Sony plays Jammer Lammy loud and proud towards Sega's booth.
We believe that there's still a lot of life in the current PlayStation for years to come as well. But there are advancements in technology that we want to take advantage of every so often.
That advanced technology took shape in the form of the PlayStation 2, Sony's 128-bit game system due for launch in March 2000. Visitors had a chance to play a mock-up version of Gran Turismo. But between the three, the hype award has to go to the Nintendo booth. Besides the usual gaming stations and the massive Episode 1 games section, Nintendo also announced their plans for the next Nintendo game system. Nintendo, Sega, and Sony agree that games, not hardware, will dictate the winner of the console race. Nintendo also plans to stop the competition with Donkey Kong 64, the platform game with roots in the 16-bit era. Donkey Kong 64 will include all 5 original characters, huge levels, and graphic elements that, according to Nintendo, will further push the N64 processor's capabilities. The PlayStation did a little stomping of its own. Electronic Arts previewed WCW Mayhem the only way they knew how. Wrestlers Diamond Dallas Page and Sting gave it the usual endorsement. Milking the cash cow, Sony introduced Crash Team Racing for the PlayStation. The game allows players to race as various Crash characters in 4-player races, typical kart style. And Squaresoft did not disappoint the waiting crowd with a preview of the US Final Fantasy VIII for the PlayStation. As ported from the Japanese game, Squaresoft displayed the new environments, elements, and the seamless movie transitions found in Final Fantasy VIII.
We've always felt from day one, even with the current PlayStation, that software is king. Everything is about software. Technology is important, but it's only a means to deliver the compelling entertainment that you see in software.
E3 this year, I believe, has been Sega's best show ever.
Sega's lineup revealed enough to make skeptics double take. The Dreamcast titles, NFL 2000 and NBA 2000, gave gamers a preview of the dramatic transformation that video games are about to undergo. And Shenmue, the role-playing game for the Dreamcast, was finally shown at E3. According to Sega, Shenmue's depth, animation, and graphic sophistication could give Final Fantasy developers a run for their money. E3 observers think Shenmue could be a must-have title for the Dreamcast. But Nintendo pulled a fast one on Sega and Sony. In a press conference, the company announced its plans for the next-generation Nintendo system, codenamed Dolphin. It's due at the end of the year 2000.
We're going to use DVD instead of the ROM cartridges, which brought applause to everybody that heard the news.
Thanks to that announcement, new titles and new technologies at this year's show, gamers can look forward to another great year of video gaming. Next year's E3 should not be missed.
Nintendo's new system in development, codenamed Dolphin, should be available about the end of the year 2000. And of course, like all of the console systems, the next-gen console systems, they have a really strong online strategy plan. So it'll be interesting to see if they do actually show at next year's E3.
But if they do, we'll be sure to bring it to you. But that's it for this year's E3, and that's it for this episode of Gamespot TV.
So until next week,
bye.
Welcome to Gamespot TV, your ultimate guide to computer and video gaming. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Lauren Fielder. Now, you may remember playing games in the arcade like Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Berserk, Tron, but then again, you may not.
Well, if you've missed them, don't cry, because they're coming back, and they're doing it in 3D.
So we're putting our spotlight on the latest versions of some of the arcade's greatest classics.
If She Blinded Me with Science actually means something to you, or if the name hammer connotes more than just a carpentry tool, then, my friend, you are one of the fortunate survivors of the 80s. But eclectic music is just one of the decade's trademarks. The early 80s is also known as the golden age of arcades. Games like Asteroids, Donkey Kong, and Centipede lined the halls of arcade parlors. It was the time when getting the #1 score meant more than passing the final exam. Now hold on to your parachute pants. Many of these timeless classics are being resurrected in 3D. Computer Gaming World's Johnny Wilson says the reason is pretty simple.
3D enables you to break out of the canvas of the computer screen, if you will. And of course, the most obvious thing to do in marketing is to grab something familiar. And you grab something familiar and you give it a new twist.
And way before we were babbling about MIP mapping, Z buffering, and twisting 3D, there was Asteroids. Released by Atari in 1979, Asteroids was one of the first arcade games that was designed using vector graphics, the earliest form of polygon graphics. In 1998, Asteroids embraced the third dimension with this Activision remake. Yet even with the new snazzy look, developer Cyrox kept the game close to the original concept. Of course, this modern translation has all the 90s amenities, including power-ups and enough weapons to instill fear in giant flying rocks. The game masters at Atari were on a roll when they launched the arcade tank simulation Battlezone in 1980. Battlezone's graphics and concept caught everyone's attention, including the U.S. military, who commissioned an enhanced military version of the game. As the first three-dimensional first-person game, Battlezone provided a clear window into the future of gaming. And the future never looked so good when 1998's version of Battlezone hit the PC market. As the 80s rehash trend was getting ridiculous, this modern Battlezone provided a deep sigh of relief. Besides the name, the new Battlezone has little in common with its classic counterpart. Developer Pandemic Studios combined action and strategy elements in this new version, a deviation that was welcomed by the PC gaming community.
I'm very, very proud of the way that we pushed Battlezone forward.
Now, the original was a revolutionary game, then the game that we created is also considered revolutionary.
Other classics that have made the leap into 3D include the green yet courageous Frogger and the trackball frenzied mushroom blasting game of Centipede from Hasbro. But the nostalgic pull of the classics have not ensured success for these modern versions. Ironically, the gameplay that made the classics memorable are considered too simplistic for today's core gamers. The reviews have been mixed.
They get lousy reviews because, you know, those of us who are cynics, you know, have kind of what I call Patch Adams syndrome. Is basically, no matter how many people love it, you know, we're going to hate it because, you know, technically it's not as strong as we'd like to see.
Good reviews or not, this yellow game icon and its mesmerizing chomping sound will stop people in their tracks. Pac-Man and his ghost buddies will be sporting a new look this September in celebration of its 20th anniversary. But don't think the 3D facelifts stop here. Namco and Hasbro are actively remaking other arcade classics. And no matter what they look like or how they play, this revival will force some players to reminisce about the days when they were getting blinded with science and dropping their weekly allowances into the bottomless arcade pits.
She blinded me with science!
I don't know if you can believe this, but they're even considering redoing Sin Star. So what's next, Pong?
Actually, you're exactly right. Hasbro is updating Pong, and this time it's going to have penguins.
Wow, and a $40 price tag?
$39.95, I think.
All right.
But until then, here's the game news.
In this week's game news, VideoGames.com has learned from Sega that the company will be working to develop and publish titles for handheld game consoles, including Nintendo's Game Boy Color. Sega says the decision to develop for competitors' platforms is due to the need for increased profits, as well as the fact that they have no plans for a handheld system in the next couple of years. Sega says they will not be developing for either the PlayStation or the N64. The recent death of professional wrestler Owen Hart has not prompted Acclaim to remove his character from the upcoming WWF Attitude. There will be some changes to the game, such as the removal of the option to select the specific outfit that Hart was wearing when he died. Acclaim will also dedicate the game in memory of the wrestler. In international news, New Zealand's current entertainment ratings legislation, which requires testers to review all of the content of video and computer games, is being revised to allow for ratings based on general impressions. The change comes after many testers complained about not being able to conquer the more difficult levels in some games. If you're looking for more gaming news, go to the Gamespot.com and the VideoGames.com websites.
And if you want to stay nostalgic a little longer, watch a real video clip of our classic arcade games going 3D, and you can find it on our website at zdtv.com/GameSpotTV.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we go 8th in our preview of Donkey Kong 64. And we battle it out in our review of Magic and Mayhem. And you don't want to miss our review of Star Wars Episode 1 Racer when GameSpot TV returns. Welcome back. Now, you know me well enough. When it comes to console games, my true love is for the 3D platformer, and I haven't felt the same ever since I finished Banjo-Kazooie.
Well, you know, Rare has another one coming out, so for all of you platform fanatics in the same boat as Adam, stick around and check out our next preview. It's for Donkey Kong 64.
If completing Banjo-Kazooie left behind a yearning for another high-quality platform game, then rest assured, one is coming in the form of Donkey Kong 64 from Rare and Nintendo. Billed as being bigger than Zelda, the game will require the RAM pack, which will be bundled with the game. With a number of characters, textures, and real-time lighting effects, gamers can expect to be wowed. The game levels look graphically superior to Banjo-Kazooie and will appear to be the same size or even bigger. The character animations in the game are also of an incredible quality. While it seems similar to Banjo-Kazooie, Nintendo says that it will be less about puzzle solving than trying to get from point A to B. The game will offer 5 characters, and each will come with their own moves. Donkey Kong 64 was a favorite with people at E3 and will most likely be a hot seller when it's released at the end of the year. Now, I've heard all the comments, but I don't think this game is that much like Banjo-Kazooie.
Well, I've played a bit of it, and I can say I think it stands on its own, even at this early stage. But, of course, we'll have to wait for a review to find out.
Yes, well, this next game, it's a real-time strategy game developed in the spirit of Myth the Fallen Lords, though they've taken the very big step of focusing more on spells and fantastical creatures rather than dwarf and mortars and archers.
So, check out Magic and Mayhem on the grill.
Mythos, the makers of the turn-based sci-fi hit XCOM UFO Defense, brings us Magic and Mayhem, a real-time strategy game with a fantasy theme. The player controls Cornelius, a young man who's been apprenticed to his uncle Lucan. Arriving at Lucan's home to begin the apprenticeship, you find him missing, and this sets you off on an adventure traveling through various realms searching for Lucan and trying to stop the greater evils that possess the land. Each mission is roughly the same. Your goal is to kill an opposing wizard using spells and summon creatures. While the spell system is interesting, the missions eventually descend into a click fest. You summon some monsters, you throw them at the bad guy, they die, then you start over at the next level. Talismans are the focus of Magic and Mayhem's spell system. On some levels, Cornelius will find spell ingredients. Each ingredient can create up to 3 different spells depending on which talisman it's put into. Besides the spell system, the other element that stands out is the music. It's quite enjoyable and adds to the overall feeling of the game. With more control over your allies, more interesting combat, or just a bit more depth, Magic and Mayhem would have been a better game. Overall, the missions are just too repetitive, and the mechanics are just too unrefined for it to be anything more than a short diversion. Ron Doolin of Gamespot.com gave Magic and Mayhem a rating of 6.3 out of 10.
It's too bad they didn't have a Dark Elf Necromancer. Well, anyway, you guys have probably been a wee bit tired of us yammering on and on about all the games affiliated with the new Star Wars movie.
So we finally have something real to show. We have a review of the first title to be released, and that's Star Wars Episode 1 Racer on the grill.
The biggest scene from the biggest film seems like a difficult act to follow, but Episode 1 Racer from LucasArts for the N64 would appear to meet the challenge. The scene is an obvious choice for a game translation. Ben-Hur-esque chariot races using pod racers, a cockpit dragged forward by huge starship engines. These vehicles reach speeds upwards of 600 miles per hour and fly little more than a few feet off the ground. Unlike the movie, the game offers more courses than just Tatooine. There are 7 additional planets and over 20 pilots to choose from. The gameplay is similar to other futuristic racers, such as Wipeout XL and F-Zero X, except that there are no power-ups and no offensive weapons until you unlock the main boss. You compete in tournaments made up of 4 or more races, where if you place 4th or better, it's a new lap record. You can move on and earn money to upgrade your pod racer.
I got everything you need, huh?
The main element of the game is speed, and at 60 frames per second, you'll come up on obstacles so quickly you might not know how you avoided them. Despite its difficulty, the speed of the game is controlled by a great physics engine and sublimely elegant controls. The graphics in the game are excellent, even without a RAM pack. In fact, they're so nice that you may wipe out because you're admiring the scenery. There are instances of pop-up that may not cause you to crash, but will keep you from seeing as far as you want to. The game does suffer from music that can best be described as incidental, though the sound effects are quite good. Also of note is that the game starts off easy and then suddenly becomes very challenging and would have benefited from more tracks to help stretch the game out. Even with these complaints, Episode 1 Racer is a great game and is superior to any futuristic racing game on the N64. In fact, it may be superior to the scene in the movie that inspired it. Joe Fielder from Videogames.com gives it an 8.4 out of 10.
Well, if that game appealed to you, then stay tuned for our strategy guide later on in the show. And if you're looking for more video game reviews, you'll find the latest titles, including Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, at the Videogames.com website.
And if you have questions about anything on the show, make sure you send us your feedback via email at GameSpotTV@ZDTV.com.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we have a brag fest ahead with the preview of Quake 3 Arena for the PC. And we have more racing action ahead with a review of Ridge Racer 4 when GameSpot TV returns. Welcome back. Now, while a lot of people have been asking me about Gran Turismo 2, there's still many people out there that like nothing more than an arcade-style racer.
And you're going to have to wait for GT2, so you might as well sit back and watch our review of Ridge Racer Type 4.
No matter what one thinks of other racing games, Ridge Racer has always been the preferred series when it comes to arcade-style driving, and the fourth installment in the series will continue to appeal to fans as it makes improvements while maintaining its same basic feel. The main mode of the game is Grand Prix, where you pick one of 4 teams and one of 4 car manufacturers and then race on 8 tracks. The requirements for continuing through the game change as you play, with you only having to place 3rd or better in the first 2 races to having to place 1st in the last 4. You'll be given 3 attempts on each track before having to race the entire heat all over again. As you complete each heat, you'll be given a newer, faster car whose quality will depend upon your performance in the races. These cars can be used in the 2-player versus mode or the time trial mode. The game includes 2 types of cars, the grip and the drift. Drift cars are faster and meant for power sliding. And grip cars keep better traction to let you compete if you haven't mastered the art of the slide. Graphics in the games are simply great. It moves at a high, smooth frame rate, and tracks are filled with detail, even if some flaws are apparent. The soundtrack is a bit more mellow than in past games, but it still fits in nicely. In the end, if you've cared for any of the games in the Ridge Racer series, then the 4th one is definitely for you. Jeff Gertzman from VideoGames.com gives it an 8.7 out of 10. Now, you can get Ridge Racer Type 4 with the Joy-Con controller where you control a wheel similar to the shuttle on your VCR. But what do you have there, Lauren?
This is a Nedge-Con. Came out first, and it's like a steering wheel. Harder to find, but I think more fun. But now we go from some racing action to some running action, because you do a lot of that in this next game.
As I've learned, because I spent all my time at work playing the beta of Quake 3 Arena. While there never seems to be a lack of first-person shooters, one game that unsurprisingly looks to stand out from the pack is id Software's multiplayer-focused shooter, Quake 3 Arena. Why? First of all, the game looks gorgeous. Colors and textures leap off the screen as players hurtle through the game's deathmatch arenas at breakneck speeds. By concentrating on the multiplayer game, id Software is hoping to perfect the competitive quality that so many gamers responded to. No internet connection? Fear not. Players will be able to activate intelligent bots and engage in a solo frag fest. Apart from new graphic effects, such as organic textures, fog, and lighting effects, the game still retains the same visceral gameplay that made its predecessors so good. One of the gaming community's most respected players, Dennis Thresh Fong, explains.
I think it has a lot of the same graphics as Quake 2. It's the beauty of it, and also the gameplay of Quake 1. A lot of people, the community is generally pretty split about these things, and I think Quake 3 is really going to bring together the whole action category and bring everybody together into one.
We'll see if this unity can succeed on Quake 3 Arena's September release.
So I hear you're moving from being a camper to quite a strafer.
Yes, word is out, but even despite my prowess, evil does pop up in all kinds of games.
Well, demons and fallen angels are pretty tough to get rid of.
So here are some cheats for Requiem Avenging Angel. To activate the Requiem Avenging Angel cheat codes, press enter and type in one of the following cheats. Keep running out of ammo? Type in CS ammo and you will have enough mundane firepower to last you to hell and back. It's tough being an Avenging Angel. Type in CS Shroud and you'll get full armor and full health. Tired of being a pawn of the Almighty? Typing in CSYWH will help Malachi save humanity in God mode.
If you're looking for cheat codes, you can find them on the Gamespot TV website in the Game Help section.
And check out the Gamespot TV message boards where you can put up tips for other gamers or challenge someone to a good old-fashioned frag fest. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have the latest hardware pick from Computer Gaming World's Dave Salvatore. And if you're having trouble with your pod racer, don't worry. We have a strategy guide to help you. This and more when Gamespot TV returns.
Welcome back. PC joysticks are mostly designed for right-handers.
I guess the companies assume the left-handed people don't play games.
I don't know about that, but we did find a company that's found a way to appease both sides, and Dave Salvatore has the Game Gear.
If you've been getting into flight sims, you may be ready to go out there and get your first joystick. I've got one here called the Jet Leader USB from our friends at Gimo International. This is a USB stick that in some ways isn't so interesting except for one thing. Ambidextrous. If you're a left-handed gamer, this joystick is your friend. Most joysticks are engineered for right-handed gamers, but Gimo went ahead and engineered this one to be ambidextrous. So left-handed, right-handed, you can game with this guy. It has the usual trappings of a joystick. You got your 2 buttons up here, view hat, 2 front-mounted buttons, and then an additional 4 down here at the bottom. About the only thing we didn't like about this guy was that its throttle slider, which is down here, never completely zeroed out, which means that when you go to idle your plane or your vehicle, the engine throttle will still be at about 10%. Long story short, this is a pretty solid stick, especially for your first stick, and if you're a left-handed gamer, you might want to check this guy out.
Heavy Metal Fact 2 comes from Kevin Eastman of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fame.
And now this post-apocalyptic action game is set to be released this fall, so here's a sneak peek. Now, Adam, this game continues the narrative of the Heavy Metal 2 film that's currently in development.
And on the topic of movies and films, it's Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Here are those strategy tips from Expert Gamer. Don't let Anakin Skywalker fool you. Piloting a fireball at 800 miles an hour is not easy. Episode 1 Racer for the N64 gives players a taste of the nasty sport of pod racing. Non-Jedis need not apply. One way to win is to get an instant boost at the starting line. To do this, hold down the accelerator when the last set of countdown characters fade. Let's try that again. Timing is critical here, so watch the last character carefully. If executed correctly, the pilot yells out and other racers are left eating Tatooine dust. Of course, speed is a big part of the game, but it's only secondary to control. Knowing how to hold the N64 joystick can mean the difference between crossing the finish or being desert bait. To attain high speeds on straightaways, press up on the joystick to put the racer's nose down. To get a better handle on turns, press down on the joystick to lift the racer's nose up. Tight turns, treacherous tracks, and rabid racers guarantee damages. Players must repair damages as soon as possible if they plan on reaching the finish line alive. To repair the pod, hold down the right shoulder button of the controller until the repair has been made. Take note though, while repairing, the pod will slow down. It will take more than a Jedi mind trick to win races in this game. Use all the tricks you can and practice. Try to use the instant boost. Hold your nose right, and repair the pod as quickly as possible. Last but not least, try not to hit the walls.
Well, for the first of the Episode 1 games, not bad, but we'll have to wait and see about the other ones.
Yes, and you know we'll be covering those in the upcoming weeks, and that will include Star Wars: The Phantom Menace.
That's it for now, but you can always check us out on the web at zdtv.com/GameSpot.tv.
And don't forget to join us for our chat sessions next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Until next week, bye.
Bye-bye.
from Gamespot TV. Gaming Goes Hollywood as big actors go for the small screen. Stars James Earl Jones and Michael Biehn try their hand at Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun. We have the exclusive. And there's medieval monsters lurking in our preview of the side-scrolling action title Soul Fighter, destined for release on the Dreamcast. And get ready for it. We have Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Undertaker, and the rest of the WWF pile-driving their way onto your console in WWF Attitude. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV, your ultimate guide to computer and video games. I'm Lauren Fielder.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, Westwood Studios is utilizing Hollywood's star power to spruce up the in-game movies for Tiberian Sun.
Now, while celebrities are found in games pretty often these days, we still wanted to go and check it out.
I'm rolling video.
Set under the hot desert sun in Las Vegas, Nevada, Westwood Studios filmed the movie cutscenes for the real-time strategy game Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun.
1, 2, 3, left!
And just in case storyline and gameplay were not enough to attract gamers, Westwood employed several TV and movie stars, including Hollywood legend James Earl Jones and Terminator star Michael Biehn, who plays the game's hero, Commander McNeil.
Good to see you again, Mac.
We're just telling the story inside of the game, and we're just like, it seems to me what we're doing is we're leading the game player up to a point and say, okay, now you take over, and they take over with the game playing. They cut back to me and go, whew, man, attack of that supply base was really tough. Now I think we should, go rescue Umagon.
Makes no sense.
Playing the GDI's General Solomon, James Earl Jones, who was Darth Vader's voice in the Star Wars movies, sees Tiberian Sun as a chance to learn and add something new to his repertoire.
It's a lot of fun. And one learns a great deal, too, about that craft. It's a special craft. And so I suspect that'll happen with the CD-ROM, too.
Action! As with many of today's movies using computer graphics, the biggest challenge for the actors was acting in front of the blank screen. This forces them to pretend to see, hear, and react to non-existent characters and actions. Other than that, Michael says it's a regular movie shoot.
As far as the acting goes, no, I mean, the camera's the same, the sound's the same. The lighting, the waiting, the call times, the caterer, the lunch.
I'm cut. Do I not bleed?
As many of us expected, Kane is back. The ever-so-subtle leader of the Brotherhood of Nod returns and is played by Westwood's own Joe Kukin. Kukin is also the director of the movie cutscenes.
As a director, it's a joy to work with such actors, mostly from a lazy point of view because it makes my job so much easier. I pretty much plan on sitting in the motorhome and just phoning all my directions in because they're going to be so good. How much of me do they really need?
The third in the series, Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun, is a real-time strategy game set 15 years after the first game ended. The storyline revolves around the conflict between the terrorist group Brotherhood of Nod and the Global Defense Initiative.
Get me McNeil.
In-game movies have their share of critics, but the Tiberian Sun shoot seems to have a purpose outside of gaming. Westwood is planning to produce a Command & Conquer movie for the big screen, and is actively searching for a movie studio. We can only hope for the best. We've been harassing Westwood to learn more about Tiberian Sun, the movie. So far, no luck, but as information trickles in, we'll keep you posted.
And now, let's check the game news.
In this week's game news, in an exclusive worldwide announcement, VideoGames.com reports that the latest incarnation in Eidos' Tomb Raider series will be called Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. Entirely set in Egypt this time, the new title places emphasis on improved gameplay, including more puzzles, and a polygonally enhanced Lara. In addition, The Last Revelation's engine has been given a major facelift, and the game will incorporate seamless transitions between gameplay and FMV sequences. Look for it on both the PC and the PlayStation this November. id Software has released its updated version of the Quake 3 Arena test. This version includes a new map, weapon, team play mode, and improved graphics performance. The test is being used to assess the game's performance before its November release, and players are encouraged to write to id with bugs they find in the test version.
And while console hype has been focused on the upcoming launch of Sega's Dreamcast, game publishers have been quietly building teams to support both the PlayStation 2 and Nintendo's Dolphin project. Recently, announcements from Titus, Square, Koei, and Acclaim all imply support for the development of titles on both of these next-gen console systems.
If you're looking for more gaming news, you can always find it at Gamespot.com and Videogames.com.
And to find our E3 impressions and real video gameplay of Westwood's next big game, Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun, go to the Gamespot TV website.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, grab your quarters as we head for the arcade to look at Atari's latest machine in the Rush series, San Francisco Rush 2049. And the elves and humans are at war in our review of Might and Magic 7 for Blood and Honor for the PC. Plus, get ready for mayhem with our preview of WWF Attitude.
Welcome back. Adam, what was your favorite arcade game?
Well, probably the sit-down driving games like Grand Prix or Outrun, but that tended to get old kind of quickly.
What, sitting down or the games? Well, Atari has added some new features to this type of driver, and we sent EGM editor Wataru Maruyama to check it out.
Hey, we're here at a local arcade. We're checking out Atari Games' latest, San Francisco Rush 2049.
The latest in the Rush series places the player 50 years in the future, and you become a sort of ultra-modern gold prospector in a really fast car. The goal of this racer is, of course, to finish first, but you have the added objective of collecting gold coins in underground mines located throughout the city. There are 4 new tracks in this version of Rush, as well as numerous shortcuts, though we found the shortcuts to be a bit longer than they should have been.
One of the new features of 2049 is the keypad entry system. It allows you to enter a phone or PIN number, and it saves your name, your preference, and also what type of car you selected, or what type of automatic or manual transmission that you want. It also networks the information, so you're competing with best times from all across the country.
With its beefed-up hardware, force feedback steering wheel, and the ability for arcade owners to link up to 8 machines, San Francisco Rush 2049 is sure to be a must-have. Look for it in arcades this August.
And now, out of the arcade and into the future.
The cult classic game System Shock is going into its second incarnation, and we have the preview.
February 3rd is the day the magic happens.
The original System Shock was released almost 5 years ago and is considered a cult classic. Since then, Shock's loyal fan base has been clamoring for a sequel. Well, it looks like the squeaky wheel does get the grease because System Shock 2 is soon to be released.
Imagine being able to travel to distant star systems in a period of weeks.
Like the original, System Shock 2 can be considered a first-person shooter with heavy role-playing elements. And like its predecessor, Shock 2 will use a system of email, logs, and cutscenes to tell the story. In addition, gamers will also see ghostly apparitions who will act out past events.
Please, let me out of here.
While System Shock 2 will be an interesting single-player experience, it will also support up to 4 players in multiplayer mode and offer a co-op mode for those players who enjoy working as a team.
I am Shodan.
And of course, fans of the original can look forward to the return of Shodan, the computer personality that terrorized players and made it hard for gamers to sleep at night. Look for Shodan when System Shock 2 is released August 11th.
From supernatural space odysseys to the classic Quest, our next game takes you into the realm of fantasy.
So, friends, through a land of elves and goblins, we have Might and Magic 7 for Blood and Honor on the grill. Might and Magic 7 for Blood and Honor follows the same formula as past games in the Might and Magic series. There are a lot of monsters to fight, lots of quests to undertake, and lots of levels to be gained. But this time out, New World Computing has added something that had been lacking in previous versions, a cohesive story.
Killed at least half a dozen of them.
Might and Magic 7 takes place in the Heroes of Might and Magic 3 Kingdom of Arathia. Humans and elves are at war, and as a lord of the realm, you are responsible for naming a successor after the Arbiter of War dies. Your decision will have a dramatic effect on the rest of the game. Each side has advantages and disadvantages. Areas that may be safe for the followers of light are treacherous for the followers of dark, and vice versa. Graphically, the engine is crude by today's standards, and even with 3D acceleration, the game doesn't look that great. However, character portraits have been improved, and the animated renderings when you enter a building are really nice.
Please be on the lookout for our missing contestants.
The combat system remains the same as in number 6. Players can alternate between real-time combat and turn-based combat, and gamers should prepare for a lot of combat. Overall, Might and Magic 7 is an enjoyable and compelling game that doesn't stray far from the Might and Magic formula. Ron Doolin of Gamespot.com gave Might and Magic 7 Blood and Honor a rating of 8.3 out of 10.
Are Bats Maru and Pandava getting the best of you?
Well, I'm having real trouble seeing all of Kitty's different outfits.
Don't fret, Adam. This cheat may just help you out.
All right. Having trouble getting past those cute yet frustratingly difficult levels in Hello Kitty's Cube Frenzy? When the push start graphic appears on the title screen, press up, up, down, down, left, right, down, up, and you will hear a sound. Then press start, and you'll be able to access all characters, hidden modes, and most fulfilling of all, discover whatever became of Bats Maru and the ending FMV sequence. Coming up on GameSpot TV, you better recognize just who the hell they are. We have D'Lo Brown, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and The Undertaker in the upcoming release of WWF Attitude. And we're going on an epic journey in our review of the medieval strategy title, Total Annihilation Kingdoms.
Welcome back. It's time for some pile-driving action with the likes of The Undertaker.
Yep, if you haven't guessed already, we're responding to your endless stream of emails. It's soon to be released, so we're showing you a preview of WWF Attitude for the N64. There's some things that can get gamers salivating, and one of them's pro wrestling. And there is little doubt that one of the most anticipated titles of the summer will be WWF Attitude.
Nice slam there.
What you see here is the N64 version of the game, coming from the same team at Acclaim that brought you WWF Warzone.
Goldust, it's game!
And if you played Warzone, then you can expect there to be a long list of big-name wrestlers from Stone Cold to The Undertaker. In fact, there will be 41 named wrestlers in all, with the addition of 15 jobbers. Fictional characters who come in to get their faces smashed.
Bring me a body bag.
All wrestlers will have signature moves, and all superstar wrestlers will have one finisher and 1 to 3 trademark moves. All in all, you'll have 400 moves at your disposal. Unlike in Warzone, weapons will be available at all times. You can turn them on or off, or just grab a chair or table and swing with all your might. The creative player mode has been expanded. You will now have separate eyes, noses, and mouths to choose from, as well as moves, including the signature moves. In effect, you can make a wrestler that plays like a combination of all your favorites.
Cow Patty's in a tough spot now.
On top of all this, you can save your creation and truck on over to your friend's house for a rumble. The game will include 19 game modes and promises to run at 30 frames per second. Plus, it promises to include as much speech as the PlayStation version.
You better recognize!
Get ready to talk smack to the screen in late August. Now, the PlayStation version of Attitude has just hit the shelves, so you can expect the review very soon.
And now, if you're a real-time strategy fan in search of an epic quest, you may want to pay close attention to our review of Total Annihilation Kingdoms.
Friends, fear not the dead.
In 1997, Cave Dog Entertainment had a breakthrough hit with the real-time strategy title Total Annihilation. And now they're trying to reclaim the interest of fans with Total Annihilation Kingdoms. Kingdom's single-player campaign spans almost 50 missions, each of which is preceded by nicely executed documentary-style cutscenes. And while the cutscenes are compelling and set the stage for upcoming battles, the missions themselves are just not as interesting.
All hell broken loose.
The graphics in Kingdoms are more detailed than Total Annihilation. However, because the units are of a more organic nature than the robotic units of the original, the graphics come off looking jagged and indistinctive. The Kingdom's 3D engine is an only slightly enhanced version of the original. It makes limited use of 3D acceleration and really doesn't take advantage of your card. Probably one of the most disappointing aspects of Kingdoms is the way the sound is misused in the game. Clearly influenced by Blizzard's character-driven strategy games, the sound effects and audio cues in Kingdoms are mediocre and sometimes just plain non-existent. Better sound would have gone a long way in giving the game a personality and depth. Overall, while Kingdoms does include 4 different factions and an interesting story, the gameplay just doesn't stack up to the original. Greg Kasavin of Gamespot.com gave Total Annihilation Kingdoms a rating of 6.6 out of 10.
You know, Adam, there are plenty of games developed for both the PC and the console. There's Tomb Raider, Rogue Squadron, a bunch of sports games.
Yes.
Just a couple.
Well, some of them are good, and some of them do not translate all that well. Now, Command & Conquer has made it to the N64. So how will it fare? Real-time strategy has been a staple of PC gaming for years, but whenever these games have tried to make their move to a console system, the result is always lower resolution and shoddy controls. Command & Conquer for the N64, while having some clunky qualities, almost manages to skirt these problems.
Affirmative.
The story is an involved one, detailing the loveless relationship between the GDI and the Brotherhood of Nod. And like any real-time strategy game, it focuses around resource management. You earn money by harvesting Tiberium and turning it into everything from machine guns to tanks. Those who are familiar with the previous console versions of Command & Conquer should be pleasantly surprised with its presentation on the N64. Completely in 3D and supporting the expansion pack, it's much easier to tell if you're looking at a minigunner or a grenadier. The speed and frame rate vary throughout the game. It almost scrolls too fast in the beginning of missions, but starts to get choppy when major confrontations occur. The control is the best thought out for a real-time strategy game on a console. The C buttons are used to assign and recall various teams, and the analog stick controls your pointer, though it's not as precise as the mouse. The game features both campaigns from the original game and some separate special ops missions, and while the game lacks multiplayer, it is sensible since the split screen would prevent surprise attacks. All in all, if you can handle clicking and dragging with the analog stick and the A button, this Command & Conquer is worth checking out. Jeff Gertzman from VideoGames.com gives it a 7.6 out of 10. For the full review of Command & Conquer for the N64 and the full preview of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, go to the VideoGames.com website.
And if you want to watch the real video of WWF Attitude again, just go to GameSpot TV's website, where you'll also find our interview with D'Lo Brown. He stopped by the GameSpot TV office and gave us the scoop on what's going on.
Coming up on GameSpot TV. Having trouble with your moves? We have a strategy guide for air guys. And there's medieval monsters lurking in our preview of 3D action title Soul Fighter, destined for release on the Dreamcast.
Welcome back. It's time now to battle skeletons and unpleasant monsters.
We have a preview of the Dreamcast fantasy title Soul Fighter.
Once upon a time, side-scrollers were all the rage, from the 8-bit NES to the 16-bit SNES. But then times changed, and the genre faded from the radar screen. Clearly, this affected the folks at Piggyback Entertainment, because their game, Soul Fighter, for the Dreamcast, attempts to recapture the joy of those early gaming days. Soul Fighter takes the gameplay of games like Golden Axe and Final Fight and gives a medieval fantasy setting, and throws in motion-captured animations and a horde of enemies for good measure. The game will include over 40 different enemies, with each having 44 different respective animations. This will all be played over 6 worlds each, with 10 sub-levels. As the player, you can choose between 3 characters who come with their own special moves, weapons, animations, and endings. While the game is looking good, the big question surrounding it is whether or not it will support multiplayer play or just focus on single-player slash-em-ups. Look for Soul Fighter when the Dreamcast is released in September.
Whether it's the Dreamcast, the N64, or the PlayStation, there's a veritable cornucopia of controllers out there. And arguably one of the best is Sony's DualShock analog controller. But what about the others on the market?
Yes, are they any good? This is why EGM Sean Smith is back with yet another PlayStation controller.
If you're looking for a new PlayStation controller and you want an all-in-one package that has dual analog support, shock support, and motion sensing technology, then take a look at the Tilt Force 2 by Pelican Accessories. On top of having all the standard features you'd expect in a PlayStation DualShock controller, the Tilt Force 2 also has motion sensing technology, which means you control games by moving the controller up and down and left and right. For $30, the Tilt Force is a high-quality DualShock type controller by itself. The motion sensing technology is really a bonus.
I think the DualShock analog controller still holds its own.
I think so, but even with a great controller, you still can have problems with the mini games and air guides. So we have some expert gamer tips for you. Multi-hit combos and super moves can wear down even the best console fighter. Trust me, I know. Air Guys by Squaresoft has these little gems, and we shall call them mini-games. But don't underestimate the test. Winning them can unlock various secrets. Prepare for the challenge with these expert gamer strategies. To get the most points in the Infinity Battle, try to get perfects in at least the first 4 matches. This will allow the character to build up his or her life meter reserve. Expert Gamer recommends using Yuffie or Sasuke for their unblockable attacks and combos. The strategy in winning the Battle Runner minigame is avoid fighting, just run the race. During the race, run close to the inside, set the laps to 3, and choose the basic loop for an easier win. If you're a fast button tapper, you're a Battle Beach shoo-in. Winning all the events unlocks a new character costume. Go! Another tip is to beat the opponent at the start. The player must start tapping the buttons at the exact time the announcer says go. Battle Panel is like a fast-paced game of Othello. To win, you must surround your opponent's color with your color. It's probably the most challenging of the mini-games. To get the edge, quickly analyze the board, attack your opponent to slow him down, and concentrate on getting the edge and corner pieces. So, fighting fans, don't get intimidated. Give your brain a little exercise, because in these mini-games, size doesn't matter.
If you want more strategies, just pick up an issue of Expert Gamer. And for more game help, drop by the Gamespot TV website for cheat codes.
And if you want to chat with me and Lauren, join us on the web every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
And don't forget to enter our Pokemon contest, where you have a chance to win a Game Boy Color and more. Go to our website for more information.
So until next week, bye.
I am cut. Do I not believe?
Is launching its new 128-bit system, the Dreamcast, and we put it through the test. Will the new console live up to the hype? We go to the experts to find out. We look at the hardware, the machine's online capability, and the games being released at the system's launch. Plus, we examine the future of the Dreamcast. Will it take the lead in the console wars? Stick around to find out. It's game time.
Is the Dreamcast Sega's ticket to a comeback, or is it Sega hype? Perhaps the real question is, should I buy it? Hi, I'm Lauren Fielder, and welcome to Gamespot TV's special Dreamcast edition. Adam is out and about on the Dreamcast trail to find out if Sega's new system is the real deal.
The Dreamcast, Sega's new game system, is only about 2.5 inches high and 7.5 inches wide. But this little gray box holds the faith of a company and the future of an industry. For the next few months, it will be difficult to miss the hype surrounding the new game systems. Sega reportedly poured $100 million on marketing and advertising. With cash and flash, the company hopes to allay any doubts of success and erase memories of its sordid past.
Don't make me hurt you.
So, after the experience of the Saturn, what have you applied now to the launch of the Dreamcast?
I think the primary lessons we learned were retail distribution, making sure that the right partners got the right amount of product at the right time, as well as marketing.
Skeptics and critics had a field day after the Dreamcast's disappointing launch in Japan last November. The unimpressive game lineup led to speculations and seemed to spell the end for the video game giant.
So what do you think of all of the controversy and the criticism and all the media attention that has surrounded the Dreamcast for the past 6 months?
I love the fact that people have an opinion, and rightly or wrongly, it's better than being blasé. And so opinions about Dreamcast will never make it, it'll never launch, PlayStation 2 will blow it out of the water when it comes, Dolphin will be along eventually. It's a vibrant business, and if nobody cared, then the business wouldn't be growing to the level that it's at right now.
The turnaround came around this year's E3 event. Like a veteran prize fighter, Sega got its second wind and dealt a wake-up punch.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Showcasing over 40 Japanese and American titles in its booth, Sega made skeptics do a double take and turned doubters into believers. Videogames.com editor Jeff Gertzman was one of them.
Back when the system came out in Japan, I mean, the launch lineup in Japan was weak. The games that were coming out, even months after the system was out in Japan, were also pretty weak. But, I mean, the U.S. lineup is really stellar. It's like every single journalist in this business said, if Sega doesn't come out with the biggest console launch in history when it comes out in the U.S., they're dead. They're finished. They're over. But they did that.
The Dreamcast is expected to launch with 16 titles, ranging from sports to fighting. Judging from the smiles, grins, and yahoos from several game editors, the U.S. game lineup will be far better than Japan.
Now, even with all these great games, there are some publishers that just aren't comfortable with the new system. You have EA, which has said nothing publicly about developing for the Dreamcast. And then there's Namco, that even on the strength of Soul Calibur, have no future plans for any titles. Then again, there's some other companies that are far more comfortable.
I think it's a great system. I think there's a very unique opportunity for Sega right now to come back, much like they did with Genesis, and make an impact, have an impact on the market. And again, it's a question of can they sustain their marketing effort through the fall.
Capcom plans to deliver 3 Dreamcast titles this year, and 1 slated for early next year. Changing attitudes? Yes. But Sega and the Dreamcast face other issues and hurdles that could steal away some thunder from its U.S. launch. The much-anticipated Final Fantasy VIII for the PlayStation ships the same day as the Dreamcast launch. Sony and Nintendo just dropped their system's prices to $100, and the abrupt departure of its U.S. president are raising some eyebrows. But if you're a gamer who just wants to play the best games money can buy, these issues should be invalid.
What do you say to the viewer that doesn't have that much cash at their disposal and they're looking to only be able to get one of the next generation console systems? Do they wait for the Nintendo and the Sony, or should they go ahead and get the Dreamcast now?
They should steal a bunch of money from their parents and run out and buy a Dreamcast.
Man, stay off the light speed.
My bad.
Based on what you've seen of the system, would you buy a Dreamcast? Have you ordered one already? Visit the Gamespot TV website and take our Dreamcast poll. And if you'd like to learn more about the Dreamcast, go to the Dreamcast dossier feature on Videogames.com.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, Sean Smith from Electronic Gaming Monthly examines the Dreamcast hardware and peripherals. And we run down the top games for the new console. With graphics reaching new heights, who's been concentrating on gameplay?
Welcome back. Time to check out just what makes the Dreamcast tick. Can the system withstand the test of time, not to mention the long hours gaming? Adam and EGN's Sean Smith dissect the game system and give us the lowdown.
Well, you've seen the games and you've heard all the hype, but now let's check out what's driving the Dreamcast. We brought in Sean Smith from EGM all the way from Chicago.
How's it going, Adam?
It's going really well. Now, what are you making of the design of the Dreamcast?
Well, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's just a gray box, but I like it. got the 4 controller ports in the front for multiplayer games, a couple buttons on top. There's nothing really cluttering the system. One thing I'm concerned about is the fan. The system tends to get pretty hot, so I think there may be some heat issues in the future. But overall, I think it'll get the job done.
So the CPU of the Dreamcast, that's a 200 megahertz microprocessor. What does that translate to?
Well, hopefully it'll translate into better quality games. It's a Hitachi 200 megahertz processor. I mean, it's something that we've never seen on a console system before. So I mean, you're going to find that's 2 or 3 times faster than the PlayStation of the N64.
Now, the Dreamcast is using a GD-ROM drive.
Right.
And CD-ROM, and it's not DVD-ROM. Why did they choose that, and what does that mean?
Well, it's basically a disk that holds 1 gigabyte, which is 1,000 megs of data, opposed to 650 megabytes that's on a standard CD. The other reason is that it's a proprietary format for Sega, so pirates are going to have a harder time copying these discs.
Now, the operating system is Windows CE. What's that going to do for the Dreamcast?
Well, apparently it's a pretty easy operating system to program for, especially for PC game developers who want to port their games over to the Dreamcast. But in addition, I mean, I guess it's just a robust operating system to begin with. In fact, Microsoft has more employees working on Windows CE than they do on Windows 98.
Please check the number and dial again.
So, the modem. What's your verdict on it?
I think it's the most exciting part of the Dreamcast at this point. I mean, it's a 56K modem. Console gamers have never had anything quite like that. And with the port's expandability, I mean, you can put an ISDN modem, a DSL modem, or even a cable modem in there in the future. It's really going to open up a lot of doors for online gaming for console gamers.
So expandability, what's the potential for the system to grow?
Well, since it's based on the Windows CE operating system, it's got all kinds of ports for expansion. I think the Dreamcast is going to places where console game systems never gone before.
But real, bottom line, when are we going to have to see a new console system?
Well, you know, 4 or 5 years from now, I think the PlayStation's been around that long. But another thing to consider is that 4 or 5 years from now, console gaming is going to be a lot different. And I think, at least in part, it'll be thanks to the Dreamcast.
Until now, online gaming has been the domain of PC users. Well, that's about to change with Sega's online Dreamcast network. So what's it all about? Watch this.
We believe in the power of the internet and the power of social gaming via the internet.
Oh, yeah! By including a 56K modem in every Dreamcast, Sega has set the stage for a revolution in console gaming. Peter Moore, Sega's Senior VP of Marketing, believes that the Dreamcast will push console gaming further than it has ever been.
We do not believe that in-home gaming will stay the same as it has been over the past few years. Internet will be the future of gaming. The internet opens so much promise for global gaming, and that's a major part of our strategy going forward. We have an incredible and unique opportunity to take online gaming to the next level.
I think the online play is going to turn out to be really, really popular. I think that's one of the things that on the PC side they can offer up that they haven't been able to offer up on the console side. The ability to get in there and you know, team play with your friends.
Yahoo! Well, I think a lot of consolers are really hyped up about the internet feature.
Initially, Dreamcast owners will only be able to use the Dreamcast network for chatting, message boards, and previews. But next year, Sega will open up the multiplayer aspect of the Dreamcast network. With the impending release of the PlayStation 2 and Nintendo's Dolphin, Jeff Gersman of VideoGames.com believes the Dreamcast network is essential to the system's future.
Provided that the connection speeds move up, it will be very crucial. If it stays at 56K, it's like that's good enough for certain games, but some first-person shooters, you're not going to really see optimum performance. You know, racing games, you might see a little lag here and there. But if they can get the speeds up, if this whole network that they're supposedly building for online support works out, I think it's really going to bring a lot to the gameplay.
The quality of the games look really good. If Sega can make sure the packets are fast so the games appear fast on your console side, everyone's going to jump on every internet game that comes out as it comes out to the market.
So how will Sega's new direction in console gaming influence the gaming industry? Joe Fielder from VideoGames.com believes it will be a directing force in future game development.
No, I can definitely see that driving the direction of the games. I can see the more developers find they can do with the online component of the Dreamcast, the more they're going to develop into it. You know, you might see games like Quake 3 Arena, where the single-player side of the game is a lot less important than the multiplayer, where it's really designed for multiplayer.
I think the modem is pretty significant, where multiplayer is the in thing now. And it has been on the PC, so it's going to be even bigger on the Dreamcast.
Did those last segments whiz by a little too fast? Come by the Gamespot TV website at zdtv.com and check out our Dreamcast online and hardware specials in streaming video.
Coming up in our Dreamcast special, more than 15 games are being released with the new 128-bit console system. But which ones do you want to spend your cash on? We run down the top 5 to break your piggy bank for.
Welcome back. So the Dreamcast itself looks pretty solid, but what about the games? We spoke to the editors at VideoGames.com and got their favorite picks for the Dreamcast launch.
In 5th place is House of the Dead 2, the follow-up to the less-than-spectacular arcade port of House of the Dead on the Saturn. Once again, it's an on-rails shooter where you waste the various zombies and beasties that the game throws at you. And what it throws looks very, very good. This is a Japanese version of the game, but the only differences you can expect are the addition to unlock the option to show red blood instead of green. But really, what ooze do you think zombies bleed? The game will offer several modes, such as Arcade and Original, which is the arcade game but with the option to customize some elements like clip size and damage. The game also comes with a training mode, which is made up of puzzle training levels that are almost as much fun as the game itself. The game is intended to be played with the light gun, though Sega has chosen not to release its peripheral in the US. Third-party guns, however, will be available at the launch. There are some who have found the game to suffer from its unnecessary difficulty, yet there is little question that House of the Dead 2 will become the premier console gun game. NFL 2K could mark the return of Sega Sports. The game includes such an unprecedented amount of detail that you can actually see individual people in the crowd and on the sidelines. The game's physics engine is sophisticated enough to mimic how players would act in the real world. The game has more than 1,500 motion-captured animations and uses AI that learns how to play and then responds. Collision detection is actually on the body rather than in the form of a cylinder around the player. The playbook for the game was designed by the Raiders' defensive coach, and the game is definitely one of the first-party titles that Sega has very high hopes for. While there will be more than enough pigskin options for the Dreamcast, NFL 2K is definitely one to check out.
Griffith gets the pass.
Ready to Rumble, despite what you may think, is unquestionably one of the stars of the Dreamcast launch. This over-the-top boxing game comes with 2 modes, Championship and Arcade. Championship mode is a single-player mode that lets you take a boxer from the bottom of the ranks to the top of the list. Arcade mode is what you'd expect, straight boxing. The game's controls are exceptional and simple. The analog stick moves you about the ring, the triggers block high and low, but when used with the analog stick let you weave and bob, and the buttons on the face of the controller execute high and low punches. These controls let you jump right into the game and start landing slightly realistic combos. The visuals also look great. There are more than 120 facial expressions, so you'll know when you're on top and when you're really hurt. Blood and sweat fly off the bodies, and the crowd actually looks like people rather than a bad impressionist painting. Even if you've played boxing games in the past, there hasn't been anything like Ready to Rumble in a long, long time, and it sets a welcome and brand new standard for the sweet science. It makes complete sense that along with the new Sega system will be a new incarnation of the great Sega mascot, Sonic the Hedgehog. And as most know by this point, the little blue speedster is returning in Sonic Adventure. The game takes the linearity and structure of a 2D game and brings real speed to a 3D platformer. You play 5 characters, including Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails, who, when played through, will clarify the entire story of the struggle against Dr. Robotnik and the water monster Chaos. The game will consist of standard Sonic gameplay tied together with some adventuring areas that offer exploration, help advance the story, and provide bosses to fight. The levels vary from character to character, with Sonic levels being similar to the 2D Sonic, and other levels offering comparisons to Jumping Flash. The Japanese version of the game suffered from camera problems, but Sega of America brought in a developer to tweak the viewpoint issues. There's no denying, though, that a platform game never looked like this. It won't take much to convince you that Sonic Adventure is a 3D experience above the rest.
We'll have our #1 pick after the break, and you probably already have an idea. But if those Dreamcast games whet your appetite, check out some more eye-melting Dreamcast footage at the Gamespot TV website. Simply go to our main page and then click through to our Dreamcast preview page.
Next in our Dreamcast special, if you could only buy one game for the console, what's it going to be? We have our top pick. And we've examined the system inside and out, but what will be its future? And what games can we look forward to? Find out when GameSpot TV returns.
Welcome back. All right, it's time to fill you in on what looks to be the top game launching with the Dreamcast, and it should come as little surprise.
You take one look at Soul Calibur from Namco, you'll quickly realize why there's no doubt that it's the most impressive game launching with the Dreamcast. This follow-up to Soul Blade is a game that even exceeds its arcade counterpart in every way imaginable. The game's graphics enhance the arcade versions with improved polygon counts and high-resolution textures. Each character moves around the stage looking tougher, larger, and more solid than before. Details like hair, clothing, and accessories all move together in rhythm with an extremely realistic physics model. Not satisfied with just improving the quality of the characters, the programmers also added new animations to their movements.
There's muscle flexing in the game now, so you'll see like certain parts of the body when they're doing moves. Or he's coming out with a sword, you'll see, the muscles kind of ripple and flex and things like that. It's really pretty amazing to watch.
The stages themselves complement the characters with 3D backgrounds and ultra-high resolution, and the game also comes with additional moves not found in the arcade. The good looks are matched with controls that benefit from their similarity to the PlayStation controller. The need for precise input makes the D-pad preferable, but the game can be played using the analog stick. Response times are right on the money, with the only problems found in the character Maxi, but they can be overcome once you anticipate his quirks. Characters in the game include members from the original roster, with newcomers that are primarily enhanced clones of the characters they replaced from Soul Blade. The house that Pac-Man built has outdone itself by taking the best fighter in the arcades, improved it, and brought it home for under $50. This is the game to show the world just how powerful the Dreamcast is.
Namco, this will be their first and probably one of the few Dreamcast games they'll do if they are going to do any more. And they really went all out on the system.
Simply put, Soul Calibur is an essential addition to any gamer's collection.
If you can't get enough of Soul Calibur, you're struggling with the rest of us. But don't worry, here's our Dreamcast special intro pick. You think that looks good, you should see the game. And we've seen the top 5 games of launch. Our next segment will give you a taste of what's to come after launch.
With Sega's Dreamcast network and more than 15 titles on launch, it looks to be an interesting fall. Can Sega keep up the momentum?
This one's huge!
I'm really looking forward to, beyond launch. I'm looking forward to Resident Evil Code Veronica. I think that's going to be really neat.
Once again, Claire Redfield is in trouble. And this time around, gamers can look forward to fully polygonal backgrounds. You can help Claire save the world when Resident Evil Code Veronica ships early next year. Because of Sega's plan to release a total of 7 fighting games in 1999 alone, the Dreamcast is a fighting fanatic's dream. Marvel vs. Capcom has already created a buzz with its spectacular 2D graphics and its huge lineup of Marvel superheroes and classic Capcom fighters. So pick up your favorite character and prepare to do battle when Marvel vs. Capcom is released this October. Shenmue looks to be the killer app for the system. Its focus on story development and the incredibly detailed graphics inspired Sega to devise a new genre just for Shenmue called Free. Free stands for Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment, and gamers can experience its Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment when Shenmue ships this December. And sports fans will not be left out in the cold with the lightning-fast speed of NBA 2000. Promising to play at 60 frames per second, NBA 2000 will have more than 400 individually modeled players and 28 NBA teams. Gamers should get ready for a slam dunk when Sega Sports NBA 2000 is released October 13th. While Sega plans to release 25 more games by the end of 1999, there are still a few titles gamers would like to see released in the U.S.
I really hope that Seaman gets announced for the U.S. market because it's just the whole thought of hooking up a microphone to Dreamcast and talking to a crazy fish head thing sounds like a lot of fun. Beyond that, I really hope that Namco decides to do Tekken Tag tournament for the system.
There's no doubt the Dreamcast games are spectacular and flashy, but the question is, will the system have legs enough to compete against Sony's PlayStation 2 and Nintendo's Dolphin?
KO! Now here's something I'm excited about. Sega has announced that Seaman will be released in the United States, though a date has not yet been set. Well, that wraps up our special Dreamcast edition, but you can always go to the Gamespot TV website for more on Sega's new system. And if you have something to say about the new console, come to our chat on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Till next time, bye.
The light speed.
We have an updated preview of Shenmue, a title that takes game realism and interactivity to a whole new level. And we have a review of Ultima 9 Ascension. Origin has hailed it as the last single-player game in a long-running series. Is it only for fans? And join Surge and a whole new cast of adventurers as we preview Square's Chrono Cross, a long-awaited follow-up to the 16-bit SNES RPG Chrono Trigger. Stick around. It's game time. Hello and welcome to this edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now recently, Computer Gaming World and Electronic Gaming Monthly held Game Blast 2000, an event to recognize the best PC and console titles and the most talented game designers of 1999. GameSpot TV went out for a night on the town to find out who won the coveted awards. So, what do you do when you have too many fun games to play in just 1 year? Well, you have an award show. So CGW and EGM got together to give us Game Blast to honor the best games that were around in 1999. I'm joined here by Joe Funk, editorial director at EGM. So what's your assessment of console games for 1999?
Well, 1999 was the biggest year we've seen yet in the video game industry, and there's tons of great games coming out, and we're here tonight to celebrate the best games that did come out.
Role-playing game of the year, Final Fantasy VIII by Square EA. Fighting Game of the Year, Soul Calibur by Namco.
Nightmare was seriously wounded, but the soul still burns.
You know, trophies aside, I'm really here for the marzipan niblets. Ooh, fudge. We're joined now by George Jones, editor-in-chief of Computer Gaming World. It's good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too.
Now, how do you assess the 1999 year in PC gaming?
Very good, very good. Typically, over the course of a year, there's one game that kind of stands out head and shoulders above the rest. This year, 3. So we're sitting here, you know, trying to figure out which is the best game, and it was really a difficult task this year. Racing Game of the Year, Need for Speed High Stakes by Electronic Arts. Sports Game of the Year, High Heat 2000 by 3DO.
There's a liner to center field.
So, what does it take to choose the Game of the Year? Well, for example, CGW started with 90 games and set up a lab so that they could replay them all. Then they whittled it down to a nice 15. But even from that point, it wasn't that easy. And Pokemon, what is?
I have to go like this. I have to go like this if Pokemon's on the camera. Pokemon is at its core, Pokemon is a really strong, old-school role-playing game. And I have these little cute Pokemon that you collect and all that, but at its core, it is a great game. A game that I think a lot of PC role-playing game makers could really learn a couple of lessons from. And I'm not just saying that.
No, I believe you. I believe you.
The winner for Game of the Year on the PC platform is Unreal Tournament.
All right, I'm here with James, Cliff, and Tim from Digital Extremes and Epic Games, the people behind Unreal Tournament, the Game of the Year. Well-deserved, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, has this been something of a surprise to you, like the huge reception that Unreal Tournament's gotten?
In the back of our heads, we're all deeply hoping for it, and having it happen is kind of a fruition of all our dreams, I think.
It did turn out to be a surprise, though. We knew it was good, but we were, and especially this tonight, getting this, we were just really blown away. We honestly didn't expect it.
So, with the new console system and online gaming at the helm of this year's award show, it's a good indication of what we can expect in the years to come. So take my advice. Save your pennies. You're gonna need them. If you'd like more info on Game Blast 2000 awards, then come to our website where you'll find a complete list of award winners, as well as our spotlight feature and streaming video. And if you want to know what happened backstage, come to our chat session Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, and I'll tell you all about it. But now, let's check the game news. Lover or loather, Lara Croft is coming to the Dreamcast. Sega announced that Eidos Interactive will ship Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation for the new console system in the spring of 2000. Sega also announced that Lara will be remodeled in the new Dreamcast version and that she will be displayed in high resolution to match the game's lavish environments. You wonder exactly what that means. In other console news, Sony announced that it's offering replacement discs of Gran Turismo 2 for those who purchased early production copies. The earlier discs angered gamers who were confronted with gameplay bugs. Sony says that the latest batch of Gran Turismo 2 discs are free from technical problems. And if Mac gamers are feeling left out, they're soon to have a title to keep them glued to their machines for hours upon hours. Westlake Interactive has announced that the Mac version of Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri has gone gold. If you're looking for the latest news from the gaming world, go to the Gamespot.com website. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have a review of what Origin has said will be the last single-player game in the series. We review Ultima 9 Ascension and find ourselves a little disappointed. And we have a preview of Chrono Cross, the long-awaited RPG from Square. Welcome back. Now, the Ultima series has a long role-playing history on the PC, including its relatively recent online version. But now the final single-player game of the series is on the shelves. So let's look at the swan song, Ultima 9 Ascension. Ultima 9 Ascension is one of the most important games to be released in years. It's not only the first installment in half a decade of the Ultima series proper, but it's also the final game in the highly respected, long-running line of role-playing games.
The final battle for the destiny of Britannia.
Origin has also announced that Ultima 9 will be the last single-player game it will ever release. There is also more at stake because the last Ultima incarnation abandons the series' traditional top-down perspective in favor of a third-person, fully 3D engine. Fans of the series will find that the new perspective is mostly unobtrusive, and the 3D interface for jumping and climbing is quite effective. Ultima 9 looks so good that its sacrifice of performance for the sake of quality is almost worthwhile. However, the game does have a few problems. The voice acting in Ultima 9 is terrible.
Who's there? Please help us.
Almost every character speaks in an awful accent that trivializes the game's premise and the characters themselves.
Lord British has always been a music lover.
Even the avatar's voice sounds inappropriate with its deadpan delivery.
Thanks for the information. Goodbye.
The dialogue is not the only problem in the game. The combat system is totally inept. You draw your weapon and hammer the left mouse button as quickly as you can, which wouldn't be so bad if the game did a decent job of giving you some visual feedback. In addition, dodging your enemies is completely impossible. Ultima 9 comes across as an epic and a farce. You'll try to take it seriously as you play because the game's beautiful scenery and grave situations demand it. But the game doesn't want to be as serious as it thinks it is. Greg Kasavan gives Ultima 9 Ascension a rating of 6.3 out of 10.
Excuse me? What did you say?
If you notice those performance problems with Ultima 9, and how could you not, you should note that that was played on a P3 500 with a Voodoo 3 and the packs downloaded. Something to note if you're interested in picking up the game. And speaking of performance problems, the Dukes of Hazzard games got plenty of that, and not even real short shorts can save it.
It should have been one of the easiest games to make. Take the Great Hicks and Car Chases TV show and make a mission-based driving game out of it. Hence, the Dukes of Hazzard Racing for Home could have been an outstanding game, but it's simply too buggy and easy to succeed. The game's story is told by pre-rendered cutscenes that are cast with lifeless Android TV lookalikes. The game moves from plot point to plot point until it jumps back in time to tell a new story with a villain. It doesn't work. The AI driving in the game is simply terrible. While the cops will ram the General Lee, they spend most of their time driving into walls over and over again. Other bugs are prevalent throughout the game, like a truck that will amazingly warp ahead of you when you pass it. Also, the analog control is frequently disabled between levels. While the game looks fairly solid graphically, there are some seams and glitchy polygons that appear on the side of the screen. The game does run at a decent speed, and music, mostly new, fits in nicely with the overall spirit of the TV show. The development of this game switched hands shortly before completion, and they were probably instructed to make sure the game didn't lock up so it could make it to the stores before the holidays. With more polish, it could have been fun. As it stands, it's way too buggy and too easy to stay fun for long. Jeff Gertzman from VideoGames.com gives it a 4.9 out of 10.
Roadster's Trophy for the N64 is also not one of the best racing games out there. In fact, it's really more of a rental than a purchase. But there are some cheat codes for the game that make it a lot more fun. So here are a few.
Roadster's Trophy for the N64 is more hidden than on the surface. With these next cheats, you may find there's more to the game than you thought. Here are some codes to get you moving. If you enter the codes correctly, you'll hear, "Congratulations."
Congratulations!
If you're looking for a bird's eye view, rename any character Chopper at the character selection screen, and you'll get a helicopter view. If you think the Force is with you, then rename any character Skywalker at the character selection screen, and you'll get to play in a hovercraft car. And finally, if you need some extra gripping action, then rename any character Big Wheels at the character selection screen, and you'll get extra big tires.
If you want more codes, come to the Game Help section of the GameSpot TV website. There you'll find codes and strategies for all the latest games, including Roadster Trophy. And while you're there, find out how to send us a V-mail. You can send tips, cheats, or a quick review of your favorite game. And if we use your V-mail on the show, we'll send you a GameSpot TV t-shirt. That way, you can be cool.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we have an updated preview of Shenmue, a Dreamcast title which is taking game realism to new depths. And we have a look at the long-awaited follow-up of the SNES RPG Chrono Trigger. Square has released Chrono Cross in Japan, and we have the preview.
Well, welcome back. If you like games that twist your brain, then this next title may be of interest to you. It's Shanghai Second Dynasty, and here's the review. Activision Shanghai Second Dynasty is the second helping of its 3-year-old predecessor, Shanghai Dynasty. And though it has a few new tile sets, a number of new layouts, and some new game modes, it probably won't seem like much of a value to those who already own Shanghai Dynasty. But for those not yet familiar with the Shanghai PC game series, Second Dynasty's colorful graphics, soothing music, and encompassing array of both Mahjong and Shanghai variants are reason enough to recommend it to enthusiasts of either or both tile-based games. Second Dynasty includes 2 main sets of games, the age-old Chinese tile game Mahjong, and the equally venerable tile-matching game played with Mahjong tiles, Shanghai. Second Dynasty offers a number of variations on each game, and every single one of the previous game's modes of play, including Classic, Arcade, and Kids Shanghai. Those who don't own the previous game should find that Second Dynasty is worth putting in your puzzle library. Andrew Seyoon Park of Gamespot.com gives Shanghai Second Dynasty a 7.1 out of 10. Now, Tomba was a surprise hit of 1998 with its 2D platform gameplay in an increasingly 3D world. Well, the game is back. It's a little less 2D, but it still has pigs. Tomba 2 is pretty much the same game as before, but this time it sports more quests and a spiffy new 3D engine. Once again, the pigs are back, and this time they've kidnapped Tomba's childhood friend. So Tomba's there to stop them with his curious technique of fighting pigs while solving a panoply of puzzles and performing numerous fetch quests along the way. The game is once again an unusual hybrid of the platform and adventure genres. Along with bagging pigs, there's 137 quests to perform. While moving through the game world, Tomba can talk to characters and perform curious tasks. While the perspective to the game is less 2D, the game still controls like a 2D game. Tomba moves along a 2D path until he is prompted to switch to a new path when it intersects. On the whole, the camera and perspective are excellent, but there are the inevitable moments when jumps are made harder than they should be. The game does have a few minor problems. Some of the less necessary puzzles are downright difficult, and the number of quests you can run into in a short time can feel overwhelming. The graphics in the game are some of the best for the PlayStation right now, making the game feel like a 3D animated cartoon. The camera pans smoothly, and there are few signs of typical 3D issues. Tomba 2 may be repackaging of the original game, but it's a slick and refined job. Fans of the original are in for a treat. Peter Bartholow of VideoGames.com gives it an 8.4 out of 10. What exactly does he do to those pigs? Well, you probably heard us here at GameSpot TV wax poetic about Shenmue, and it doesn't look like we're going to be stopping anytime soon. We got our hands on an import copy of the first chapter of the game, and of course I couldn't understand a thing, but it sure looked good. Long seen as a standout game for the Dreamcast since the beginning, Shenmue's first chapter has finally made it into the hands of Japanese Dreamcast owners, allowing us another look at this title. The game begins on November 26, 1986, with Ryo Hazuki's father being murdered by an evil and powerful martial artist who also lifts a mysterious jade medallion. Ryo then leaves his high school existence for revenge against the assailant and slowly uncovers a vast international conspiracy. As you have probably heard, the official genre for Shenmue is free, standing for Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment, something we all can call an adventure game. You guide Ryo through his hometown of Yozuka, solve puzzles, and probe the populace for information. The environments themselves in the game are virtually like games in themselves, as they offer endless drawers to open, trinkets to buy, and things to play with. The game also has action sequences called QuickTime Events, which are reminiscent of Dragon's Lair by testing your reflexes when prompting you to tap a button. The game is designed to be very accessible and hasn't been found to be all that difficult. If you fail to succeed in a battle, there are an unlimited number of retries available. Even if you know how much money it costs to produce this game, you can't help but be impressed with its production value. It's hard to imagine many other games looking this good. The world is massively detailed and seamlessly integrated with very delicate modeling and texture everywhere. The sound is equally as impressive, both with the musical soundtrack and the fact that everything in the game has a unique sound associated with it. The game is set to arrive in the US this year,
and it's recommended that players wait for the domestic version unless they have a good handle on Japanese. Some who have tried it bemoan the absence of Chapter 2, but regardless, a technological marvel is on its way to the Dreamcast. If you'd like to revisit Ryo's adventures in the Kanagawa province, come to the Gamespot TV website where you'll find the streaming video of Shenmue. And while you're at our site, stop by the Gamespot TV message boards and discuss your thoughts about this upcoming game. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have the preview of Square's Chrono Cross. The long-awaited follow-up to Chrono Trigger is sure not to disappoint fans and newbies alike. Plus, we grind a few rails with cheat codes for the excellent skateboarding title, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Welcome back. This next game has generated many an email asking for a look. It's another RPG from Square. It's a sequel to a SNES game. It's going to make you all stop asking me to preview it, right? Alright, now that that's settled, here's Chrono Cross. Chrono Trigger for the SNES has been a favorite for RPG fans since its debut. Using a dream team of designers from Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, and Dragon Ball Z, the game has provoked cries for a sequel ever since. Well, one is coming. And while the presence of only one designer from the original and the prominence of new characters instead of the old ones has made many skeptical, its perfect score for the import from Andrew Vessel from VideoGames.com should allay those anxieties. The story focuses around the hero Surge, who was thrust into a parallel world where he had died under mysterious circumstances a decade earlier, and teams up with a rowdy adventurer Kid to seek out the frozen flame that lets the user reshape time and space at will. Suffice to say that that's the bare bones plot, and with 40 playable characters, you can imagine it gets pretty intricate. One of the interesting elements in the game is a battle system that dispenses with the active time bar and replaces it with stamina points that determine your possible attacks. Also, the battles are pseudo-real-time, with characters and enemies capable of taking turns at any time. Also of note is that battles are visible on screen before they occur and can be left at any time during the encounter, including boss battles. Perhaps the nicest element is that players have the option to heal at the end of a battle by having the game dig through available inventory and spells. Although the game is in Japanese, it has been noted by those fluent that the text is surprisingly unique and no generic, assorted party member speech is evident. Let's hope that the translators are up to the challenge. Graphically, the game is a stunner. Different from Final Fantasy VIII, it offers a more gritty, organic feel. You're allowed to explore every nook and cranny of all the environments. With its flagship Final Fantasy series getting the lion's share of the attention at Square, Chrono Cross's developers have apparently been left to themselves and have captured the spirit of the 16-bit RPG. How will it be when it finally crosses the Pacific? You'll have to wait until later this year. This week, our intro comes from Planescape Torment. The game has well-written dialogue, an intriguing plot, and one perplexing lead character. So that makes the game one well worth checking out. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was one of the hottest titles on the PlayStation last year. With excellent gameplay and tons of moves, this title is a must-have, especially if you're into skating yourself. So here's some codes to get you even more replay value. If you want to do outstanding tricks right away without having to build up your special meter, then this cheat code will get you grinding. To have your special meter always full, pause the game, then hold L1 and press X, triangle, circle, down, up, right.
If you enter the code right, the pause screen will shake. If you're impatient for more and want to see everything straight away, enter this next code to unlock all the levels, FMV sequences, extra characters, and more. Pause the game, then hold L1 and press circle, right, up, down, circle, right, up, square, triangle. From here, you can even entice Officer Dick out of the donut shop. Lastly, if you want to play as a scantily clad Private Carrera who has full stats and great specials, start a game in any mode with Officer Dick. Pause the game, then hold L1 and press triangle, up, circle, up, left, triangle. Exit the game and return to the character selection screen. Private Carrera will appear in place of Officer Dick. If you're looking for more Tony Hawk Pro Skater codes, you'll find them at the videogames.com website. And if you want to see Officer Dick shredding it all over again, come to the Gamespot TV website and watch him and Private Carrera in streaming video. And while you're there, take our No Fear downhill mountain bike racing quiz for your chance to win a copy of the game and a Rincon mountain bike. You can find more details on the contest at our website. So that's it for now. So until next week, bye-bye.
Thanks for the information. Good.
Strategy guide for you. We'll be schooling you as a master in the Fragadelic arts with our graduate school for Quake players. And those evil mitochondria are back in our preview of the sequel to Parasite Eve. The cinematic cutscenes are sure to get your cells mutating. And Lauren Fielder shows us a music game for Konami that's all the rage in Japan. It's Guitar Freaks for the PlayStation, and it takes air guitar to a whole new level. Stick around. It's game time. Hello and welcome to this edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, there are more than a few music games out for the PlayStation. There's Parappa the Rapper, where you get to play as a cute little 2D dog whose songs get stuck in your head. Then there's MTV's Music Generator, where you get to make your own tunes. And then there's Bust a Groove, where you get to shake your booty to some hip beats. But this next title lets you be a rock star in a whole new way.
Hi, I'm Lauren Fielder. Now, whether you're into games or not, you can probably tell this isn't a PlayStation controller. Well, actually it is if you're playing Konami's game Guitar Freaks, we're going to tell you about. It was out in the arcades in Japan. Now it's out on the console system, the PlayStation, in Japan, but it's not coming to the U.S. What it's about is that you have several tracks of music to choose from. You've got surf music, punk music, heavy metal, some cute little tunes, and you have to play the guitar in sync with the tracks being shown on the screen. If you do so successfully, then you get new tracks to play.
You're the greatest!
You can play as a novice, you can play intermediate, or you can play as a guitar pro, and I think we have one right behind me. How you play the game is that you choose your song, then you coordinate your left hand to the tracks being shown, to the chords being shown. If you're seeing a red chord, then you press red. If you're seeing blue, blue, green, green. The game's definitely inspired by, or perhaps will remind gamers of games like Parappa, where you have to use controls to in sync with what's being shown on the screen to successfully get through a song. So we have 3 words for Konami. What's the deal? We love this game. You have to bring it out to the U.S.
If you really want to see Guitar Freaks in the U.S., well, you'd better email Konami and demand some satisfaction. And by the way, if you're looking for a music game that is available in the U.S., come to the Gamespot TV website, where you'll find other games that will help you get a groove on, including Space Channel 5. But now, let's check the game news. In this week's game news, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer is headed for the Dreamcast. LucasArts says an enhanced version of the popular racing title will be available this spring. Origin has officially closed their Ultima 9 Ascension message boards. The bulletin boards were originally set up to discuss the buggy game's technical issues, give hints, and post solutions. Origin says the latest patch cures Ultima 9's ills, and the company would like to focus their resources to further develop future titles.
Square recently held their Millennium event in Japan. The company showed off Final Fantasy IX for the PlayStation and Final Fantasy X and XI for the PlayStation 2. While the details of Final Fantasy XI are not yet known, it was announced that it will be an online-only RPG. Square also unveiled plans for their new internet gaming software, dubbed Play Online. The Japanese release date for Final Fantasy IX is this summer, while 10 and 11 are set for release in the spring and summer of 2001. No word yet on the U.S. release dates for the titles. If you're looking for the latest news from the gaming world, go to the Gamespot.com website. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we just can't stay away from the undead, but perhaps these unwieldy zombies should stay in their crypts. We have a review of Zombie Revenge for the Dreamcast. And there are huge hunks of steel on the horizon in our PC preview of Metal Fatigue. Welcome back. Now, when pretending to be a big robot, you may have felt the urge to tear off another robot's mechanical arm and beat them with the wiry end. Well, something along those lines is possible in this upcoming game. In the world of real-time strategy games, more has not always translated into better. Nonetheless, Psygnosis has discounted such advice for their compelling new title, Metal Fatigue. The game puts you in the driver's seat for one of three corporate nations, or corporations, who are vying for alien technology found on several worlds. While the game does have its structure building, resource gathering, and ground combat, it has more, like big customizable robots called combots. One of the more pleasant aspects of the game is that when you're hacking, shooting, and hammering other combots, their parts come off. You can then pick them up and fight with the new abilities. The transferable components allow you to customize your own combot, and the game seems balanced enough to prevent the dreaded optimum designs. The game has only two resources, metajoules gathered from sunlight and lava pools, and manpower, which is always available as long as you have new crew quarters and can thaw out your people as they are frozen during travel. The AI for the game is being designed by the legendary Mark Baldwin, and it looks to be good, if not better, than many of the top games in this genre. And the look of the game is something to see. So get ready to stay awake when Metal Fatigue is released this year. Another nice feature of Metal Fatigue is a pre-build phase to start construction with your existing resources and have them ready before the scenario starts, something most real-time strategy fans will appreciate. But appreciation is pretty hard when it comes to this next game. You think after Code Veronica previews that anything undead is a winner. Think again. Zombie Revenge is a near-perfect arcade port of the side-scrolling beat-em-up with a few exclusive home-only features. Does this make it more than a gussied-up arcade port? Not exactly. You play one of three characters who all perform roughly the same, with slight variations in their hand-to-hand combat. This translates to them all performing equally as bad as one another. The biggest problem is the control. Given that you are pitted against an unfair number of opponents, you'd like to move a little faster, even if they are the slouching undead. The Y button controls hand-to-hand combat and suffers from the worst canned animation possible, meaning that you're trapped watching the animation until you can point her in the right direction. So why not run from battle? That would be good if the button to run wasn't the same as the block button. You can only run when you're in motion and press X, but if you time it wrong, you can end up standing still in a block. This would be easier to handle if the A button was even used. Zombie Revenge is also a painful exercise in repetition, with each zombie absorbing 10 to 15 shots that can't be fired all that fast. Yes, the game comes with an original mode filled with neat little gimmicks, but that just means it's a severely flawed game with a severely flawed extra mode. But the game looks pretty good. James Melky from VideoGames.com gives it a 5.7 out of 10. Game sequels have proven to be a mixed bag. Some improve upon the original, while others seem to cash in upon its former glory without appreciating what made them so good. And it's with that in mind that we throw Battlezone 2 on the grill. Activision's Battlezone combined elements of real-time strategy and action to create a unique, intuitive, and fun hybrid. Unfortunately, sales were disappointing, and in what must have been an effort to make the sequel more marketable, developer Pandemic Studios attempted to fix something that wasn't broken. As a result, Battlezone 2 is a disappointing, dumbed-down version of its predecessor.
Roger that, Condor 5.
From the very beginning, it is clear that something isn't right. As you play, you are given conflicting orders and put in harm's way more than necessary. Then you're told to remain silent about your operations.
What was that thing?
That the campaign story is interesting enough to motivate you from mission to mission is a good thing, because Battlezone 2's missions themselves are often boring. Whereas Battlezone was entertaining precisely because of the sheer amount of control it put in your hands, Battlezone 2 is dull because it isn't as flexible. Early missions typically tell you what to do step by step, and lack any of the base building and resource gathering that made the first game fun. Instead, you just follow your commander around and perform various small tasks and listen to reports of other, more interesting activities as they occur elsewhere in the field. Ultimately, by trying to appeal to some mythical mass market, the designers have neutralized the fast pacing and complex mechanics that made the first game so fun. As a result, the game is completely generic. Ron Doolin at Gamespot.com gives Battlezone 2 Combat Commander a rating of 6.6 out of 10.
If you want more tank action, come to the Gamespot TV website where you'll find the streaming video of our Battlezone 2 review. And if you have a quick review of your favorite game or a handy cheat code, send me a Vmail. If we use your Vmail on the show, you'll get this snazzy Gamespot TV t-shirt.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, there's more gore galore as we look at the role-playing horror title from Square, Parasite Eve 2. And still ahead, we have our definitive strategy guide for Quake fans. There won't be one player left unfragged. You can master these tips.
Welcome back. While horror-oriented console games are usually dominated by zombies, there have been exceptions like Silent Hill and another title from last year, Parasite Eve. Well, the sequel to the game has arrived in Japan, and we got an early look at this next chapter of biological terror.
The original Parasite Eve was an attempt to blend a role-playing game with action-adventure elements that many found to be an unsuccessful hybrid. The sequel will, for the most part, dispense with the majority of the RPG elements to focus on the action-adventure elements, bringing it more in line with the Resident Evil series. The sequel takes place shortly after the end of the first, with you still playing Aya, and the world still in the grip of an epidemic that causes people's mitochondria to awaken with a vengeance and die, or, you guessed it, mutate into something more interesting to look at. The game once again uses pre-rendered backgrounds, but with an impressive amount of detail. As to be expected, the drama in the game is brought forth through the use of very intriguing camera angles. The battles in the game are now in real time, and you'll typically see your enemies before you have to engage them in combat. Switching targets will be controlled by the square button. Firing the weapons will be controlled by the right shoulder buttons, offering primary and secondary attack options. There are no longer levels to gain, but experience points can be earned to unlock the Parasite energy powers. Aya can also earn bounty points from killing enemies, which can then be traded in at convenient locations for armor or weaponry. The game will also feature multiple endings and new modes once completed. Though to enjoy that, it'll need to arrive here in the States, which should happen sometime this year.
There's definitely something about sequels this week. Our next review is the sequel to Mario Party, one of a handful of third-party games for the N64 last year that used characters from Nintendo's stable. So, is it another reason to invite friends over for root beer and graham crackers? Let's find out.
The sequel to Mario Party doesn't change the fundamentals of the original, but it's an attempt to improve upon what players liked about the original and trim back on what they didn't. And it's more than a partial success. The original and the sequel are the video game equivalent of board games, where players take turns rolling dice to move on the playing field. The object is to earn as many stars and coins as you can. The board is spotted with random characters that can help or hinder you in your quest. But it can get more complicated when you can acquire items for additional rolls of the dice, or when you hire a boo to steal coins from an opponent. This, mixed with other random elements, keeps the game in a good state of flux. But the heart of the game are the mini-games. They occur at the end of every round and at other special times. The mini-games involve keeping a chain chomp from waking up or collecting coins thrown by a hammer brother. Sometimes you work with other players, but usually it's every man for themselves. Mario Party 2 has 40 new mini-games, with 24 returning from the original, and gladly, the most annoying ones have stayed away. While some of the less favorite are still here, there are enough games that you don't have to play them all that often. Other nice changes are practice rounds for the mini-games so you can figure out what to do, and duel bouts between players who have landed on the same space. But in the end, the best part of the game are the mini-games, which you won't get sick of, giving the game way more replay value. And since the game's all about replay, that's good news. Joe Fielder from VideoGames.com gives it a 7.8 out of 10.
Ambition is good in most cases, and this next game is definitely a testament to ambition. It's D2 for the Dreamcast, and it's already available in Japan. So we ran over there and picked up a copy to show you this upcoming title.
D2 was originally conceived and partly developed for the ill-fated 3DO M2 console system, and it's now been in the works for over 3 years and has just recently been released to Japanese consumers. The 2 in the title would imply that it's a sequel, though it only bears a resemblance to its predecessor by holding on to the main protagonist, Laura. The game is an attempt to blend CG, full-motion video, real-time third-person adventure, and first-person shooters into one game. The game begins with Laura aboard a plane high above the Canadian mountains. Unfortunately, it gets hijacked, which causes a disruption. But things aren't over yet, because there's a meteorite that blows a hole through one of the wings, making it crash. Then Laura finds herself in a frozen Canadian expanse with unpleasant beasties making things difficult for her. The game uses ample FMV sequences, interspersed with third-person perspective exploration using a Resident Evil-style control, and there's first-person combat. Battles occur randomly as you progress through the game, and you cannot move or strafe in combat and must keep the creatures in view using the X and B buttons, and then firing with the X. The game is very much driven by the story, and is spread over 4 discs, so prepare for D2's chill when it arrives later this year.
Gotta watch that miracle grow. Well, if you want to check out the D2 preview again, it's up on our website, along with all the other previews from this week's show. And while you're at our site, you may want to let us know what upcoming title you just can't wait to get your hands on. D2, Seaman, Metal Fatigue? You can argue your case with other gamers on the Gamespot TV message boards.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we revisit a rather bizarre title from Japan that's more of a science experiment than a game. And we go to Quake School to become masters in the art of the frag. Bring your Twitcher finger and your brain for our advanced Quake 3 Arena strategy guide.
Welcome back. Next up, we have a very strange God game that's making its way over the ocean from Japan. When we just don't know exactly. It's a title that might beg the question, is it okay to turn off my Dreamcast?
Hi, I'm Lauren Fielder. You might be wondering what's brewing in the background. It's Seaman, a Sega Dreamcast title that's out in Japan that you've probably heard something about. Japan-based Vivarium brought the game out earlier this year, and a lot of people started paying attention to it. You're raising a fish that has a man's face. What are you doing? You're talking to him. You're using the Dreamcast voice recognition system. You drop him in the aquarium. That's how you start out. And then things just happen. There's no manual. There are no rules. And what you put into it is what you get out of it. What you do is you use the controller to feed the Seaman to adjust the temperature of the water. And, well, things just start happening.
Eventually, when they start growing, you can teach them how to speak, and when you talk with them, they start conversing with you. 叫んじゃダメよ。The small fishes started hatching, and here they are swimming around in the aquarium. There you go. It started crying again. They're just newly hatched, so they're really curious.
And eventually you're going to have a lot of crazy little fishmen on your hands.
Yes. They really talk like human beings.
Sega is bringing the game out in the U.S. We're really excited about that. It's coming out the first quarter of the year 2000, so hopefully we'll see a lot of this in the future.
Some games make you want to sink into the couch, and others just make you want to get up and dance. Here's the intro to Space Channel 5.
こちらチャンネル5。スペースシップ遭難事故の行方不明者、最後の一人を発見しました。よく頑張ったな。もう一人じゃないぞ。
I just don't see it getting better than that. So, have you been using the same lame tricks over and over for Quake 3 Arena with no visible results? Well, our friends over at Computer Gaming World gave us a few doctorate-level strategies for your Quake 3 success.
So you spent the last couple of months improving at Quake 3 Arena, but feel you're getting into a rut. Does that one pesky player keep edging you out? Sounds like you need to go back to school for your MFA. That's a Master's of Fragadelic Arts. Chapter 1, Defense. Even though there are character models of all shapes and sizes, Quake 3 player models are bound by a box that is exactly the same for each. Therefore, choosing a skinny model will not decrease your chances of accruing damage. You can, however, reduce the hit area of your character by 75% by simply crouching. This technique can work in some instances, but reduces you to a painfully slow speed, making you an even easier target. The solution? Jump. Jumping and bounding adds another direction that your opponent has to aim, making you more difficult to hit. Speaking of jump moves, find a place you can continually bounce, then pepper your opponents below. This can be extremely effective with weapons such as the grenade or rocket launcher. If you've mastered the rocket jump, try doing it off a bounce pad and with quad damage. You will be performing tricks you've never thought possible. Chapter 2, Motion. One key piece of advice is to move, move, move. If there's anyone within sight, do not stop. One place novice players often get fragged is the momentary stick after landing an accelerator jump. To alleviate this and deke out your foe, hit and hold the jump key while in the air. This will cause a quick power slide with no sticking. Also, stay away from walls. A rocket blast against the wall next to you can be devastating, but with nothing to stop a near miss, the rocket keeps going. With this in mind, aim for your enemy's feet. A direct hit to the feet inflicts as much harm as a direct hit to the head. The final chapter, Dirty Little Secrets. If you're getting low on health or just need a little breather, find a place on each level where you can get a frontal view and not be surprised. Camp for a while, nab a few frags, grab some health and armor, then re-enter the action refreshed. But don't hang too long, since while you wait for someone to come by, your opponents are racking up frags. One last sneaky piece of advice, deprive the enemy of resources. How? As you approach an unused health, knock off a few of your own with a rocket blast, then eat up the icon. There will be nothing left for the person following you. It's a bit underhanded, but hey, it's do or die, right? So remember, move, jump, power slide, aim for the feet, and deprive. The Quake 3 Arena world is full of challenges, and graduating from this institution will take you far in this world. So study hard, practice often, and don't forget your advanced tactics.
Didn't take notes? Well, come to the Gamespot TV website to see our Quick Fee strategy guide in streaming video. You'll also find tips from the pros, including the Quake master himself, John Carmack. And don't forget to take our No Fear downhill mountain bike racing quiz for your chance to win a copy of the game and a Rincon mountain bike. You'll find details about the contest at our website. So until next week, bye-bye. I bit my tongue.
Yu Suzuki. You've been playing his games in the arcade for years. Now his title Shenmue is taking gaming to new directions. And we catch up with our disjointed little hero, Rayman. He's been on your PC and N64 for a while, but he's never looked like this before. And Code Veronica is finally out, and we're definitely not disappointed. This game will make you sleep with the lights on. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, many games boast of that total immersive experience where you're entirely brought into the world of the game. But most of the time, we don't have much of an opportunity to interact with that world outside of trying to meet our various objectives. Well, the new game Shenmue for the Dreamcast is trying to come closer to that ideal, and we had a chance to meet its creator to find out more about it.
There's a new genre of gameplay called Free. It was developed for the new Sega title Shenmue, produced and directed by Yu Suzuki. Free allows the user to interact with almost everything in the game environment. Shenmue is potentially the most revolutionary game of the year. After 5 years of development, it's said to be the largest and most expensive title ever developed, and is rumored to have cost between $20 and $40 million to produce. Hundreds of people worked to develop Shenmue's Free environment. Free meaning full reactive eyes entertainment.
The basic concept of free is to have a high level of freedom. Freedom in being able to walk around where you want to, being able to select what you want to play. Full reactive means things in the game will always react to your actions. We limited down movie scenes, which are non-interactive, and we wanted to have everything fully reactive. Our ultimate goal is to make a new genre of games by merging the reality of movies with the interactivity of games.
In the case of Shenmue, free basically means you can interact with any object you see in the game. Like real life, if you get bored, check out the arcade for a quick game of Super Hang-On. What really makes Shenmue special is the revolutionary melding of narrative storytelling and 3D gameplay. You can't label Shenmue as just an RPG or an action game. It's more of a hybrid, combining different styles and immersing the player in the game.
I joined Sega in '83, and ever since have been working on arcade titles like Hang-On, Outrun, and Virtua Fighters. In arcades, I have to keep the average time of gameplay to 3 minutes. I figured it was about time to make games that have no limit of time.
Shenmue is definitely a long-form game. Your character is Ryo, searching for the man who killed his father. You take Ryo through the streets of Japan and onto Hong Kong to elicit clues from various other characters. In this free environment, there are over 1,200 detailed rooms to explore and 350 unique characters to interact with, each with their own voice and personality.
Hi, my name is Mark.
The level of interactivity in this game opens up new worlds of play. This high level of interactivity and realism brings up new questions of morality and advertising in games.
If sponsors get too strong and try to affect gameplay, this is bad. On the other hand, money paid by the sponsors will help game developers to create new games, which is good for the user. Now, in realistic games such as Shenmue, it's only natural for there to be vending machines because they exist in real life. I think as games get more realistic, this kind of sponsorship will become much more popular.
There are issues of morality in the messages that this kind of free environment can send.
Most of our users are children still developing their character. The more realistic the games get, we should be trying to send messages about what love is, or how to save people. We should focus more on having to teach children elements like that.
Rio has his fair share of hero action. Though the high level of interactivity in a free environment lets the player drink at the neighborhood bar. In any case, this game really looks and feels like a film. The plot unfolds as you penetrate the Shenmue world.
Films and games will eventually merge together, and by doing so, the level of freedom will increase. There will be a virtual reality world inside the game. In the future of games with free, there will not be just one storyline, there will be multiple storylines. You'll be able to go in any direction. It will evolve into games where you are playing around in this virtual reality world. People will be wearing head-mount displays and walking around virtual reality towns.
Now, the official release date for Shenmue is October of this year. And why is the wait so long? Well, remember, there's 350 characters in the game voiced by 200 Japanese voice actors. That's a lot of translating to do. And also, this is only the first chapter in the Shenmue story. But now, it's time for the game news. Origin confirmed recently that co-founder and designer Richard Lord British Garriott has left the company to pursue other interests. According to an Origin spokesperson, Garriott's departure was amicable. In addition to other projects, Garriott participated in the development of Ultima Online, which currently has 165,000 paid subscribers. Eidos issued a statement announcing that Angelina Jolie will be starring as Lara Croft in the upcoming Tomb Raider movie, although reports stated that Jolie had turned down the role because of her recent Oscar win. For more news from the gaming world, go to the Gamespot website. And if our Shenmue Spotlight feature left you craving, we have something to whet your appetite. It's time to release the poet inside of you and enter the Gamespot TV Haiku contest to win one of 3 Shenmue prize packs. All you have to do is write a haiku about your favorite video game. Come to the Gamespot TV website for more details. Coming up on Gamespot TV. Batter up, all you baseball fans, we have a review of Triple Play 2001. Welcome back. Well, as you probably know, baseball season is upon us, and to recognize this fact, there's a whole new crop of new baseball games. Last week, we reviewed Sammy Sosa High Heat Baseball 2001 for the PC, and now it's Triple Play 2001 for the PlayStation. And all I want to know is, why 2001 and not 2000? As the new season gets into gear and baseball games crowd the shelves like rabid fans at Yankee Stadium, EA's Triple Play again steps up to the plate as the one to beat when it comes to PlayStation baseball games. Similar to prior releases, you can control batting angle, height, and the power of your swing. Controlling stance position, a sketchy experience in prior releases, is now a valuable strategy. Triple Play 2001's pitching and fielding are both just as simple to learn and difficult to master as the offense. You have the choice of 4 stock pitches. After selecting the pitch, you can then alter both the throwing angle and pitch speed. Pay attention to your stamina meter, though, or you'll end up throwing duds by the 4th inning. Backing you up, the fielders under your control run like their pants are on fire. And depending on your timing, you can make the fielders either jump or dive after a ball and send it flying towards a teammate. Triple Play 2001's visuals remain on par with last year's release. Player graphics deliver near-perfect representations of their real-world counterparts, while all 30 stadiums are rendered in marvelously myopic detail. The game has all the exhibition, home run derby, and player draft creation modes that Triple Play lovers have come to expect. And the ability to unlock such legendary players as Babe Ruth or Hank Aaron is a bonus. Home runs abounding, Video Games gives Triple Play 2001 an 8.2 out of 10. Now, some may call the PlayStation a dated system, but a game like that still demonstrates its power. Now, last year we looked at Rayman 2 for the N64, definitely one of the best games for the system and one of the best 3D platformers ever. Now, how do you improve on something so good?
Well, the Dreamcast version has now come out, and it's stunning enough to be worth a second look.
Rayman 2 places the jointless hero as the only hope to save his world from the evil mechanical pirates. In the process, he must collect lungs, magical fragments of the world's energy core. Also, he must free enslaved creatures and meet up with many a friend along the way. One of the greatest aspects of the game is its control. It's so intuitive, it's hard to go back and accept the convoluted control schemes of other platformers. Even with such a simple scheme, it still finds many ways to stay challenging. And those challenges come in a remarkable variety of forms. Rayman 2 is packed with different modes and mini-games, from water skiing with a snake to riding a rocket with legs. This game is determined to keep on surprising you. A lot of Rayman 2 is about presentation. It is undoubtedly one of the best-looking games ever. On the Dreamcast, it's clearly superior to the N64 and even the PC version. There is no pop-up anywhere, and the game flows smoothly from one part to the next. All the details, from character design to its various environments, are so astonishingly realized that you can easily tell how much care was put into this game. The sound is also something to marvel at. Each level has its own tune, which changes during certain scenarios. The sound effects are detailed down to footsteps and snores. Not just content to port the game over to the Dreamcast, Ubisoft has added in extra features, like mini-games found in the Globix Village, and more levels available for download through the official website. Rayman 2 is one of the best platforming experiences available, and is perfect on almost every level. While there are many versions to choose from, the Dreamcast definitely stands out on top, and is a must-have for the system. Video Games gives it a 9.4 out of 10.
Now, in addition to the new mini-games, Rayman 2 on the Dreamcast also has extra animations not on any other version. It doesn't really change the gameplay that much, but it's another wonderful addition to an excellent game. Now, if you're a fan of The Sims, real-time strategy, and sword and sorcery, and you'd like to see them all together, then this next PC game is for you.
Accept Ardania's crown and forge new legends for this ancient land.
At first look, Majesty seems like a fairly traditional fantasy-themed real-time strategy game. As you get deeper into the game, it becomes more than that. As in The Sims, in Majesty, you influence your subjects rather than directly command them, and they don't always do what you would hope. Majesty is set in a medieval fantasy world. Your goal is to establish your kingdom and expand. You have to build castles, temples, and a community that will keep your people satisfied and prosperous. Expanding your territory is Majesty at its most fun and most unusual. It's one thing to construct a guild or a temple and recruit heroes. It's another thing entirely to actually get your heroes to do anything, as they have a will of their own. Majesty's interface is good. You click on a building, character, or item to get information about it and act upon it. Maintaining a revenue stream is extremely important. You need a steady income of resources to survive, and in Majesty, your revenue mostly comes from tax collectors. Majesty is one of those rare games that you won't want to stop playing until you find out what happens next. Majesty combines real-time strategy and role-playing elements for an original, fun, and challenging game. Gamespot gives Majesty an 8.8 out of 10.
If you would like to read the full review of Majesty, go to the Gamespot website. And if you'd like to see the review and the intro and streaming video, come to the Gamespot TV website. And while you're there, why not send us an email and let us know what you would like to see on upcoming episodes.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we take a break from our busy schedules to do some armchair fishing.
Welcome back. Now, the Dreamcast is no stranger to top-notch fighting games, and our next title is no exception. Techromancer blends manga with giant robots and jaw-dropping graphics to make you feel like you're playing in the arcade.
You may remember the giant robot fighting game Techromancer from the arcade. Now Capcom has brought it to the Dreamcast with an entirely new cast and in 3D. Techromancer has a combination of great graphics and solid fighting fun. It feels like a traditional Capcom fighter, but plays like a 3D game. Techromancer may be the first 3D fighter to have as many over-the-top super attacks as it does normal moves. While the full list of attacks and super attacks is impressive, it's the final attacks that offer the wildest visuals. Other sundry effects also give Techromancer that extra level of detail that separates the good from the great. The sounds in Techromancer are all crystal clear and full of punch. Ranging from explosions to laser cannons to robot hydraulics. Likewise, swords clashing, rocket fists firing, and buildings crumbling all get the appropriate audio treatment, and the music is classic Capcom. If you like watching a giant monster film or Ultraman and enjoy a good fighting game, then you'll probably dig Techromancer. Video Games gives it an 8.6 out of 10.
Quick note on Techromancer. The controls may seem sparse at first, but you'll notice that there really are a wide number of combos available, and that's what makes it such a good fighting game. But now it's time for something a wee bit more relaxing. Grab your fishing rod and a handful of virtual night crawlers. Here's our review of Championship Bass.
If you're an avid fisher with a PlayStation, you may want to pick up Championship Bass, a slightly flawed but convincingly realistic bass angling simulation. At its root, the game follows the timeless angling tradition. Pick bait and reel, cast bait, wait for bite, reel in, repeat. The game breaks down into 4 main modes: fishing trip mode, career mode, tournament mode, and challenge mode. Championship Bass offers huge lakes that can be explored by boat. While exploring, you have the option of toggling on an underwater camera to find fish. The camera works far better than conventional underwater sonar and is a unique feature that gives the game an edge on some of its competitors. The fish themselves are quite finicky. Everything matters, including bait type, bait location, and underwater bait movement. Attracting a fish becomes a purely skill-based affair, dependent on the player's fish-attracting charms. Still, this game has its share of flaws, especially when it comes to control issues. The bait movements are either too subtle or too strong, and the graphics and sound departments are definitely less than stellar.
Try again.
That said, most of the game's flaws are cosmetic. The gameplay features outweigh Championship Bass's lack of beauty and pack enough excitement to warrant long-term commitment by fishing fans, if not hardcore gamers. A final plus is that the game works with ASCII's fishing controller. Video Games gives Championship Bass a 6.1 out of 10.
Championship Bass is also available for the PC. And if you want to go fishing for more game reviews, tool your outboard over to our website, cast your line, kick back, and watch 'em bite. And while you're there, post your best virtual fishing story to our PC or console message boards. And be sure to enter a haiku in our latest contest. Something like, "Pixelated fish, why do you not bite my hook? Stupid fishing game."
Coming up on Gamespot TV, there's zombie action with Resident Evil Code Veronica. We have the review, and you won't be disappointed.
Welcome back. Now, a good Star Wars game is something we desperately need, and as you probably learned from last week's review of Force Commander, we have to keep on waiting. But nonetheless, it had a pretty cool intro. Here's a look. Ever since the launch of the Dreamcast, Resident Evil Code Veronica has been one of the games to help prove the system. Now, while it may not secure Sega's future, it's definitely going to satisfy fans of the series Or fans of good games for that matter. Here's our review.
Simply put, Resident Evil Code Veronica isn't the game you'd expect from the company that made survival horror what it is. It's even better than that. The game takes place 3 months after Resident Evil 2, with Claire Redfield having been captured by the Umbrella Corporation while looking for her brother Chris. To tell too much about the story is to give away one of the most pleasurable aspects of the game, so rest assured, it easily stands up to its brethren with its 15 to 20 hours of gameplay. The presentation of the game is what got many a gamer excited, and there's every reason to be. The story unfolds through CGs and in-game cutscenes that not only look stupendous, but also seamlessly flow in and out of gameplay. One wonderful improvement over previous Resident Evil games are puzzles that make more sense with their environments and have solutions that are a lot more sensible. That's not to say that strange ordeals and mansions are a thing of the past. Without a doubt, Code Veronica is graphically stunning. As mentioned many times, the game is in true 3D, which not only looks good, but allows the camera to move much more dynamically. Visual effects abound in the game, with real-time lighting and water splashing to the sides as you jump into a shallow pool. The audio, always an important element, is still top-notch in Code Veronica, and used to great effect. And the musical score does everything to bring on the panic in a big battle. One thing that has not changed in the game is the control. Those who find the style awkward won't find it any easier this time around. The auto-aiming feature from Resident Evil 3 is included, but the true analog control from the N64 Resident Evil 2 is unfortunately absent. In the end, Resident Evil Code Veronica is the best game in this series, with its involved linear story, dynamic real-time camera, and some of the best graphics on the Dreamcast. To call it a must-own is an understatement. Video Games gives it a 9.5 out of 10.
As you can tell, I pretty much like that game. Now, in closing, we thought we'd leave you with a couple more video game haiku. Now, this Pokemon Snap haiku is by our web PA, Tisha. Orange fire on tail, hidden among red lava. Charmander, I snap. Or how about this one? Blood-sucking zombies, will you just die already? My thumbs are hurting. So until next time, bye-bye.
Today on Gamespot TV, we look at some up-and-coming titles for the PlayStation 2. Driving fans, take note. Ridge Racer 5 shipped with the new console in Japan, and we review the import. And we kick butt and go bowling afterwards in our preview of Tekken Tag Tournament. Plus, we step into the dark realms with a sneak peek at Diablo 2. Stick around, it's game time.
Welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm very glad you are. How are you settling into the show?
Pretty well. Although, I realized this week that I was going to have to buy a Dreamcast for work.
Life is so hard, isn't it?
Yeah. So before everybody hates both of us, let's talk about what's coming up on the show.
All right. Well, we're looking at 2 PlayStation 2 games. We have an import review of Ridge Racer 5 and a sneak peek at Tekken Tag Tournament.
All right. We're also going to finish up our opening day hysteria with a review of All-Star Baseball 2001 for the N64. And we're finally taking a look at the sequel to my favorite game of all time, Diablo.
Yes, a very good thing. Yes, we're going to look at the opening movie.
What a lovely transition.
The shelves of your local video and game store are probably beginning to look more alike these days. Many big-budget action films have games based on them. Do these games attempt to capitalize on the movie's name, or are they quality entertainment in their own right? They can range from the good to the bad to the really, really ugly. Disney's recent batch of computer-animated films, A Bug's Life, Toy Story 2, and Tarzan, all have games attached to them. The games all look similar to the films themselves, so the graphics are good. But what about gameplay? A Bug's Life is the weakest of the trio. It looks great, but not much thought was put into gameplay.
I need more grain.
Toy Story 2 is a fun, straightforward adventure game with puzzle and platform elements. The strongest recent Disney film tie-in game is Tarzan. It looks and sounds great and really puts you into the fast pace of the movie. So what about games based on live-action films? The most eagerly anticipated and successful movie can inspire one dud of a game. Well, sometimes these games are released as a tool to help market the movie, much like an electronic Happy Meal. Look at the highest-grossing film of last year, The Phantom Menace. The film played to varied reviews, but no matter what you thought of Jar Jar, it brought in the crowds and the cash. However, the review of the film's spin-off games have been mixed. Phantom Menace's game of the same name has been met by an abysmal response. It has managed to disappoint just about everyone, even the most dedicated Jedi fanatics.
The door is open.
LucasArts was under extreme pressure to finish this title in time to be released with the film. As is so often the case, the game could have been better if they'd had more time to develop it and not tried to market the film through the game.
Misa Jar Jar Binks.
Episode 1 Racer has fared better in the eyes of players. This game takes what is arguably the most entertaining and intense sequence in the film and recreates it in a challenging and beautiful gameplay environment. Here's an example of a game that takes a film sequence and actually improves upon it. We said we'd mention the good and the bad, and now, here's the ugly. The Fifth Element game. Though the Bruce Willis film did well at the box office, it was made into a putrid game.
I am a little disappointed.
The gameplay is awkward, the levels are simplistic, and the graphics are just plain awful. In fact, the only solace Bruce can take is that the character in the game looks nothing like him. Alien vs. Predator did a very interesting thing with two successful movie franchises. It combined them. The result is a fabulous game that was one of the most frightening and well-reviewed of last year. The undisputed champion of games made from films, however, is GoldenEye. It's the title that all other spy games are measured up against. It's a multi-level, first-person shooter that lets the player actually become James Bond. And who doesn't want to be James Bond? While it may have been one of the more forgettable Bond films, GoldenEye is the best Bond game by far and is among the best all-around games on the market. When looking at all film-based games, the question we have to ask as gamers is, why was this game developed? Was it created just to make money from the movie tie-in, or was it produced to stand on its own as an innovative game? That question can go the other way as we see more games currently in production as major films. Lara Croft will get her day at the Cineplex when Tomb Raider the movie's finished. The next incarnation of Final Fantasy is in production as both a movie and a new game. In any case, the line between films and games will likely become less distinct as games become more cinematic and realistic.
You know, right now I'm playing the gold edition of Aliens vs. Predator, and it still amazes me just how much that game can completely scare me, even though it's in a cube and all the fluorescent lights are on.
Yeah, I had to bring you a blankie yesterday.
You know.
Yeah, well. So I'm playing Jedi Power Battles. I'm hating it.
Oh well, let's have some game news.
Sony Entertainment Incorporated will continue to export the PlayStation 2 console. However, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry told the company that the PS2 could not be shipped to Iran, Iraq, Libya, and North Korea. It has been demonstrated that the PS2's technology can be adapted for military use, specifically in guiding missiles and decoding equipment. Bloomberg reports that the PlayStation 2 U.S. launch will include a modem and a hard drive, although details regarding price, speed, and capacity are not available. It has been reported that the drive and modem will be built in rather than sold separately. Sony believes the accessories will allow the PlayStation 2 to compete with the Sega Dreamcast, which has a built-in 56K modem. For the latest in gaming news, go to the Gamespot.com website.
Or click on over to the show's site for more info on transforming movies into games.
You'll also find reviews, as well as video game trailers that are more cinematic than many you'll see on the big screen. All of it in streaming video.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, get your peanuts and popcorn. We review the best N64 baseball title ever.
Welcome back. Baseball season is upon us, and indoor enthusiasts can step up to the plate with a cornucopia of video baseball goodness.
Yes, we've seen Sammy Sosa High Heat Baseball 2001 for the PC and Triple Play 2001 for the PlayStation.
And now it's the N64's turn with All-Star Baseball 2001. We played it.
And we enjoyed it.
Indeed, and it's easily the best for the system. Here's the review.
All-Star Baseball 2001 has proved that the N64 does not preclude quality sports games. For those hankering for the arcade experience, single-button pitches and swings are the norm, while realists can enable variable pitching and batting simulation cursors. All-Star Baseball 2001 sees the return of the 3D batting angle system, which, when coupled with the game's subtle pitch guessing feature, gives the title the best control mechanics of any currently available baseball title.
Line drive.
All-Star Baseball 2001's offensive and defensive interfaces are a joy to experience, with intuitive control systems, quick response, and the feeling that you are indeed in control. The pacing is spot on, and the management interface is both stylish and simple. The gameplay will please both casual and hardcore sports fans. The fact that they fit all 30 teams, 35 stadiums, more than 700 players, and a smattering of Hall of Famers on a cartridge is amazing. All-Star Baseball 2001's visuals are crisp, clear, colorful, and full of depth, though the same cannot be said for the sound.
The pitch is fouled away.
The play-by-play is exceptional but devoid of variety, and crowd noise is minimal, and the various organ music embarrassing. Regardless of sound issues, All-Star Baseball 2001 is the best console baseball game, bar none. The visuals are photorealistic, the gameplay itself borders on perfect, and the variety of game modes and multiplayer options offer high replay value. Video Games gives All-Star Baseball 2001 a 9.2 out of 10.
A 3-run home run.
Even though the N64 isn't the sports game platform, the All-Star Baseball series has been consistently strong, showing that the system can actually handle sports titles.
Thankfully, but what it doesn't have much of are those Resident Evil-style action-adventure games. Yet there is another one on the PlayStation that's following right on the heels of Fear Effect. This one's called Galarians.
With an obvious nod to the anime Akira, Crave's Galarians comes to the PlayStation, featuring medication-dependent psychics that can do more than bend spoons.
Who am I?
You play Ryan, a boy who finds himself in a hospital bed, robbed of his memories due to experiments that gave him psychic powers. Now Ryan can destroy foes with just a thought, and also sense his way through obstacles, such as being able to envision where a key is for a particular door. With these powers, Ryan pursues a quest for the truth. This is not as easy as it looks. As you use your powers, you run the risk of having episodic shorts, sort of a migraine that automatically kills your opponents, but also drains your hit points. In addition, your offensive powers are limited. By taking the right medication, you recover from your shorts, and your power supply is rejuvenated. Your sensing ability is unique, though it does lend to the game's major drawback, for you spend most of your time running around finding the right items, which can get tiresome after a while. As this is a Resident Evil-like survival horror game, keep tabs on those pesky perspective changes, or you'll be subjected to the death by camera angle. The audio effects and the tense soundtrack complements the eye-catching visuals. Held up against Silent Hill and Fear Effect, Galarians falls short, though it's much better than Carrier. Galarians proves that psychics do have a place in console gaming, and this title would be more of a contender if there wasn't so much fetching to do. Videogames.com gives Galarians a 7.3 out of 10.
Not only does fetching in a game really annoy me, but it seems to stretch the boundaries of reality that no one can ever keep their important items with them.
Yeah, hello.
No one can
Get
ever
a backpack. big backpack. Anyway, moving on. Not all of us are psychic enough to win every game, you know. Sometimes you just gotta cheat. Ridge Racer 64.
With its unique power sliding feature, Ridge Racer 64 has become an instant classic among console racers. To get more out of this game, try the following tricks. Enter any Grand Prix race, then as you floor it, turn the other way. You'll run into a wall, but as you keep driving into it, you'll break free, allowing you to race in the mirrored version of the track.
Great driving!
If you place first, you'll receive this flashy golf cart that actually makes for a decent racer that even drifts like the other cars.
If that's got you tantalized, then stay put. We have Ridge Racer 5 for the PlayStation 2 later in the show.
And if those Ridge Racer 64 cheats sit by a little too quick to jot down, then race to the Gamespot TV website.
There you'll find more tips, tricks, and cheats than you can wave a checkered flag at.
Yes, and while you're there, be sure to scope out our Spring Fever Roundup. We give you box seats to the latest reviews of the latest baseball video games. And don't forget your Cracker Jacks. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have a review of Silent Bomber, a brilliantly fast-paced new action platformer from Bandai.
Welcome back. Yes, Tekken Tag Tournament is just around the corner, but first we'd like to give some attention to a game that isn't awash in hype.
If such a thing exists.
Yeah, really.
No, actually, I really do enjoy those games that I find out are good all by myself. They actually tend to stay in the console longer.
Well, making its quiet entry is Silent Bomber, which may definitely be one of those titles. Check it out.
Taking its cues from distinct titles like Metal Gear Solid, Bomberman, and Trap Gunner, Silent Bomber comes to the PlayStation as one of this season's surprise hits, courtesy of Bandai. You are Utah Fate, a man with a vague past who is solely driven by the missions he is assigned.
Every day I awaken from the same nightmare.
As you guide Utah through the game's well-balanced levels, you have to deal with a non-stop barrage of foes ranging from mindless drones to lightsaber-wielding mechs. This is where bomb planting comes in, which can be as simple as pressing a button or using lock-on bombs directly on your foes. There's also the combo system, a technique that allows you to plant bombs on multiple targets at one time. When you're ready to detonate, just press triangle and kaboom! Your targets are not just your enemies. Everything from glass windows to gun turrets is fair game, and sometimes the debris will reveal usable items. These items include E-chips, which boost your stats according to preference, and material liquids, which are deadly offensive weapons. If you need a breather from your missions, try the VR Arena, a two-player versus mode with 12 characters to choose from. Some of the matchups are unbalanced, yet it's still a fun way to get a second player involved. The graphics are spot on, blending sci-fi surroundings and pyrotechnic effects at a comfortable frame rate. With incredible control and a compelling and wholesome environment, Silent Bomber is more than a treat, proving that Bandai is capable of more than just their Gundam games. Videogames.com gives Silent Bomber an 8.2 out of 10.
The fact that a limited two-player mode was added to Silent Bomber serves as an important reminder that you gotta be able to play games with other people.
Yes, you've got to show off your skills. And fighting games are probably the best for beating down your friends.
Nice!
Well, it's that idea of violence and friendship in mind that we're going to take our long-awaited peek at Tekken Tag Tournament for the PlayStation 2. Tekken Tag Tournament is an upgrade to Tekken 3 with the addition of a few new moves. These new moves are evident in the Tekken 2 characters that have been brought back and need a little help to compete against their Tekken 3 buddies. As the title indicates, the game also includes the same tag team style fighting in games like Street Fighter EX3 and Dead or Alive 2. However, unlike other tag battle fighters, the fight ends only after one fighter has been defeated, rather than letting it continue on as a one-on-two fight. There is a one-on-one game included, as well as the standard team battle, time attack, and survival modes. One of the more interesting unlockable modes in the import version is the Tekken Bowl mode, which lets you toss glimmer globes at Heihachi-headed bowling pins. It doesn't take much to figure out that the game has taken a huge leap forward graphically. The arcade version looks downright ugly by comparison. One interesting element of the Japanese version of the game that many have noticed is the contrast between the ground and backdrops. The ground seems to be a spinning platform surrounded by a near-stationary background. This same problem has been in all Tekken games, but it's curious that it still appears with the power of the PlayStation 2 behind it. That said, Tekken Tag Tournament is promising the same good old solid Tekken experience that has made the series such a standout. Of course, nothing will be certain until it arrives on our shores, hopefully alongside the PlayStation 2 later this year. For more fist-flying action, go to the Gamespot TV website, where you'll find our Tekken Tag Tournament preview in streaming video.
And while you're there, don't forget to submit a video game haiku for your chance to win a Shenmue prize pack. Now, here's an example of a Tekken Tag Tournament haiku. Oh, Eddie Gordo, your capoeira can't match my panda style.
Powerful.
Yeah.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we have an import review of Ridge Racer 5 for the PlayStation 2. Good, you're still here, because we have something big for you.
Well, you know, it's my first episode of the show, our first import review, and I, too, am an import.
Synergy. Yes, we got our hands on the Japanese version of Ridge Racer 5, and we've cast our critical eye upon it. And believe me, there's a lot to look at.
3, 2, 1, go!
The best way to describe Ridge Racer 5 is to say that it returns to the general driving style of games like Ridge Racer and Ridge Racer Revolution. Graphically, Ridge Racer 5 is the most impressive of the Japanese PlayStation 2 launch titles. It looks like other Ridge Racer titles, but without the pop-up and pixelated vehicles and environments. Little things like trees on the side of the tracks and the glow from your brake pads as you brake around corners really brings a lot to the game. On top of that, the cars are well designed, and the almost too shiny look of your car is pretty amazing. That's not to say they're flawless. The game has a very aliased appearance that makes the edges of cars and tracks look very jagged. The third-person view is also much closer to your car than in previous games and takes some getting used to. The gameplay is focused around the Grand Prix mode, the mode that gets you additional cars, trophies, and engines. The standard mode starts you out with a base car that can be improved upon through your success. The track design is pretty standard fare. Each track uses a lot of the same portions of road, and many of the stretches are heavily influenced by the original Ridge Racer. Differing environments would have been nice, and as a result, it has a limited replay value. The car's handling in the game is similar to older titles in that there is a greater emphasis on power sliding. The control itself is excellent with the DualShock 2 controller, although it isn't clear if analog gas and braking make much of a difference. Ridge Racer 5 is a great-looking game that is sure to appeal to older Ridge Racer fans. Players that got into the series around the third or fourth game may be a little disappointed with the car handling. It does feel rushed with its track design, and one hopes that the aliasing issue will be resolved before it's released in the US. Videogames.com gives the imported version of Ridge Racer 5 a 7.7 out of 10.
There goes the winner!
Now, while Ridge Racer 5 wasn't completely overwhelming, it's important to bear in mind that many Japanese launch titles aren't terribly strong as they're rushed out for the new system. But there is a lot to be excited about for the future.
Well, speaking of excitement, after many a missed release date, Diablo 2 is finally in beta and on its way.
You'll believe it when I see it.
And he shall mete out his vengeance upon all flesh, and the blood of innocence shall run as great torrents.
See? What did I say? What did I say?
All right, so have you gotten to play the beta?
Yes.
And do you like it?
Yes.
Can I borrow it?
No. Well, I'm using it for a preview so that I can show it to, the people. Yeah.
All right, so in the interim, make sure you come over to the Gamespot TV website and check out that movie many a time over, and tell a friend.
Indeed. And don't forget to submit your video game haiku for many a Shenmue goodie. And now, for inspiration, I will give you my Ode on a Quake server. Bang, 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 boom, bang, 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 dang.
Very good.
Thanks.
And this is mine for Ghosts and Goblins. Arthur, run for love. Demons, zombies will not win. Without pants, it's cold. If you need help getting those haiku juices flowing,
Like we do.
join us this Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern for a chat.
Until next time, we're out.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I am a little disappointed.
And there's more Velocirapting action in the latest Dino Crisis incarnation. Plus, we run with the chickens and review the likes of Diablo 2. Stick around, it's game time.
Hello and welcome to Gamespot TV at Metreon. I'm Kate Patello.
And I'm Adam Sessler, and we're here among many a great game. We have Marvel vs. Capcom 2 here, Rush 2049, all safely positioned within their respective genres.
Which is pretty much the way an arcade works. You play one genre at a time. But at home, things are starting to change and genres are kind of blending together. Titles like Shenmue, Black and White, Seaman, they're all hard to categorize into one kind of spot.
And now we have Giant Citizen Kabuto coming out. This is a neat blend of action, strategy, and a touch of role-playing to create a gaming bouillabaisse.
Yeah, and if you want to know how that tastes, we went directly to the game's producer, Sean Jacoby, and we let him explain it to us.
Giants is an action strategy game. Basically pits three races against one another. There's the Macarons, which are a technological kind of a soldier type group. There's the Sea Reapers, which are women that are into magic. And then there's Kabuto, who's a 60-foot giant creature that destroys everything in its path. The story of Giants is the mechs basically have a ship that they're a mothership, and it needs some repairing, so they stop in on this island. I don't want to spoil the story, but basically through playing all the single-player missions, you're going to learn the story of why Kabuto's there and why you need to defeat him, and so on through the end. There's different islands, and each island has kind of a surreal kind of look to it. There's jungle settings, there's desert settings. So it's a fantasy world, but there's just a lot of vibrant colors, which is one of the neat things about Giants. It's not this dull kind of dark world. It's very alive. There's 5 islands for each race, and the way you play learn from the beginning is you start off playing the mechs, and it kind of is going to unfold the story as you go from island to island. And each island has different missions on it. So by the time you get through the mechs, say for example, you're going to have played 15 levels or 15 different missions. So in total, when you play all 3 races, it's going to be about a total of about 45. Giants is an innovative game because it pits a bunch of different strategies for each race. There's not just one set of things you can do. In other words, the mechs are more of a technology type race. They're going to rely on guns and things like that. The Sea Reapers are more of your magic type. They're going to have to collect mana. They're going to have to cast spells to defeat the other enemies. Kabuto has to kind of figure out how to defeat the other 2 races without being killed by the other 2. So he's going to use brute force, but he also has to manage his food because food is an important source. Food is power to him. So when he grabs food, it's like a Duracell battery. And the nice thing about the horns is he can stick these creatures onto his horns and walk around. So later on, when he's feeling a little bit down on energy, he can grab a bimp off of it and eat it. He can actually grab the mechs out of the air, stuff them on the horns, and they're impaled for a while. So Kabuto is just this force. And the balancing, the biggest thing about the game is trying to balance all the races. Being only one Kabuto, it's a lot easier to control. Being 5 mechs, it's like King Kong. They're flying all around, but they're not as powerful as Kabuto. So in other words, you kind of have to work together to figure out how to defeat them. The amount of time needed to finish Giants would probably be a good 36 hours of gameplay. There's trial and error type stuff. For me, I could probably finish it in about 20 hours. But I mean, the normal gamer, there's a lot of this. I got to try that. I've got to try this. And then once again, once you finish with a single player, you can move on to the multiplayer. And the nice thing about that is once you finish the single player mode, you basically are ready to jump into multiplayer mode and just take over. I know what weapon does what. I know how to build a base. So it's also a teaching tool to learn how to play multiplayer. We're about, I would say, 80% complete on the multiplayer stuff, and then, like I said, we have a few more levels of the single player, and basically that's where we really want to tell the story. So we're trying to make that as alive and vibrant as we can.
You know what? I am going to call him next time I need an exterminator.
Good idea.
All right. You can look for Giant Citizen Kabuto to hit store shelves sometime in the fall.
And now, game news.
Gambit Studios has developed an emulator for the Palm Pilot series. The emulator, called Liberty, will run almost any monochrome Game Boy title. Users can remap the buttons at the bottom of their pilots to suit the games, which can be uploaded to the pilot via the HotSync cradle. Gambit Studios is distributing a freeware version of the emulator on its website, and a full version can be downloaded for $16.95. After months of mediocre sales in Japan, Sega has at last scored a deserved success in its homeland. The relaunch of the company's online ordering system, D-Direct, has generated a Dreamcast buying frenzy. Sales reports indicate that day one sales hit a massive 352 million yen, which is equal to $3.25 million US.
If you'd like to see our Giants feature again, then come to the Gamespot TV website where you can check it out in streaming video.
We also have our full in-depth interview with Giants producer, Sean Jacoby.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we step into the dark realms in our review of Diablo 2. And we review the follow-up to the sleeper hit Brave Fencer Musashi with the latest Square release, Threads of Fate.
You're watching GameSpot TV.
What do you think about Campaign 2000? Let your voice be heard. Send a V-mail today to zdtv.com/netcam.
Welcome to the network where we're talking with Kevin the Magician. How you doing, honey?
Great.
So do you have an online community of magicians?
We have all kinds of magicians out on the internet. In fact, I have a link right on my front page there, and you can go to other people's sites who perform magic online.
Well, I guess we all have some tricks up our sleeves, don't we?
Would you like to see one?
Absolutely.
This is a close-up piece of magic. It involves my black silk here, and I'm just going to put it into the palm of my hand like this. And watch. It's an egg. But now I'm going to tell you the secret. The hole in a plastic egg. But I'll do it again. I'll put the silk down into the hole in the egg like this. Don't show them the hole. In fact, make us see that it's a real egg.
Bravo! Bravissimo!
Thank you.
Want to talk? Find out how at zdtv.com/tilde.
Meet the guests of Silicon Spin.
There's an outright Microsoft lie.
Debating the hot topics in high tech.
I don't like the idea of my computer watching me.
I believe we should get pornography into the hands of children just as early as we possibly can.
You're sick. Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Do you actually think before you speak?
It's another fine point you're making.
Thank you.
It would be considered politically incorrect.
I had this problem before.
I don't know who to attack.
Silicon Spin, weeknights at 11:30, 10:30 Central, only on ZDTV. Make e-commerce your business. ZDTV presents Working the Web, the complete guide to setting up shop online. Gary Bowles brings you the experts, trends, and tools you need to get your company in the black. Watch Working the Web, the only show for e-commerce professionals. Thursday at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific on ZDTV. Working the Web is brought to you by UPS.
Welcome back to GameSpot TV at Metreon. Now, if you've been a diligent viewer the past few weeks, you probably noticed we've been speaking quite a bit about Diablo 2.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we've said pretty much all we can say.
Yeah.
So here's our review.
After more than 3 years in the making, Diablo 2 has finally arrived. Is it worth the wait? Well, for devotees of the original, the answer is yes. Diablo II's world is significantly bigger than that of its predecessor. Divided into 4 distinct acts, each with its own setting, Diablo II permits outdoor exploration in addition to the standard dungeon crawls. Gameplay still consists mainly of killing monsters, gaining treasure, and experience points. Your character improves abilities and weaponry as you go, which drives you to keep going. Diablo II's character development system has been overhauled. Almost all skills are unique to a particular class. You get to select which skills your character acquires or improves, so even characters of the same class can be customized, which is really good for replay value. Now, the graphics in Diablo II are disappointing. Diablo's 1996 SVGA graphics were top of the line. More than 3 years later, however, SVGA just doesn't pack quite the same punch. There are some improvements, most noticeably the game's lighting and translucency effects. In Diablo II, the single and multiplayer modes are almost identical. Multiplayer Diablo didn't permit you to save whenever you wanted. If you died, you'd have to trek, unarmed, back to your corpse. Blizzard North apparently believed the resulting tension was worth keeping because that's the only way to save your game in the sequel. Saving costs you. When a game is saved, all the monsters are respawned. Now, there are waypoints to activate, so you can get close to where your character was last exploring, but since the creatures will have repopulated, it can be a long and dangerous walk. It's a design decision that's bound to frustrate some players and makes the game much harder to complete. Diablo II offers a large gaming world and a complex character development system. While its graphics appear somewhat dated, Diablo II has incredible replay value. Most importantly, it offers a lot of addictive gameplay in either the single or the multiplayer mode. Gamespot.com gives Diablo II an 8.5 out of 10.
Diablo 2 is a great game, but I still personally have a beef with the save option. When you save, you are penalized. All of the monsters on your level are respawned, which means you don't have that satisfaction of having a level stay cleared after you've cleared it, and it makes the game really hard to complete, which helps explain why a level 80 barbarian just sold on eBay for $800. All right, next up, an excellent RPG from Square, Threads of Fate.
After a 2-year wait, the spiritual successor to Brave Fencer Musashi, Threads of Fate, is finally out. It proves to be a unique RPG that's both weird and wonderful and maintains the same offbeat innovations that made Musashi a sleeper hit. The story is revealed through 2 adventurers, Rue, an enigmatic youth, and Mint, a snotty, power-hungry princess. Though each of their journeys are heavily intertwined, each character has their own unique adventure. The gameplay depends on the character you choose. Rue is mostly a physical fighter, but can also take the form and traits of any enemy he has defeated. Mint, on the other hand, comes from the school of dropkicks and ring slaps. She charges through levels like a gymnast with a vengeance. The characters really make the game endearing. Rue is quiet and full of surprises, and you'll root for Mint despite the fact that she can be mean and a greedy little brat. The supporting characters are also memorable. There's enough visual flair to make up for the lack of FMVs and pre-rendered backgrounds. The models are well textured and the colors are vibrant. The music is upbeat and the sound effects harken to classic Saturday morning cartoons. Surprisingly, despite the 2 stories, Threads of Fate suffers from being too short. The game is charming enough, however, to make it a worthy addition to any RPG library. Gamespot.com gives Threads of Fate an 8.2 out of 10.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, the chickens are scrambling to avoid a fate even worse than death. Yep, chicken pot pie. We have a review of the exceedingly cute Chicken Run Fun Pack.
The Money Machine's investment challenge just got bigger.
That's right, and we're giving you $500,000.
Just register at zdtv.com/moneymachine. Start your portfolio with $500,000 in virtual money, then invest it all online.
We've got the tips, tools, and research you'll need to win some great prizes by staying ahead of the competition.
The Money Machine's all-new investment challenge. Register now and show the guys on Wall Street how it's really done. What's new at ZDTV.com? It's our all-new Super Guides, 10 essential guides to everything on the web that's useful, practical, even musical. like the Super Guide to Linux, giving you the coolest tips and tricks for this maverick operating system. Or the Super Guide to Digital Photography, with the best buys and how-tos for developing your photos online. Then the MP3 Super Guide rocks the net with the latest downloads and greatest gadgets for digital audio. Check out all our Super Guides at zdtv.com now. People all around the world are using computers and the internet.
All you guys on the internet, on the information highway, log on. Log on and roll over, baby, and don't log off. Because every day is going to be something provocatively beautiful, something more exciting than yesterday. Why was the internet created? It was the highway of information. Information must be disseminated. Information is knowledge, and knowledge is key.
Welcome back to Gamespot TV at Metreon. Now, the movie Chicken Run, which I really dug, by the way, has a game coming out attached to it. It's coming from IDOS and will be released later on in the fall.
But in the meantime, Activision has put out a little Chicken Run Fun Pack, which is, of course, not something we'd really recommend for hardcore gamers.
Or chickens. No fingers.
They don't plot, they don't scheme, and they are not organized.
Can't get enough of Chicken Run? Well, we've got a title that should tide you over till IDOS's adventure version comes out. Activision brings us a collection of everything from mini-games to screensavers, all based on Nick Park's blockbuster film. Have a few minutes of gaming time to spare? Try Spring Chicken, in which you help chickens escape from certain piedom by bouncing them off a rolling mini trampoline and right over Farmer Tweedy's fence. If the mini tramp method doesn't do it for you, try taking a more direct route, sort of. Run Chicken Run is a maze game in which you lay down pieces of timber or metal to guide your chickens on their escape routes. Choose the wrong guide piece or let it lay in place too long and your chicken falls down the hole, ostensibly right into a pie.
Don't let that be a lesson to the lot of you. No chicken escaped from Tweedy's farm.
If you'd like to go the whole bird, use the Chickenizer to create your own custom desktop theme or peek at clips and stills from the film. If you need a break from dank dungeons and slobbering monsters, you might want to spend a little time with the Chicken Run Fun Pack instead.
You know, for $20, you really can't go wrong with the Chicken Run Fun Pack. It's very cute, and I liked it a lot. Now, we've shown you classic video game collections from Atari and also from Intellivision. Now here's one from Midway.
Midway's Greatest Arcade Hits Volume 1 has some real classics. First and foremost is Defender. All in place with its thrust and reverse controls that did wonders to confuse me as an 8-year-old. But you can bypass them by using the directional pad. The sequel, originally called Stargate, is also included, but it's now renamed Defender 2. It's more or less the original, but it has more added in. A real winner on the disc is Robotron 2084, where you run around blasting the evil enemy Robotrons. The game used 2 arcade sticks, one to move and one to control your direction of fire. The 4 front buttons controlling fire in the Dreamcast version work ideally. I was very excited to see that Joust was included in the game, as they played it a lot in the arcade. Then I remembered that I wasn't very good at it. Unfortunately, it also seems a little harder, as the A button is a little harder to keep pounding than the large flat button in the arcade version. Sinistar is also very well suited to the Dreamcast controller, as you collect the goodies to fight the title beast and deal with the pesky enemies getting in your way. Rounding out the package is a game called Bubbles, something I never saw at my Chuck E. Cheese. You control a bubble that washes up debris to make you bigger, all the while avoiding various bathroom nasties like brushes and spiders attempting to foil your hygienic plans. The games are emulated and sometimes it doesn't completely work. The difference in resolution between the arcade machines and your television makes everything look a little blurry. In addition, there aren't any extras that have appeared in other classic collections. In the end, if you want a collection of classic games and don't have Midway's in one of its many other versions, this is a fine way to go. GameSpot gives it a 5.5 out of 10.
I usually don't feel this way, but I really did miss having those extras on the Midway disc. The Atari Arcade Classics and the Intellivision discs had old promotional materials and old commercials to really make it feel more fun and more complete. The Dino Crisis was a very popular game from last year. It was made by the same people that gave us Resident Evil, but this time they gave their genre a more reptilian twist. And now, they're making us a sequel, Dino Crisis 2.
A new dinosaur threat has once again called for the services of Dino Crisis veteran Regina. The ante's been upped on both sides, so be ready for one fierce Jurassic bloodbath. Unlike the first Dino Crisis, there are no tedious chores like scrounging for ammo or powering generators. Dino Crisis 2 will have a faster pace with running as the default. You'll spend most of your time outdoors, making it much harder to escape from packs of velociraptors. But hey, you're a member of the elite forces, so battling dinos should be no sweat. You'll take comfort in the fact that you can fire shotguns and pistols while running at full speed. And another new feature lets you execute a second attack with a sub-weapon, which can be a taser or a machete.
Here, I'll show you.
Very helpful for close combat. With new gameplay comes new conventions. A point system tallies your kills, which can be used to purchase various recover and offensive items throughout the game. Dino Crisis 2 is primed to bring not only the series, but the whole survival horror genre to the next level with faster, more action-oriented gameplay. Look for Dino Crisis 2 to hit stores sometime in the fall. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we review the Happy Mutant movie tie-in title, X-Men Mutant Academy.
And now a message from the manager of the ZDTV Netcam network.
Here at ZDTV, we receive tons of emails, and every week we pick one you just gotta see. We call it the Netcammer of the Week.
Worked up by the Napster Metallica debate, Patrick used the network to voice his opinion in A Message to Lars. What's on your mind? Let us know at our website.
You can be our next Netcammer of the Week. Just go to zdtv.com/netcam and send us your emails today.
Some places are stray.
Just that smell. Clean, fresh air.
Oh, too much. Oh, damn. Some people are different.
I'm gonna give some breakfast to my dead homies. I miss you, man.
And some problems...
Better open up that window.
I got an idea.
...are chronic. Ice Cube.
What's my call, 69?
No, 68.
Oh,
damn! Next Friday.
Playing this month on Direct Ticket Pay-Per-View on DirecTV.
I love Fridays.
They were the greatest team the world had never seen. But all that's about to change.
I come bearing the New York Rangers.
Play against our boys. The town sheriff, the grocer, and a high school kid are playing the Rangers? This is a joke.
Wait till we beat them, then we'll see who's a joke.
From producer David E. Kelly and Jay Roach, the director of Austin Powers.
Do not give these guys too much respect. Anybody here tired? No! We're in this game!
History Alaska.
This month on Direct Ticket Pay-Per-View on DirecTV.
Welcome back to Gamespot TV at Metreon. Well, the X-Men is one of the biggest movies of the summer, so of course it has to have a game tie-in to go along with it.
Now, what is surprising, though, is who made the game. It's Paradox, a company that gave us the offbeat fighter Wu-Tang Shaolin style and the very controversial and never released Thrill Kill.
So let's take a look at X-Men Mutant Academy.
I've never seen anything like this before.
We are the future, Charles, not them.
With the hype surrounding the release of the X-Men movie, it comes as no surprise that the mass-marketed tie-ins have reached the console gaming world. X-Men Mutant Academy is an example of this. Its release proves that it takes more than a cast of renowned characters and cookie-cutter attacks to make a fighting game worthy of attention.
Had enough?
Mutant Academy takes its cues from the Street Fighter textbook. You use 6 buttons, 3 punches, 3 kicks, and they have traditional attacks such as grabs and dragon punches. Attempts at innovation come with a super move system. 3 different supers are charged up with 3 different meters, allowing for a variety of attacks depending on how you manage your meters. In the spirit of movie tie-ins, the movie trailer, stills, and FMVs are unlockable, and the sketchy AI will grant you these rewards quicker than you'll expect. The character models are solid, though the same can't be said for the animation, which looks stiff. The sound is unbearably plain. You have your standard smack, slap, and explosion noises. And the win quotes are as lame as they come.
The dream will never die.
The super move system is unique, but doesn't save the game. Mutant Academy clings too close to the generic fighting formula, resulting in a very low replay value. Gamespot.com gives X-Men Mutant Academy a 6.4 out of 10.
It's unfortunate that outside of their various appearances in Capcom Fighters, the X-Men just haven't received a very good video game treatment. Now, this next game is a different matter altogether. It's an RPG from Square called Chrono Cross, the sequel to Chrono Trigger. To help get you excited about it, here's the intro.
You know, Grind Session is a lot of fun, but you shouldn't have to try so hard to be cool. Here's some help.
Just in case you've gotten tired of the same old grind, here are a couple of cheats to spice up your boarding. To acquire all tricks, pause the game, and then press down, left, up, right, down, left, up, right. To unlock level 8, go to the big gray ramp with the blue streak on the bottom that's in front of a wall. Go off the ramp and do an air trick. If you hit the wall in the middle of the trick, you will land it perfectly and get full points. And if you get all keys, photos, and coins in both wings of the Dream House, you'll unlock Master AO, the ultimate skater.
And now, here's a Diablo 2 strategy tip, this time from one of our viewers, Katzman. Thank you, Katzman. When it's time to kill Ondario at the end of Act 1, she's really tough. So, keep a full belt of health potions first. Second, cast a town portal just outside the stairs by her entrance. Then, go in, take a few pot shots, turn around, run away, heal yourself, go back, take more pot shots, and eventually you should be able to wear her down.
Yes, she's not going to be regaining any health as you're going back and forth from the town. Now, if you have any more strategies or tips for Diablo 2, submit them to our Diablo 2 strategy guide on our website.
Or if you just want to talk about them with us live, you can do that on Tuesday nights in our chat at 8 p.m. Eastern.
So until next time,
game over. Game over.
Yeah, game
Game
over.
over.
It's
Game way over.
Don't
It's
worry.
over.
GameSpot TV. We talked to Warren Spector about the world of Deus Ex and find more than a few surprises.
Nothing to see here.
And there's more good guys gone bad in our review of Fur Fighters, featuring a crack squad of cuddly commandos. Plus, the mitochondria are mutating again in Parasite Eve 2. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Gamespot TV from Metreon. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello. Adam Sessler, you have been playing so much Deus Ex lately.
Yes, because I love this game. This is definitely my most favorite game in recent memory. It is a brilliant blend of action with well-implemented RPG elements.
Absolutely, and the product director for that title, the very talented Warren Spector, has also had his hands in some really innovative titles like Ultima Underworld and Thief. And we had a chance to sit down and talk with him one-on-one about Deus Ex and gaming in general.
We wanted to make a game that took the best elements of role-playing games and the best elements of shooters and the best elements of adventure games and brought them all together. The idea was to let players decide how they wanted to interact with the game. What we wanted to do in Deus Ex is create a game where if you want to sneak, you can. If you want to fight, you can. And there are consequences for both of those choices. I was so tired of fantasy games and medieval dungeons, and you're the last guy in the space station who can save the world from alien invasion. I mean, I was really tired of that. So I wanted to do a game set in something like our world, if not exactly our world. So at some time in the near future, you can decide what the actual date is. You're a nanotechnologically augmented agent for an anti-terrorist organization who thinks he's fighting for the right and knows what's right and wrong, good and bad. And he discovers during the course of the game that things are not as clear as he thought. And really, he's a pawn in a game being played by massive conspiracies to control the world. It's all based on real-world conspiracy theories.
I've received reports of armed attacks on shipments. There's not enough vaccine to go around.
Interactivity is all about making choices. In most games, the choices boil down to pull the trigger, don't pull the trigger. We really want to allow choices that have some meat, that have some consequences.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
Deus Ex has a lot of dialogue. We've got over 10,000 lines, which is insane, by the way. I should never have done that. I wanted players to be able to interact with people. You have to make some tough choices during this game about who you trust, who you don't trust, whether you pull a trigger or not. And you have to make those choices with some information.
We want to be by ourselves. Want to get something to eat after this? Hello.
You work very, very hard, and sometimes you make a game where people can express themselves and explore who they are. It's one of the real powers of gaming. We can let people test behaviors in a virtual setting that we don't even want them trying out in the real world. We decided not to do multiplayer, specifically because we thought multiplayer is just a completely different game. In multiplayer gaming as it exists today, I think one of the real problems is people are just creating a world and dropping a bunch of players in it and saying, hey, go, hope you find some fun. And that seems like an abdication of the designer's responsibility to me. Single player, I think we have the power to tell cool stories in collaboration with our players. And I cringe every time I hear somebody say, is single player gaming dead? Over my dead body. I do really, at this point, exclusively first-person games. I have no interest in allowing players to manipulate a little puppet on the screen. That's just not very interesting to me. First-person is critical. The PC gets more powerful exponentially. But as developers, what we have to do is make sure we're using that power for good and not evil. I don't want to use it for more effective, ways to pull triggers. We've got to start moving in other directions. And that's a design challenge, not a technology challenge. The creator of the game is not the important thing. The player is the important thing. You have to start with the question, what do I want the player to experience here? And then you have to strip away everything that gets in the way of that experience, no matter how cool it is. Every once in a while, I beat my head against the wall and say, why am I doing this? Why don't I do something the easy way? Just do a shooter, Just do an action game. Just do something simple. But then I wake up and I go, no, that's crazy. That'd be boring. What I enjoy is creating an environment where players can express themselves and create their own experiences. I don't think about it as me creating this thing. I think about them experiencing it. That's the important thing to me.
If you haven't gotten to check out Deus Ex for yourself, we're going to have more of it later on in the show with our review.
And now, here's the news.
In an effort to cease the counterfeiting of its Dreamcast titles, Sega of America announced that they have shut down more than 60 illegal websites and 125 auction sites that were trafficking pirated games. The company is working closely with Yahoo, Lycos, Excite, eBay, and Amazon to shut down auctions of people attempting to sell illegal games and pirated boot discs. Microsoft exec Ed Fries announced at the Macworld Expo that Apple and Microsoft will be teaming up to create a new company dedicated to bringing Microsoft games to the Mac. The entire Microsoft portfolio is scheduled to be ported over, including the highly anticipated Halo. Rewolf Software, with support from Valve, announced that Gunman, originally intended as a downloadable add-on for Half-Life, will be released as a standalone commercial product. The 3D shooter is expected to be completed and available before the holidays.
For more gaming news, go to the Gamespot TV website.
Or if you'd like to see the Deus Ex feature again, it's all there in streaming video.
You can also check out the full-length interview with Ion Storm's project director and the man behind Deus Ex, Warren Spector.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we follow a group of cute, cuddly commandos in our review of Fur Fighters. And we kick some major asphalt in our review of Street Fighter III Double Impact.
All work, no play makes Jack a dull boy. Work, play, dull boy. Work, play, work, play.
Play. It's what Electronic Gaming Monthly is all about. How to score on some serious fun. Call now to get 12 months of InfoPack gaming issues delivered right to your mailbox for only $19.97. That's 67% off the newsstand price. You save almost $40. You'll also receive our 500 Hottest Tricks booklet, the #1 source for tips, strategies, and secret codes for kicking butt on more than 100 of the hottest games out there. So don't be a dull boy. Order Electronic Gaming Monthly today and start playing serious. Call 1-800-467-8833 to subscribe now.
Dash here with another helpful animation tip for Macromedia Flash. So, let's say you created a beautiful animation. Whoa! Now what? You can't just expect your audience to sit back and bask in the afterglow. You gotta get them moving on. It's easy to link your Flash animation to another site. For this one, I imported a small graphic and converted it into a button symbol. Now all you have to do is tell your button where you want to go. Do this by right-clicking on the button and selecting Properties. Under the Actions tab, hit the plus sign and select Get URL. Type in the web address you want to go to. That's it. Now when you play your animation, whoa! You can get out with the click of a button. Hey, this looks like a pretty cool place. For step-by-step instructions for this and other great animation tips, head to my website at zdtv.com/dash.
Dash. Better living through animation.
Welcome back to GameSpot TV at Metreon. Now, we have certainly seen an abundance of cute animal games lately.
Yes, I'd agree.
Oh, yeah. And I think there's actually starting to be kind of a backlash against these, with titles like Conker's Bad Fur Day.
And that's not the only one. There's a new title out for the Dreamcast from Acclaim that pretty much does the same thing. It's called Fur Fighters.
With its controls, puzzles, and items, Fur Fighters is very much like a first-person shooter, except it's from a third-person perspective, which causes quite a few problems in a game that is otherwise fun and filled with some good gameplay. The Fur Fighters are a band of gun-toting animal creatures who must rescue their babies that have been captured and dispersed throughout the game's numerous levels. The game as you control all the Fur Fighters, each with their own special ability, and true to 3D platformer style, there's a lot of collecting to do in the game, as you pick up babies and transporter energy, among other things. But the intended appeal of the game is blasting at the legions of animal drones. These enemies pretty much just line up and let you shoot them due to the lock-on targeting of the game. The real problem, unfortunately, is the camera. Its low centering can place your character in the way of what you need to see, which will make the platform jumping a little frustrating. If you possess patience, the camera issue can be overcome. If not, well... The multiplayer, called Fluff Match, is where the game really shines. And it's definitely a lot of fun and could hold players over until Quake 3 and everything else hits the Dreamcast. Fur Fighters does offer some good single-player fun, but the camera is enough of an issue to warrant a rental to check it out first. Gamespot.com gives it a 7 out of 10.
It's interesting to note that even two of the most venerable, cute game characters, Banjo and Kazooie, are returning with more of a warped sense of humor in their follow-up game, Banjo-Tooie. Now, Street Fighter, and especially Street Fighter II, were two of the most significant releases both in the arcade and consoles at their time. Now, Street Fighter III has come out for the Dreamcast, and while it's nowhere near as dramatic as the other two were, it's worth paying attention to. So here's the review for Street Fighter III, Double Impact.
It took almost a decade for Capcom to release the official sequel to their groundbreaking Street Fighter II. And now, a few years after the unveiling of Street Fighter III, Capcom has translated this fighter to the Dreamcast. The arcade release of Street Fighter III was met with a lukewarm reception. New characters lacked the charms of their peers, and the speed was slower than SF2 Turbo and Street Fighter Alpha. With Double Impact, though, Street Fighter III might find a new audience. It contains both the original version plus the second Impact upgrade. The controls are everything you'd expect from a Capcom fighter. Solid responses all around. Though that also means you'll be better off with the Dreamcast arcade stick than with the cumbersome controller. This Dreamcast release is practically arcade perfect. Animation stays just as fluid, there's no waiting time between rounds, and the superb sound remains the same. Street Fighter III Double Impact also ported the innovative parry maneuver, which allows for effective counterattacks when pulled off. It would have been great to see a complete trilogy with the inclusion of Street Fighter III Third Strike, though it's nice to have at least 2 out of 3 games on one disc. If you've shunned the game since its arcade release, you might want to give Street Fighter III a second chance. At least you won't have to dig for quarters anymore. Gamespot.com gives Street Fighter III Double Impact a 7.2 out of 10.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, grab your garlic. We review Vampire Masquerade: The Redemption. And there's more than a few Busby-esque numbers in our review of Rhapsody, a musical adventure.
Answers to all of your tech questions.
Coming up on the next call for help, you probably don't think much about magnets. Look at these magnetic balls. But they could be hiding on your desk right now. Things like this. And they can do funny things around computers. We'll show you what to watch out for and what to not worry about. Also, we're going to show you how to take control of your start menu. When we're done with you, you're going to be a program launching fool.
Call for help live tonight at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, only on ZDTV.
Hey, did you cancel the paper?
You bet.
You stopped the mail?
Absolutely.
Did you remember to turn on the alarm?
Totally forgot.
ADT's home monitoring technology is so advanced, you can turn it on from any phone, anywhere, and in seconds your house will be covered with a high-technology blanket of protection. Call now and get ADT's sophisticated burglary system installed for as little as $99. You could also save up to 20% off your basic homeowner's insurance. ADT's Advanced Monitoring Center is staffed by skilled professionals, always on full alert and ready to send help in seconds. That's why ADT helps protect more homes and families than any other security company in America. Call now and get the ADT burglary system from $99 installed, plus up to 20% off your homeowner's insurance. Get the power of ADT.
Welcome back to GameSpot TV at Metreon. Now, minigames from Japan that are based on Japanese anime tend to lean a little bit towards the cute side.
Well, our next title leans way over. It's called Rhapsody, a musical adventure, and involves attack pancakes and replaces cutscenes with surreal musical numbers.
I know that you're out there and I'm waiting for you. It's good to note that some companies are brave enough to release titles that favor a novel approach to RPGs. Atlus's latest released, Rhapsody, a Musical Adventure, is just such a game. Now, while it's heavy on gimmicks, it's an alternative to the cult of generic RPGs that have flooded the market.
We are the fearless pirates. We are the most amazing pirates.
Rhapsody is a musical RPG. There are no FMV cutscenes. Instead, you have musical numbers performed by the title's cast.
We hunt for sunken treasure in the ocean. When we get sunburned, we put on lotion.
You play Cornette, an orphaned girl who can communicate with puppets by means of her trumpet. Kind of strange for an RPG protagonist.
My heart is filled with love.
She runs along, dreaming of marrying a kind, dashing prince. Rhapsody's battle system uses the tried-and-true grid and range system. The environments are comprised of classy hand-drawn backgrounds, and obviously, the sound is the game's strength.
Hey, you, shut up! My heart is burning, overheating with a raging fire. The prince I do admire, he fills me with desire.
The musical productions are flawless. They're a perfect match to the campy nature of the game. Rhapsody is definitely worthy of attention if you value a non-conventional approach to RPGs. Though gamers who expect an epic 60-plus hour adventure will be disappointed.
Don't you ever give up trying.
GameSpot gives Rhapsody, a Musical Adventure, a 5.9 out of 10.
Now, our next title is just hugely anticipated, especially by people who like to play White Wolf's live-action role-playing game, Vampire the Masquerade. So, all you Toreador, Nosferatu, Bruja, Ventru Malkavians, pay attention.
My name is Christoph Romuald. I am a vampire.
Vampire the Masquerade Redemption is a great-looking, action-packed role-playing title based on the White Wolf RPG. However, the repetitive, frustrating combat and bloodless drama keep it from reaching its potential.
Thou hast brought evil into this holy place.
Vampire's gameplay features a third-person perspective with shooter-style free look. Freedom has its price, however, as dizzying views can bring about the dreaded death-by-camera angle. Up to 3 other characters will join your war party, or coterie, as you travel across medieval Europe and beyond. Impressive graphics are Vampire's strongest asset. Vampire's 3D environments are beautifully realistic, well-lit, and spooky. The characters in Vampire look equally good. They're stylized to move with an exaggerated gait, complete with flowing capes. Unfortunately, they look better than they sound, especially when it comes to Vampire's needlessly drawn-out cinematics.
My soul fell when first I beheld thee, and now my heart is cleft in twain.
Vampire's saving grace should have been its near constant action sequences, but unfortunately they're as pale and thin as the plot. Combat basically entails casting vampiric spells, or disciplines as they're called in the game, and clicking on your target until it dies. If you have other members in your party, they'll join the fray and attack with you, but sometimes they just get in the way, especially in tight spaces. The newly released patch makes definite improvements, but in fairness, the game should have been released in full working order. Though it's a well-rendered game that's even enjoyable at times, it just doesn't have all its pieces in place. Gamespot.com gives Vampire the Masquerade Redemption a 6.8 out of 10.
It's interesting to note that Vampire the Masquerade Redemption is the first major title to be written entirely in Java. Now, as we saw at the beginning of the show, Deus Ex is a very ambitious title that blends various genres. And if it has you interested, here's more to look at. It's the review.
Deus Ex looks like a first-person shooter and will often play like one, but it is more than that. The game also incorporates many RPG elements to build a vast, implausible, interactive world. By the end, the game just avoids easy classification, and that's a good thing.
I don't recall being informed of any visitors.
In the game, you play a bionic government agent, J.C. Denton, and you find yourself sent out to perform various missions. Without giving anything away, the story becomes very involved as twists and turns start materializing everywhere. At the beginning of the game, JC can use any weapon or item he finds, but he's not very good at much of it. Through completing various mission objectives, you earn skill points, which can be used to augment special abilities and combat skills. Through doing so, you begin to specialize in certain areas at the expense of others.
Spikes are spiking.
The gameplay, though, is built around the variety of specialties available, as there are multiple ways to deal with any given situation in the game. You can fight it out with numerous gunmen, or apply your electronic or lockpicking skills to sneak through the multitude of locked doors between you and your goal. This open-ended design for the game is very ambitious, and what's better is that it's quite successful. The game has a few issues. The combat is slower than your typical first-person shooter, which may be a problem for the action-oriented. Also, there is little variety in bypassing the electronic barriers that stand in your way. Most interesting is the visual aspect of the game. Once upon a time, the Unreal Engine was lauded for its visual quality, but with the exception of a few areas in Deus Ex, it's not terribly striking. But the game is primarily about boundless gameplay, and that's where it truly succeeds. It's remarkably long and becomes increasingly involving, on top of the enticement to replay the game to try out a differently tuned character.
That's the last of them.
For anyone who's tired of the genre standards, Deus Ex is a very welcome achievement. Gamespot.com gives it an 8.2 out of 10. Coming up on GameSpot TV, the mitochondria are back and more disgusting than ever. We review Parasite Eve 2 for the PlayStation.
You are watching ZDTV. Amaze yourself.
A computer network. It can involve dozens of different parts. But a person with the appropriate knowledge and skills can be a part of a team that keeps it running smoothly. You could be that person with a degree in computer network systems technology from ITT Tech. You'll study operating systems, software applications, internet concepts, and even programming. And that's the kind of background that can help you begin to pursue a career involving computer network systems technology.
Take control. Call 1-800-942-0099 today.
This is Call for Help. Who's our next net camera?
What?
Caller, are you there?
I don't know, but I guess it's done.
Net camera, are you there?
Hi, I'm Jessica Corder. You may recognize me as a sports fan. Did you know the easiest way to order sports subscriptions or other events is with your remote control? Here's how. First, make sure you have a phone line continuously connected to your DirecTV system receiver. Then just tune to the channel where the event or subscription is being offered. Next, use your remote control to follow the instructions on your screen. You're done. Remember, when you use your remote control, there's no phone calls to make. It's that easy.
Some people will watch anything. But for everyone else, the Total Choice Platinum package from DirecTV gives you the ultimate in entertainment. 32 premium movie channels, over 25 great sports channels, plus over 100 general entertainment channels. When you stop spinning your wheels, order the Total Choice Platinum package from DirecTV and do your hamster a favor. Put his cage in front of the TV.
Call for Help's Leo Laporte is helping you get the most out of your computer every day.
You've got questions. I got answers.
Could you tell me the essential difference between the Mac and a PC?
No! Remember, if you've got a problem with your personal computer, don't whine, don't moan, don't yell. Just call for help.
Call for Help, coming up next.
Welcome back to GameSpot TV at Metreon. You know, a lot of you may remember Parasite Eve, which was sort of a horror RPG title from Square.
Now, while the game sold very well, it had a few problems, especially in the sound department and also with its battle system. Well, now things have changed up for its sequel, inventively titled Parasite Eve 2.
In the original Parasite Eve, New York cop Aya Brea had to deal with an epidemic that caused people to die in a very Poe-like fashion, or otherwise mutate into grotesque monstrosities. The sequel takes place shortly thereafter, and disowns most of the original's role-playing elements in favor of gameplay reminiscent of the Resident Evil series. The details in Parasite Eve 2's settings make the backgrounds look quite realistic. Ambient lighting, reflective surfaces, and other such elements contribute to the game's visual quality. The game uses a great mix of both artistic and claustrophobic camera angles that make it look good without making it difficult to navigate. While Parasite Eve 2's SoCal settings are readily recognizable, the monsters that Aya must fight aren't the usual fodder. The killer mutants are back, and their fleshy, elongated limbs and hollow eyes make them look both icky and dangerous. You'll have no problem opening fire the second you see them, and thanks to Parasite Eve 2's totally overhauled combat, you can shoot first and ask questions later. The game is already available in Japan, and you can expect the American version to lumber into stores sometime in September.
Well, now that we've seen a Resident Evil type game from Square, let's take a look at a Resident Evil type game from the people who made Resident Evil. It's the intro to the upcoming title, Dino Crisis 2. Poor dinosaur.
Rainbow Six finally has made it to the Dreamcast, but then again, the game is all about patience, and if you're having a hard time maintaining yours, here are some cheats to help you through.
Highly skilled, well-trained terrorists getting you down? In the Dreamcast version of Rainbow Six, you can now get back at them with some invincibility. While playing the game, press the analog stick up and the D-pad down, then press A. This will make you invincible. To make your whole team invincible, press the analog stick left and the D-pad down, then press A. Now it's payback time.
If you have a hankering for more strategies, hints, tips, or tricks, then come to the Gamespot TV website and click on the Game Help section.
Or more specifically, you can help us out with our Diablo 2 strategy guide. It's ongoing with input from you, so keep those submissions coming.
And share other strategies with us by coming to our chats, Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern.
All right, we want to thank Metreon for letting us hang out here and have a good time today. And until next time,
Game over.
My name is Christopher.
I know that you're out there and I'm waiting for you.
We talk to programmers, game designers, and independents to discover the future of gaming. And we review WWF SmackDown. The latest installment in the recent barrage of wrestling titles gives new life to the genre. Plus, we show up the latest hack and slash for the Dreamcast. Stick around. It's game time. Hello and welcome to another edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler. Now, the Game Developers Conference, formerly known as the Computer Game Developers Conference until recently, is the premier gathering place for those technical and creative minds behind the games we play. Now, the name was changed to reflect the increasing presence of console games at the conference. And as we'll see, that was definitely the case this year. Amidst all the hype from game publishers and the rabid interest of gamers themselves, it's sometimes possible to forget about the people who actually make the games. And so we're here in San Jose, California, for the Game Developers Conference to remind ourselves that without these people, we'd still be playing checkers.
This is the 14th Annual Game Developers Conference, and it started with actually a couple of individuals in their living room, and now has grown to over 10,000 international attendees. It's the place where games start. The developers come here to exchange ideas and create the next generation of games. We're definitely seeing the industry mature. It has become an $11 billion industry, and so as gaming becomes more popular and more mainstream entertainment, we certainly see more and more developers in this community.
I remember the CGDC many, many years ago, where it was like just a little auditorium, and this is like a little different.
The very exciting thing about the lectures and the roundtables at the Game Developers Conference is that it is defined by the developers themselves and presented by the developers themselves. So it's very much a peer-driven agenda.
I wouldn't trade the opportunity of coming to the GDC for anything. To some extent, I actually prefer it to E3, because E3 is so huge, and there's so many people that you can. I mean, often you can't find people that you know if you want to network, talk about game design, go out and party, have a good time with them. And I mean, that's what GDC seems to be a lot about. It's about the community. It's about, you know, everybody sharing knowledge and showing off stuff and having a good time.
Well, the GDC does provide an opportunity for game developers to discuss programming and game design. It's also a place to see the latest in software and hardware technology. It gives the developers a sense of what they're developing for.
One of the things is recruiting, you know, but I mean, we really want to show exactly what we're all about, which is games.
Here we go!
We're showing all the latest stuff, third party and first party. But, you know, we're basically here for the developers. We want to get people interested in the machine.
Well, this is a conference that's, you know, the premier conference for the development community. And we, as developers, are here. We're here working with our developers. We're here attending a lot of the technical sessions. There's an amount of valuable information here. It's more a conference for us in which we are participating and garnering information and working with our key partners in the development community.
I'd say the GDC's changed tenfold since I think it was about 94, 95 when Miller Freeman actually wound up purchasing, I don't know if it was the rights or whatever, to the GDC. Things have become a lot more commercial. It's really exploded into almost like a mini E3. It's really getting crazy, but it's, you know, I go here to network with people and to show off our new technology and to maybe, you know, share my information about things that I happen to work on or to learn something from somebody else.
And this wouldn't be the GDC 2000 without somebody taking advantage of all the media attention and making a big announcement. And as you probably know, this wasn't just somebody.
So I'm announcing the Xbox, which we're modestly titling. The modest tagline here is the future of console gaming. And so this is a device for the living room. It's a device that'll come out in fall 2001.
Well, I think it really goes to the core of what we're trying to do with Xbox. We wanted to make a platform that was designed by game developers for game developers. And so what better place than to deliver it to the home of game developers at GDC? You know, we had Bill G out there, Mr. Gates, and he was up talking to all the game developers. And, you know, it's a platform that's so developer friendly. That's what we wanted to create.
You know, the longer you are in this industry and the longer you wind up knowing people and everything, I mean, you really start feeling like a real sense of community and almost family. It's kind of eerie. There's so many people and there's so many wacky personalities that it kind of grows on you. It's almost infectious.
Now, do not fear, there will be more on the Xbox later on in the show. And come check out our extended coverage of the Game Developers Conference by coming to the Gamespot TV website. There you can check out our Spotlight feature on the GDC in streaming video and enjoy full interviews with more game developers and should be legally allowed in one conference hall. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we preview the latest hack and slash for the Dreamcast. This game is not for those with weak stomachs. And we have a cheat code for Lunar Silver Star Story that unlocks a whole new kind of game. Welcome back. Now, our first preview is a game based upon the popular manga from Japan called Berserker by Kentaro Miura. The developer is Yuke's, who's responsible for WWF SmackDown. So the result, as you may imagine, is pretty, but pretty gruesome as well. Many of the Final Fight-inspired 3D games brings to mind the tedious experience of fighting Force and Zombie Revenge, but it would seem that disappointed fans of the genre may have a winner on their hands.
Controls in this game are pretty simple to figure out. You can jump, block, and swing one mighty-looking piece of blacksmith ingenuity. At its heart, the game is just a straightforward hack and slash, where you just rely on your basest of instincts. Chop the enemy to bits and pieces, and try not to have the same thing happen to yourself. The game also will provide you with an endless array of things to chop up, with soldiers, undead creatures, monsters, and many a mutated thingamajig. The berserk mentioned in the title is a condition that comes over Gatsu when he has incurred enough damage. Suddenly, the screen turns blood red, and everybody regrets picking a fight with this guy. One of the best elements in the game is the sound, especially the sword cutting through the air. If you have a subwoofer, you're going to feel it in your chest. Voice work in the game should bring back some memories of Eidos' Soul Reaver through the numerous cutscenes found in the game.
Now hurry and squash them!
Needless to say, the graphics look really good. And while not a deep game, Sword of the Berserk Guts Rage might provide one of those satisfying, mindless experiences. We'll tell when it's released. It should be terribly reassuring to all of us that Eidos has promised that they've increased the gore factor for Sword of the Berserk by 30% over the Japanese version, simply titled Berserk. Now this next game is for all those fans of Homer, the poet. This next game uses quite a few gods and heroes from Greek and Roman mythology, which would make it sound quite promising, but unfortunately, it didn't deliver quite as we would have liked. The mythology that interplays in Invictus wraps itself in is rich in potential, combining role-playing elements into a real-time strategy vehicle based on the universe of Greek and Roman gods and goddesses. In Invictus, game players assume the role of a not-so-lucky human who's cast as the primary in a wager between Athena and a vengeful Poseidon, the gist of which is to impress Poseidon enough so as to prevent him from drowning the whole of civilization. To accomplish the task at hand, you're allowed to recruit two famous heroes from the text of ancient mythos. These two combined with ones you meet along your quest and the more regular variety of men for hire will form the basis of your fearless army in a series of single-player events, with additional multiplayer matchups available through M-Player. But where one battle might be against the clock and another against those who would keep you from a person or a much sought-after item, unfortunately, some of Invictus's largest battles are against boredom. Poorly executed. Steve Poole of Gamespot gives Interplay's epic Invictus a 4.7 out of 10. Alright, perhaps we were a little harsh, but if you want a good strategy game, you cannot go wrong with Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings. And if you're an RPG fan, you might have been playing Lunar Silver Star Story Complete, and you might find that you need a break from the very heavy narrative. So here's a new way to have quite a bit of fun with your favorite characters. The PlayStation version of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete has been regarded as one of the coolest anime-style RPGs ever featured on a console. But did you know that Lunar also makes for a great retro arcade game? Go ahead and pop in your Making of Lunar CD, and as the video starts, press up, down, left, right, triangle, start. Then you'll be thrown into the maelstrom that is Lords of Lunar. Here you get to play a game that looks like the love child of Pong and Breakout, as you try to defend your castle from bouncing balls. If you didn't get that cheat down fast enough, come on over to the Game Help section of the GameSpot TV website, where you can get your own Lunar Silver Star Story Complete cheat, as well as more strategy guides that you can shake a joystick at. Coming up on GameSpot TV, John McClane is back to clean up Sin City. Die Hard Trilogy 2 has hit the shelves, and we have a review. And get ready for it. We have more wrestling action in our review of WWF SmackDown. If you're a fan of the WWF, you better recognize. Welcome back. Now, if you're a fan of Bruce Willis or the Die Hard films, or you enjoyed the first game in the Die Hard Trilogy series, you may think to rush out and buy the newest installment for the game. But we suggest you wait until you see our review. Considering all the excitement inherent in the Bruce Willis-driven Die Hard movies, it's no wonder that licensing monster Fox Interactive will be looking to cash in a second time with their latest endeavor, Die Hard Trilogy 2. Like the original Die Hard trilogy, number 2 scatters its energies, combining 3 different types of games into one, with varying degrees of success. Familiar enough are the third-person levels, where players pilot John McClane through various objective-based missions. Similarly, the gun game levels, where players are invited to use an optional light gun peripheral to blast their way through the overwhelming odds, retains a likable enough charm. But the driving levels, where players are asked to drive around ramming pesky terrorists, for example, fall somewhat short in the thrills department. Differing from its predecessor, however, Die Hard Trilogy 2 lets players sample the 3 different types of gameplay individually with a new arcade mode, or lets you experience them in their linear progression with the movie mode.
Yippee-ki-yay!
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 In all, light gun owners may want to give it a whirl, but Die Hard Trilogy 2 may perhaps prove a better rental than a purchase. VideoGames.com's Joe Fielder gives it a 6.3 out of 10. Now, if you haven't tried out the original Die Hard trilogy, I highly recommend it. It might be a little dated by today's standards, but it definitely is an exceptional game and a classic. Now, Messiah is one of those games that always seems to be about to be released, but it looks like developer Shiny is actually on the verge of giving us its finished product. And here's a look. The idea behind Messiah is an inventive one. You play a cherub named Bob who has been sent to a despairing post-apocalyptic world to prevent the arrival of something really bad. While Bob himself is not the most sturdy of warriors, he does have the capability to possess any character you encounter in the game. While not limitless, this gameplay device opens up many options in the game. You need to take into account who Bob is possessing and how welcome they will be in certain environments. So sometimes characters should be chosen for their stealth benefits, and other times you just want the burliest gun toter and open fire on everything. The game uses a new engine called the Real-Time Deformation and Tessellation engine, which will measure a computer's processor capabilities at the beginning of each level, and then reduce or increase polygon counts in visible characters to maintain a constant frame rate in the game. With the amount of hype following the game for its 2.5 years, developer Shiny has a lot to prove, but it looks like we can all find out if it is the second coming very soon.
Hey there, little fella.
Now, the quirky sense of humor in the game definitely seems to have come from the minds that made their most famous title, Earthworm Jim. Now, it always seems that when you turn around, there's another wrestling game on the shelves. WWF, WCW, ECW. Well, if you're only planning on buying one wrestling game this year, this is the game for you. Wrestling shows are some of the highest rated programs on television today. Game company THQ is looking to parlay some of that popularity into the video game arena with their latest endeavor, WWF SmackDown. Many of your favorite wrestlers are represented: Mankind, Triple H, Chyna, and The Rock, to name a few. But game players will also have a chance to create a wrestler, and it's significant to note that hidden wrestlers uncovered in the season mode will show up as usable parts in the assembly. Once in the ring, SmackDown allows for all the familiar showdowns: Exhibition, King of the Ring, 3- and 4-way tangling, and a lengthy season option, which may be one of the best career modes ever in a wrestling game. Add to this mix a couple of pin anywhere matches, which encourages wrestlers to get the job done in a variety of out-of-the-ring locations, plus an opportunity to referee, and you have more choices available than Mankind has headlocks. Setting THQ's new title apart from the other previous wrestling game ventures is SmackDown's noticeably speedier gameplay. The improved reaction times lend urgency to the proceedings that other titles have been unable to encompass. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. The rock-solid gameplay, fast animations, and attention to details makes THQ's WWF SmackDown a worthy contender for the Game Belt in 2000. Nicely done. VideoGames.com's Jeff Gertzman gives SmackDown for the PlayStation an 8.7 out of 10. Well, if you don't agree with our WWF SmackDown review, then slam a message on the Gamespot TV message board at the Gamespot TV website. And while you're there, check out our preview of Messiah and a review of Die Hard Trilogy again in streaming video.
coming up on Gamespot TV. We have more from behind the scenes at the Game Developers Conference, including Microsoft's mysteriously shrouded new gaming machine, the Xbox. Well, as we all know, the PlayStation 2 has already been released in Japan, and it will be arriving on our shores sometime in the fall. But until then, here's a look at what's to come. This is the intro for Ridge Racer 5 for the PlayStation 2.
You're tuned to 76.5 on your FM dial. This is RIDGE FM, broadcasting live from Ridge City. This is for all you race fans out there. Here are the Boom Boom satellites coming straight at you with some wicked beats. Check it out now.
As we mentioned earlier, the Xbox was announced at this year's Game Developers Conference. But some of you may ask, what exactly is an Xbox? So to answer that, here's a look at the newest entry in the console gaming arena. Rumors that Microsoft was developing a console system swirled around the gaming world for months. Insiders speculated on if and when an official announcement would come. When Microsoft chairman Bill Gates took the stage to deliver the keynote address at the Game Developers Conference, the time was right and the rumors became reality.
So I'm announcing the Xbox, which we're modestly titling.
Okay, so Gates has made it official, and it is called the Xbox. But in a world with Sega, Nintendo, and the Sony PlayStation, what's going to make this machine stand out?
Its impressive hardware specifications definitely place it in a league of its own. The customized central processing unit will be a minimum 600 megahertz customized Pentium 3 technology. That's twice as fast as the PlayStation 2. The graphics processor, or the X chip, will be developed by Microsoft and NVIDIA. It will be 300 megahertz and...
This graphics processor can do 1 trillion operations a second.
Most significant is that unlike any other console system, the Xbox will also include an 8-gigabyte hard drive.
That's something that I personally fought really hard for, because you've got this incredibly powerful graphics processor, but you got to support it by getting data behind there. You got to be able to turn around, you got to be able to look backwards, you got to be able to run through this alley and into some new place. And as the graphics capabilities come up, that's meant more memory, more memory. You've got to have a way to get that data in very quickly. Having the hard disk there to support that is what's really going to make this, I think, really going to make the platform special.
With this hardware and Windows-based operating system, it's understandable that one might perceive the Xbox to be a powerful PC game machine hooked up to their television. But Microsoft is adamant that this is a console gaming platform.
We're really focused on that core console gaming market, that core console gamer. And really, they're a different audience than the PC audience. I think what you're going to see is a lot of very original content for this platform that's really focused on, that gamer. Console gamer.
I was very surprised by the Xbox. I was expecting it to be kind of cool, kind of like a stripped-down PC, but what I wound up seeing very much excited me. Everything looks really smooth, it looks really sharp.
Now, there's little question that the Xbox will be a very impressive machine, but there's already 3 console companies fighting for the gaming dollar. So the question is, if you add a 4th, will they all survive?
There's only room for first place and second place, and that's about it. And it's going to start getting real scary. If anybody can pull the collective rug out from Sony's basic ownership of the industry, it's Microsoft. But Nintendo, I would not underestimate Shigeru Miyamoto and the design talent. They have Pokemon. They create absolute phenomenons. I wouldn't underestimate them. And Sega's got some really good guys in their camp. They have Shenmue and Yu Suzuki and a lot of those great titles, and they're actually going ahead with their online strategy. So it's going to be really interesting, and the ones who win are the customers and the developers in the end.
If you want to find out more about the Xbox and the Game Developers Conference, come on down to the Gamespot TV website and watch both our GDC spotlights and streaming video. And while you're there, read up and learn more on all the next-generation console systems, from the Xbox to the PS2 and the Nintendo Project Dolphin. And come to our chat at 8 p.m. Tuesdays Eastern Time and discuss what you think will be the winner in the console wars. So until next week, bye-bye. Welcome to this edition of Gamespot TV. I'm Adam Sessler, and in today's Spotlight, we explore the world of hunting sims. Originally commissioned by Walmart to sell to gun enthusiasts, Deer Hunter became a top-grossing game in the U.S. and spawned a plethora of other hunting titles. So why are these games so popular?
Believe it or not, PC hunting simulations are a multi-million-dollar phenomenon. Started by the now infamous Deer Hunter PC game, The Scent of Green has attracted a flock of game companies to develop for the genre. This trend has left many game editors scratching their heads in disbelief, including video games editor Ryan McDonald, who says the success of Deer Hunter is not rocket science.
There's a bunch of reasons. One was it was only $20, and it could run virtually on any computer you had, just as long as it had a CD-ROM. Also, they had the best retail outlet for it. They had it sitting right up there on the Walmart gun rack. It was sitting right there, and it was $20. How could you pass it up?
Rated as a $65 million market and with 15 million potential buyers, game publishing giants such as Electronic Arts and Activision have packed their 4x4s to join the hunt.
Oh boy, I missed that one big.
Continuing with the series, WizardWorks has released Deer Hunter 3: The Legend Continues. With the new 3D facelift, cyber hunters can tackle the wild in Missouri and Utah. Players will have access to a bevy of firearms and bows, as well as decoys and hunting equipment. Activision and the hunting experts at Cabela plan to net players with Big Game Hunter 3. The series' association with Cabela gives it a leg up through Cabela's popularity and equipment catalog. Using full-motion video clips, players can hunt 11 big game animals, from bighorn sheep to black bears. Crawling from behind, Electronic Arts released their first PC hunting sim, Deer Hunt Challenge. The game giant set its game apart by offering both a simulation and somewhat of an arcade challenge mode for players looking for instant action. But beyond the exotic locations and authentic firearms, the genre's main focus is the realism of the hunt. From animal movements to behavior patterns, the games have to mirror real-life situations.
If you don't have the right boots, for example, and it rains, your feet will get wet, and you'll have to go back to the camp or the tent and actually get the right boots, and it'll shorten your hunting trip. Just everything that you would have to think about in an actual hunt, you have to think about in Cabela's.
Not surprisingly, the quest for realism has brought unwelcome criticism. Animal rights organizations such as the People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals strongly oppose hunting simulations, believing that hunting sims trivialize the reality of killing animals for sport. The game companies deny these allegations and say that the titles are not about blood and gore, but teaching hunting rules and safety.
Deer Hunt Challenge and EA Sports wants to promote safe hunting techniques. And so if, for example, you are shooting at a doe, it's not in season, or at a fawn, it will fail you on that level, and there's no reward for that.
There are well over millions of hunters in the United States, and that's who we cater to. And people who are anti-hunting, again, we just don't get involved in that because it's a much broader issue than just actual playing. I mean, in the end, on our game, it's a computer game.
Oh boy, I missed that one big.
This controversy doesn't seem to affect sales. The hunting sim genre seems to be on track and on target. What does the future hold?
You can only go so far with hunting, but I guess you can only go so far with anything. So basically, you can get it to where it's photorealistic, and the graphics get better, and they understand how the deer behave better. And I think they'll reach a point, just like anything, I think it'll keep going until somebody stops buying it.
And as an added note, if you feel sorry for the deer, there is a game out there that gives you a slightly different perspective. It's Deer Avenger, where you play Bambo, a deer with a big gun and a grudge against humans. So now, let's check the game news.
Epic Games will be releasing a free expansion pack for Unreal Tournament. Epic programmer Brandon Green Marine Reinhardt reports that the finishing touches are being applied to the pack that includes new models, maps, and runes. Epic will not be selling the add-on in stores and can instead be downloaded from their website. A recent study has concluded that computer games are not responsible for prompting people to act violently or aggressively. The 4-year study conducted by the Australian government was commissioned to seek out the effects of video and computer games on people for censorship purposes. Through direct observation, interviews, and focus groups, researchers examined the reactions and feelings of over 1,300 Australians playing arcade games. While slightly aggressive behavior was found in about 3% of those examined, most people had a sense of satisfaction and joy by learning skills needed to succeed in a game. Researchers also stated that the games aided in the development of coordination and analytic skills in children.
If you're looking for the latest news from the gaming world, go to the Gamespot.com website. And if you'd like to see our Spotlight feature on hunting sims again, come to the Gamespot TV website, where you'll find it in real video. And while you're there, go to our message boards and tell us how you feel about the genre. Do you think it's just harmless fun, or perhaps you're a vegetarian and find the genre rather distasteful? Here's a good place for you to vent.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we review Planescape Torment, an RPG for the PC where you play a character who has had many lives but must piece together his past in agonizing glimpses. And we go underground in our review of Urban Chaos, a third-person action shooter set in a dystopian universe full of thugs, gangbangers, and kung fu call girls.
Welcome back. Planescape Torment is a PC RPG about a man who has lived thousands of lives, yet can only glimpse his past in bits and pieces. And as you might expect, he's having a rather hard time unraveling who he is. Set in the Dungeons & Dragons universe of Planescape, Planescape Torment is well worth having a look at.
Planescape Torment from Black Isle Studios is a traditional role-playing game with an uncommonly detailed story and first-rate graphics and sound. The game is set in the complex and interesting Advanced Dungeons & Dragons universe of Planescape, a patchwork of wildly different dimensions surrounding a sprawling city that connects them all together. Torment uses the same graphics engine as Baldur's Gate. However, the game's top-down isometric perspective is much closer to the ground than Baldur's Gate, which means all the characters appear quite large on screen. Each character is carefully animated and cleverly designed. The game has a consistently cold look that can even be unsettling and uncomfortable at times, but the bleak environments work to motivate the protagonist's desire to escape from the claustrophobic confines of the city of Sigil. To allow for Torment's bigger characters, most of the game's interface is invisible until you right-click to bring up the circular pop-up window that lets you use items and cast spells, among other actions. Torment is a long and involving game with an original plot, well-written dialogue, and likable characters. It's fortunate that the game's dialogue reads well, because there's a lot of it. And although the graphics are evocative and often beautiful, the game's most vivid events are actually written out rather than shown on screen. Planescape Torment is clearly the best traditional computer game to come out of 1999, and is bound to become an all-time favorite for many gamers. Greg Kasabian of GameSpot.com gives Planescape Torment a rating of 9 out of 10.
Aspirin won't help that. But there are some other games that by title alone I'm tempted to dismiss. A game called Urban Chaos either makes me think of a late Charles Bronson movie or My Apartment. But as I learned, you can't judge a game by its name alone.
Urban Chaos is an attempt to meld the side-scrolling arcade beat-em-up such as Double Dragon and Final Fight with a modern third-person action game. It involves a trek across a metropolitan dystopia, baseball bats and life bars, and the experiment works. The game takes place in Union City, where a gang of thugs called the Wildcats are running rampant through the streets. Of course, you find yourself in the dramatic position of being rookie cop Darcy Stern, who must uncover the Wildcats' devious plot and take them down. This takes the form of a series of assignments to be performed at various locations in Union City. None of the objectives are time-sensitive, allowing you the opportunity to explore the sections of Union City and discover skill-building bonuses. As you can imagine, most missions involve a lot of hand-to-hand combat. The developers have designed an excellent system for fighting multiple opponents in 3D. Combat is initiated when moving within range of an enemy, and a life bar appears and you are locked in until someone is subdued. As you can imagine, a gamepad is necessary to control all your moves effectively. The graphics in the game are incredible. The textures, architecture, smoke, and lighting effects do an admirable job of making you feel as if you're heroically wandering around your city. What's even more appealing in the end is that Urban Chaos is a third-person action game without switch flipping, box pushing, or key finding, making that reason enough to purchase it. That it's funny, gorgeous, and even tactical makes it a must for anyone that can enjoy mindless console system action. Eric Wolpaw of Gamespot.com gives it an 8.3 out of 10.
Why can't I be a fireman?
Kids, whiners can't be firemen. It's a fact. Look it up. This next preview is important in two ways. It's one of the bigger games to come out for the Dreamcast in way too long, and it's going to keep me from wasting my quarters at the arcade. It's Crazy Taxi.
One of the types of games that Sega has been best known for in arcades are racing games. Outrun and Daytona USA are two examples of their fast, graphic-intensive racers. And now one of the latest arcade titles, Crazy Taxi, is about to hit the Dreamcast with a host of new additions over traditional racers. In Crazy Taxi, you are no longer restricted by a course or someone else's finish line. All you have to respect is the ever-diminishing clock as you try to get your passengers where they need to go, even if that means jumping fences or running lights. This game is all about mayhem. The mini passengers you pick up will offer varying amounts of dough, depending on how far they need to go, so you need to keep in mind your time and the desires of your victims, passengers. Crazy Taxi is visually stunning as you careen through a highly detailed city at 60 frames per second without any pop-up. The art in the game has a distinct hardcore look to it and was designed by the same crew that brought out Sega's Top Skater. The music is also appropriately chosen, with such bands as The Offspring and Bad Religion providing the soundtrack. Crazy Taxi will come with an original mode, like Sega's Bass Fishing and House of the Dead 2. The Crazy Box mode puts you in different minigames that challenge you to complete various objectives. The game is set to arrive at the beginning of February and looks like one of those much-needed titles to give the jolt of energy to the Dreamcast.
Wow, it's just crazy. Well, you know, I always wanted to be Travis Bickle. Anyway, if you want to see that preview again, just go to our website and watch the streaming video clip. And while you're there, find out how to send us a V-mail. Send us your tips, cheats, or do a quick review of your favorite video game. And if we use your V-mail on the show, we'll send you a nifty GameSpot TV t-shirt.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, it's over from Japan. We have the preview of Resident Evil Code Veronica, the gore game where you get to send the undead back to their graves. And if you're a fan of the Colony Wars series, stick around for our preview of Colony Wars Red Sun. It has more epic action, more weapons, and 5 entire solar systems to blow things up
in. Welcome back. Now, while Crazy Taxi is just about to arrive on the Dreamcast, another even bigger game is waiting in the wings. It's Resident Evil Code Veronica. And if you saw last week's show, you did watch last week's show, didn't you? Well, then you probably want to see more. Here you go.
Resident Evil Code Veronica takes place 3 months after the events of Resident Evil 2. Once again, playing Claire Redfield, you attempt to fly off to Europe to investigate the disappearance of your brother Chris. Unfortunately, though not too surprisingly anymore, things don't work out all that easily, as she is abducted and taken to a tropical island where some familiar rotting friends start showing up. The game will ship on 2 GD-ROMs and will feature a slightly modified version of the zapping system from Resident Evil 2. Players can play as different characters for each disc, with each character's story intertwining with the other. The 2 characters will be Claire and her brother Chris. The game will cover 10 major areas and will be 1.5 to 2 times longer than Resident Evil 3. New features in the game will be the ability to hold a weapon in each hand and shoot at 1 or 2 separate targets. As is pretty evident, the graphics are stunning. All the backgrounds are done in full polygons, allowing the camera to move with the action. Code Veronica also makes use of the special effects of the Dreamcast hardware, like dramatic lighting and shadow and characters with skin, so you don't see the jagged polygon edges. When gunshots are fired, the blast actually affects the lighting. Once again, the always important sound effects are back in necessary form, making anyone feel right at home, albeit a really unpleasant and frightening home, just how we like it. Look for Resident Evil Code Veronica later this year.
You know, the graphic capabilities of the Dreamcast just make flesh-eating zombies look so good. Just makes you wonder. And now if you're a fan of deep space and alien worlds, this next game may be just what you're looking for. It's the latest installment in the Colony Wars series, and it's called Red Sun. Here's the preview.
The new Colony Wars installment, Colony Wars Red Sun, will boast improved textures, a soundtrack performed by a live orchestra, 30 new weapons, 8 fully customizable ships, 5 entire solar systems, and more of that dramatic full-motion video that provide the epic cinematic tone to the series. In this new version, you aren't part of the League or the Navy. Instead, you play Valdemar, free man and space pilot that bears some similarities to Han Solo.
Valdemar, God almighty.
How then does this work in a mission-based military campaign? Well, as a mercenary, your allegiances are part of your own self-interest. The game will build upon the dynamic mission tree structure from the second game, Vengeance, where divergent paths will result in different endings. In Red Sun, you may side with the Navy, with the League, or neither. The game is still mission-based and boasts a whopping 50 missions, but the overall directives will be more open-ended. So you may wonder, will Psygnosis go all the way to allow those most shrewd space cowboys to play both sides against the middle? We'll discover the game's pompatus of love when it hits the shelves this spring.
Now, leaving the realms of deep space, we step into the Nordic past to join a Viking chap in the up-and-coming PC title Rune. This is a third-person adventure using the Unreal Engine, and when I saw it for the first time, it looked clearly to be a promising title. Here's a preview.
If all of Wagner's Ring Cycle can't satiate your need for classic Nordic excitement, then the very impressive-looking Rune from developer Epic Games and Human Head Studios might be your own private Valhalla. In the game, you play Ragnar, a Viking lad who is about to take that fateful journey into manhood and rightfully proclaim himself as warrior of the village. The remarkable look of the game is due to the use of the Unreal Engine. Plus, skeletal modeling for both characters and objects will lend a greater physical realism to the environment. Furthermore, the control scheme for the game could be the best yet for a third-person adventure on the PC. Using a setup similar to a first-person shooter, the game seems set to overcome one of the greatest flaws in most games of this type. Options to plant the camera at one point to explore a room and to adjust the distance from the character using the mouse wheel should go a long way to avoiding disgusted abandonment on the part of the player. Look for Rune later this year.
If you'd like to find out more about the upcoming gathering of developers title Rune, go to our website at ZDTV, where you'll find the streaming video. And check out our preview of Resident Evil Code Veronica. Not only do we have the preview, but we also have the intro, which is very impressive. And while you're browsing our site, click on our spy cam and check out and see what the Gamespot TV minions are up to.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, they're just good old boys with a bad guy car and they have themselves their own PlayStation title. We have the intro. And we have a strategy guide for one of the best platformers ever made for the N64. It's Donkey Kong, and we have the tips that will keep you from monkeying around.
Welcome back. Now, this next theme song is likely to ring a bell, though the game itself got gonged due to a lot of bugs. But we thought the intro was pretty hilarious, and we just had to show it to you.
Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. Beats all you never saw, been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Straightening the curves, flattening the hills. Someday the mountain might get 'em, but the law never will.
Well, that brings back memories when Gary Coleman made me laugh and Green Machines got me where I needed to go. Now, getting somewhere in Donkey Kong 64 can be more difficult because there's no green machines and it's really, really big. So here's a few tips to help keep your knuckles dragging a little less.
Due to its immense size, Donkey Kong 64 is one of those games that can be very daunting, especially when it comes to finding all there is to find and defeating all there is to defeat. These tips will hopefully assist in this sometimes helpless abyss. I call it my 7 strategic steps to Donkey Kong success. The first tip seems obvious enough, but is often overlooked when playing console games. Turn up the sound on your television. Nearly every important item and location in the game makes a different kind of sound. So learn the sounds and follow them. They will undoubtedly lead you to something you've missed. 2. Due to the camera and controls, using Diddy Kong's jetpack can be extremely frustrating. To aid in this aviary debacle, here is a tip. Don't throttle and turn at the same time. Just turn, head in the direction you want to go, then throttle. And instead of slamming on the gas, simply tap the throttle for better control, keeping the camera in line. 3. It's sometimes difficult to get through the giant levels in Donkey Kong 64. One way to know if you've explored an area is if you find bananas or balloons lying around. If you see a banana, keep going. You've probably overlooked this part of the level. 4. One key part of finding all the booty in DK64 is to use the banana ports wisely. If you find one that isn't working, you know you need to keep exploring the level to find the other one. Also, be sure to use all the Kongs in all the banana ports, as in later levels, there are areas that can only be accessed through them. 5. This can be a lifesaver. If you find yourself running low on health, simply find a character switch barrel, enter it, and even if you haven't switched Kongs, you will have replenished your melons. It's a cheap fix, but worth it. 6. Blowing up balloons to procure their bountiful bananas is done best by shooting it at the end of its trail, while it pauses to turn back the other way. For circular path balloons and other flying objects, fix your sight on the path and wait, sniper style. And finally, strategic tip number 7. Don't choke when it comes to beating the bosses. Like most computer-generated, artificially learned creatures, the bosses in DK64 have movement patterns that are predictable. So, instead of freaking out and mashing your buttons till your thumb calluses, you must be at one with the boss. Breathe slowly, observe, then attack. I call this the Sessler method. So remember, listen closely, finesse the throttle, use the banana ports wisely, manage your melons, bust the balloons, and last but not least, use the Sessler method.
You know, some say the Sessler method's a myth, but hey, I know. If you want to see the Donkey Kong 64 strategy guide again, go to the Game Help section of our website, where you'll find it in streaming video, along with hundreds of tips and cheat codes to help you with your game. And if you're thinking of rushing out and buying the Dukes of Hazzard title, we recommend that you wait until you see our review on next week's show. And if you can't wait till next week's show, join us in our chat session Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, and I'll give you my personal opinion on the Dukes of Hazzard and any other game you want to ask me about. So until then, bye-bye.
Down to Know Your Role. Plus, we have a preview for Sonic Adventure 2. Stick around, it's game time!
Hello and welcome to our show from GameWorks on the Las Vegas Strip. I'm Kate Patella.
And I'm Adam Sessler, and we're here during the 2001 Consumer Electronics Show.
Now, of course, the real reason we're here is for the big buzz from Microsoft.
Yes, Bill Gates revealed more about the Xbox, and we got a chance to spend some quality time with it.
Today, for the first time, we're unveiling the Xbox.
Bill Gates gave the keynote address at this year's Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. He chose this stage to give the world its first glimpse at the next big console to blast on the scene, Xbox. Microsoft's first gaming console and the first American console since the Atari Jaguar. Gates went on to reveal more of what we can expect when the console ships in the fall.
If you want to play a game with this thing, you simply push the eject button here, stick the disc in, and boom, within 8 seconds, you're up and running in that game. We have a hard disk, and so the information about the game will already be stored. You don't have to load it off the disk or load it as you move from level to level. Now, what you're seeing on the front, 4 game ports. That was one of the big pieces of feedback, was people didn't want to be limited to 2. We support HD TV. We've also got an Ethernet connector at the back. This thing is a broadband gaming device.
Gates isn't the only one excited about his new system. The computing muscle of Xbox has created a flurry of anticipation from the gaming community.
The Xbox looks like it's going to be the next big thing. It looks like it's going to be the hot toy for 2001.
It's not like a learning curve where they're staggering around trying to get into this business. They're coming in, boom, and trying to hit everyone really hard.
The design of the console evolved by talking with gamers and developers about what they desire in a gaming unit. Even the controller evolved over time, reflecting Microsoft's top-secret research.
As an adult with big hands, you can hold it farther back and it's really comfortable and cool. But in fact, if your hands are smaller, you'll see people naturally just move their hands up and around, and it fits them all.
The controller features 2 analog sticks, a D-pad, 6 buttons grouped together on the right side, 2 triggers, and 2 memory card slots. But a controller doesn't mean much without a decent game to play.
It's designed to enable the game artists, the creators, to make their visions come true.
Microsoft showed off 2 impressive games still in development for the console. One was the latest version of Munch's Odyssey from Oddworld Inhabitants. The game's designers recently pulled the game from the PlayStation 2 because of the difficulty of developing for the Sony console. Clearly, the game's come a long way since we last saw it.
In Munch's Odyssey, they intend for you never to see a load screen. And that's entirely doable on an Xbox, right? Because you can be constantly streaming up that DVD.
Microsoft also gave a first look at Malice, the new game from Argonaut. The demo that Microsoft showed displayed objects that cast shadows that moved and folded in real time. The anti-aliasing capability of the Xbox was well demonstrated in this footage. Developers are obviously finding it possible to create impressive new games for this console.
One thing that I'm seeing with the Xbox, it's going to have a pretty negative effect on the PC business. On the PC, people can really mess around with their computer and change it in any way they like, and that makes the game suddenly incompatible to a lot of games, and that becomes a big problem for developers. With the Xbox, you can't do that. You just, unless you get your screwdriver out, you can't mess with your Xbox. And so for developers, that makes our lives a lot easier.
It's also possible that the ease of developing for the Microsoft system will affect the future of the PlayStation 2 or the upcoming Nintendo GameCube. If more developers jump ship seeking easier, more familiar tools, the other consoles may have a problem.
Microsoft will be laying some serious hurt on Sony. And I'm a Sony fan, but the machine has just got all the components that the PlayStation 2 is missing to be a true next generation online playable console.
In any case, if Microsoft can deliver on their promises, we should see the landscape of gaming altered by a factor of X.
For your own look into our Xbox files, come on out to our website.
There you can see even more of that incredible-looking game footage of both Munch's Odyssey and Malice.
And now, the game news. Microsoft's Xbox could be the first machine of its type not to feature territorial lockouts, which means that consumers with an American Xbox could play Japanese and European games. Game publishers could put lockouts in, but at least Microsoft is allowing that decision to be made by the people who make the games and not the console designers. Blizzard learned recently that Diablo 2 players were mysteriously losing characters, items, skill points, and experience. Some people found out that if you try to log in about 50 or 60 times with the name of an existing character, about 1% of the time the Battle.net server would grant them access. As a result, Blizzard has revived all hardcore characters who died between December 19th and January 1st. Shoichiro Irimajiri is leaving Sega before the end of the month. The ex-president resigned from his position and became vice chairman after taking the blame for poor Dreamcast sales. Irimajiri then became company advisor and is now leaving the company altogether. The New York Times recently reported that Nintendo was in buyout negotiations with Sega. The report claimed that Nintendo was interested in buying Sega in its entirety for an approximate amount of $2 billion. Since the report originally ran, both Nintendo and Sega officials were quick to flatly deny the buyout rumors.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we tip off our reviews with NBA 2K1. And we rock the ring in our review of WWF SmackDown 2 Know Your Role.
You know, I've always wanted to be a firefighter. This way I can actually rescue people when I'm playing a game instead of killing them.
And I've always wanted to stop, drop, and roll.
Well, you know, football season is almost over, but don't worry, we can still celebrate with NFL 2K1, which is one of the greatest sports games ever.
And basketball season is now upon us, and it looks like Sega has another winner to go along with it.
Last year's NBA 2K for the Dreamcast was fun, but it also was hampered by AI problems. Now comes the sophomore release by Visual Concepts and Sega Sports. Though there are still some kinks to work out, we are dealing with a dynamic and addictive basketball game. The 3D visuals are quite solid. The player models are fairly realistic, if a little exaggerated. The ball is a nice bumpy orange, and the coaches look like their real-life counterparts. The well-lit arenas are all faithfully done, complete with shiny wood courts and individually rendered fans. What would an NBA game be without trash talking? It would be like a sandwich without the bread. In addition to players calling each other out on the court, there's a good amount of yelling from the sidelines, too. The defensive AI can be troublesome in spots, like stealing the ball. Why try to steal the ball if it ends up being called a foul 80% of the time? And don't try juking your defender if you're winning late in the game. It doesn't matter if you're a superstar being guarded by a second-string rookie. You'll lose the ball every time. You can get deep with season and franchise modes, or take it loose to the streets. This is also the first basketball console game to be online compatible, so you can hone your skills in your living room and then take it to the internet court. Between the graphics, fluid gameplay, new animation, and dunks, NBA 2K1 is simply a joy to play. Fix a little crooked computer AI, beef up the stats a touch, and maybe next year's version will be perfect. This year's is pretty close. Overall, we give NBA 2K1 a 4 out of 5.
You know, basketball games are among the hardest to translate into video game form, although they've done a really good job with NBA 2K1. As far as wrestling goes, most wrestling games are kind of fair to middling in translating the happy hysteria that is pro wrestling. Last year, there was WWF SmackDown. This year, there's SmackDown 2.
1, 2, is this on?
The newest game in the WWF franchise is WWF SmackDown 2, Know Your Role for the PlayStation. This game will take you as deep into the WWF as you want to go. There are dozens of modes to bring you into the game. Of course, you can always just throw Mankind and The Undertaker into a steel cage and watch the sparks fly. The graphics in SmackDown 2, Know Your Role, aren't awe-inspiring. The wrestlers are heavily pixelated, but mostly recognizable. And all your favorites are included.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
The sound design is so-so, but the bright spot happens as the wrestlers make their way to the ring.
Treat me for just who I am.
You're limited to a control scheme of punch, grab, and kick, with the D-pad adding a variety of special moves. It works, but isn't particularly intuitive. The true creativity of the game comes into play when you make your own wrestler. You can choose from hundreds of options, from looks to allies. Though the game has options galore, they have little to do with gameplay. What keeps the playability level up is the large stable of wrestlers and arenas. If you're sick of one-on-one on the standard mat, try Tag Team, a Royal Rumble, or a backstage battle with couches. When it comes down to it, though, you're still just wrestling. It's a pro wrestling sim, and just like its real-life counterpart, the hype often overshadows the actual competition. Overall, we give SmackDown 2 a 3 out of 5.
For you wrestling game fans that might be worried that Microsoft won't have any titles for the Xbox, take heart. THQ just announced WWF Raw is War. Now, Unreal Tournament is a pretty dark, hardcore game, but here are a few cheats for the PS2 version that'll help lighten the mood.
There's nothing like friendly fire to get the blood flowing in Unreal Tournament on the PS2. To add more spice to your game, we have a code that'll unlock a mutator option called Fat Boy in the multiplayer mode.
Congratulations, you are the winner.
To unlock it, At the title screen, enter circle, 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 up, down, down, up, circle, circle, circle. Go to multiplayer mode, choose Mutator. There you can select Fat Boy. Every time you frag someone, you get fatter. But if you're the one who gets fragged, you get skinnier.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we explore the vast realms of Phantasy Star Online, blaze with the Blue Hedgehog in Sonic Adventure 2, and capture the checkered flag in Gran Turismo 3.
Welcome back to our show at GameWorks on the Las Vegas Strip.
Phantasy Star was a huge hit for Sega when it came out. It was also a very expensive game for them to make, and many people found out it was very expensive to buy as well.
Well, now the Sonic team is working on Phantasy Star Online, which is not only a continuation of the legacy, but also the first massively multiplayer game for the console.
Six years. Yup, that's how long it's been since gamers had a Phantasy Star title. Well, Phantasy Star is back, and not only do we get to see it next-gen style, but now it's online. Developed by Sonic Team, Phantasy Star Online is the first console-based multiplayer RPG, and this game is about as online as you can get. Phantasy Star allows you to assemble a four-person party from all parts of the globe. Communication with foreign players won't be a problem because Sega's Phantasy Star online servers will have translation capabilities. That's right, what you type on your system will appear on each party member's screen in their own language. As for characters, you can create your own with practically limitless design options. You'll start off by selecting one of 9 character types, each distinguished by occupation and race. You'll then have numerous variables to choose from, including hairstyle, skin color, and even body proportions. As for the control scheme, a simple 4-button layout executes commands when in the midst of combat. You'll be able to initiate weak and strong attacks, use items, and conjure eye-popping magic spells. At the same time, you'll be able to chat with the rest of your party and implement new strategies in the middle of the battle. Phantasy Star Online also has an offline feature that uses the same environments as its online mode. Playing solo offline will not be as exciting, but will give you the chance to build up your stats and come back online pumped and ready to go. Get ready to say goodbye to the real world and hello to a world unlike anything you've ever seen when Phantasy Star Online hits the shelves in early February.
For those of you worried about how Phantasy Star Online might play online, outside tests of the games have found minimal performance problems. Now moving from one big Sega sequel to another, here's a look at the Little Blue Hedgehog's second outing on the Dreamcast. Once again, it's time to clear the way for the world's most famous hedgehog. That's right, Sonic is back in his latest adventure, and this time, he don't break for nobody. Currently, not much is known of the plot of Sonic Adventure 2, but you can be sure that the evil Dr. Robotnik will be involved somehow, and will be up to no good, as usual. While the game mechanics from the previous Sonic Adventure remain intact, Part 2 will be more speed-oriented, rather than the obligatory walk-around exploration seen in other platformers, which is just as well. After all, he's named Sonic for a reason. You'll be expected to take Sonic up, around, and over just about everything in the game. You will have your loops, and you will get to charge down sides of buildings. Sonic Adventure 2 promises to have a load of surprises, including a new grinding ability and the return of the pole-swinging feature, a Sonic trademark not seen since his 16-bit days. By the looks of it, Yuji Naka and Sonic Team have pushed the Dreamcast hardware to its graphical limits. If Sonic wasn't so fast, you might actually be able to admire the scenery. Expect Sonic Adventure 2 to blaze on and off store shelves come this spring.
always fun to play as the little blue hedgehog. Now, Gran Turismo is pretty much considered the big A-list car racing simulation. They tried to take that up a notch higher with Gran Turismo 2, but didn't really quite get there. Polyphony, the developer, is trying to do just that with Gran Turismo 3.
Get ready to rev up your controllers. Gran Turismo 3 for the PS2 will soon be out for your driving pleasure. Polyphony Digital's latest installment in the blockbuster series skids onto the PS2 in true 128-bit fashion. Like its two previous installments, Gran Turismo 3 will boast some of the most realistic driving mechanics ever seen on a console. Now more than ever, subtle driving elements such as torque and wheel spin become important factors in placing first. There will be graphic refinements as well. The car's models will convey a more convincing sense of depth, and environmental reflections will be seen off the cars in real time. One of Gran Turismo's trademarks is its wide selection of cars. Part 3 promises to have at least 150 car models up to the 2001 model year. Look out for Gran Turismo 3 sometime in the spring. Coming up on Gamespot TV, we look at the best game gear and have a cheat code that'll put you in the lead.
Welcome back to the show from GameWorks in Las Vegas.
Now, I remember when I was a kid, I used to get my Hot Wheel cars, and I set up the track and I raced them around to attempt to simulate the real thing.
Well then, how about a simulation of a simulation as Hot Wheels takes a new look at an old favorite? Slot car racing is a lot of fun, but in addition to squeaky triggers, these old analog toys have definitely got some of their own problems. So before you go up into the attic and dust off your old tracks, why don't you take a look at Mattel's Hot Wheels Slot Car Racing for your PC. Of course, the coolest thing about this game is the controllers. Look familiar? They look exactly like your old-fashioned slot car controllers, with the trigger in the front, but here in the back there's a button for switching lanes. Let's see how it works. The graphics are good and the backgrounds are very creative. There's lots of little details to look at, like the little electrical spark running under your car. You can race alone or with a friend, or even build your very own track. Mattel has also done a decent job of imitating these slot car sounds. The controller is also a lot of fun to use. But in the end, sometimes it's best to just stick with the old-fashioned way. Get 'em, Ray! Go! So on the childhood memory scale, we got slot car racing, air guitar. Now how about some rock'em sock'em robots?
To the wrecking yard, folks. Things are heating up. That's right. Excavator and stakeout are in prime form. Pounding it out tonight. Hello. Ooh, that'll leave a dent. Oh, that was one mean shot to the nuts and bolts. Winding up for the pitch. Oh, excavator steamroll stakeout. Knocks him right on his can. Oh no, hold the ball. He's getting up. Hey, stakeout is back up. This is unbelievable. Stakeout is getting up. Oh! Unbelievable! Seems a little shaky, though. Oh, he doesn't look too happy. Oh, you got that right. Stakeout is locking his radar on. Oh, gotta hurt.
Well, I guess that's just a chip off the old block. Now, a recent Star Wars game that just came out is Star Wars Demolition. And if you're playing the game and find yourself getting banged up too much, here's some cheats to help you out. Are you having fun with vehicular combat in a galaxy far, far away? If you're not ready to come down to Earth from Star Wars Demolition, we have a code that'll unlock more characters.
Choose your game.
At the main menu, select Options, then Preferences. Now press left and right. This will bring up the password screen. Enter Watto Shop.
At the character select screen, you can now choose Lobot, who is Lando's assistant with computers stuck on his head from The Empire Strikes Back. Bosch, who is the bounty hunter Leia impersonates to free Han Solo at the start of Return of the Jedi. And finally, Darth Maul, who is the Sith apprentice with a passion for the dark side of the Force in The Phantom Menace.
You know, for some people, so long as it's Star Wars, it's a good thing.
Especially if you're LucasArts.
We'd like to thank GameWorks on the Las Vegas Strip for letting us come and play today.
And if you want to find out more about the Xbox, make sure you come to our website inside techtv.com.
Well, that about does it for this edition of the show. Until next time, Viva Las Vegas!
Boom, boom. This game in the Myst series. Plus, you walk the halls of Castle Wolfenstein with Drew Markham. And grab your battle axes for our review of Room, the Nordic fantasy title from Human Head Studios. Stick around. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to our show from Metreon in San Francisco. I'm Kate Patella.
And I'm Adam Sessler. Now, when Myst came out in 1993, it was one of the first PC games to get mainstream appeal, due in no small part to it being one of the earliest CD-ROM games.
Now, there was a sequel to Myst in 1997, Riven. They were both created by Cyan. Now there's a new developer, Presto, working on Myst 3 Exile. When Myst debuted in 1993, it revolutionized adventure gaming. Interactivity and gameplay were taken to a new level. Myst is the top-selling game of all time. Riven was the successful sequel that expanded the look and scope of the Myst realm. The reins of the Myst universe have been transferred from Cyan Studios, who developed the first two games, to Presto Studios. Presto is hard at work on the third installment of the Myst series, Exile.
It's the same basic puzzle setup which we had in Myst and Riven, and people are familiar with that. It's a very simple interface, almost lack of interface really. Sort of click around the world, wander around, stumble across a puzzle, have that as a challenge, let that take you on. It's so amazing being able to pan around in these worlds. While animations are playing, you can still look around, you can still pan around.
The story of Exile picks up 10 years after Riven ends. Atris and Catherine have moved into a new home, and they're trying to start a new life together and forget a lot of the problems of their past. The player's going to have to go through about 5 different worlds. The player's going to have to go through these ages and investigate the past and the story behind this villain in order to stop him from getting his revenge.
Hello, Atris. An age is one of the environments in the game. And what we've attempted to do is to try to create as many distinct environments as possible so that the player has a real sense of traveling to a lot of very different exotic locales. For example, we have ages that are completely organic, where all of the puzzles, all of the what would normally be mechanical devices are actually grown into the age.
In order to create a distinct look for each of the ages in Exile, design teams are grouped together by the age they're working on. Each team has a lead designer steering the vision of the level.
The age I'm working on is an inverted tree. It's the branches and the leaves are all inside the trunk. And this trunk of the tree is about 700 feet tall, 500 to 600 feet wide. We digitally shot trees and plants and flowers and that sort of thing, and then went in and manipulated them to get our surrealistic effect. I've never seen anything like it before in any game, and I'm really pleased with those results because it's dynamic. It's very, very dynamic.
Myst games really are about the story and the interaction with the characters, and we spent a lot of time really focusing on that.
I'm so glad to see you.
We have live characters which look real, in worlds which look real, and you put the two together, and it's very difficult to make a distinction between what was, you know, the whole, you know, what is it live or is it Memorex? You know, was it CG or was it real people?
In addition to seeing characters and backgrounds, the player will also hear impressive new music composed for the game.
The ambient music in Mist and Rhythm was groundbreaking. The main ways we tried to improve on it were to do an orchestral score for the cinematics and to maybe give a few other pieces of music to tell the player they had accomplished something major in the game.
Now that the game is coming together, and every single person I show it to, when I see the smile on their face as they start to look at it, it balances out with this incredible sense of, oh yeah, I think we got it. I think they're really going to like this.
Myst 3 Exile will be immersing players starting in April.
Now, we know that Myst is kind of considered a four-letter word for a lot of hardcore gamers.
Now, it's interesting, though, how the game is going to be received when it's released, given how many changes have happened in PC gaming since we saw Riven.
And considering how few adventure games are out on the market to begin with, it ought to be a welcome addition.
Well, only time will tell. But until then, here's some game news.
Epic Games has spoken about the possibility of an Xbox version of Unreal Tournament. Epic's Stephen Polge told a French website that the Xbox version of the game will have all new content, taking advantage of the technology being developed. Sega of America has announced the release of the Dreamcast broadband adapter. The peripheral replaces the 56K modem on the back of the Dreamcast and is compatible with most existing high-speed ISPs and includes support for static IP, DHCP, and PPP over Ethernet. Ergosoft announced that it will ship its PlayStation 2 browser on March 29th in Japan. The browser is developed by PlanetWeb, the company that developed the Dreamcast web browser. With the use of a USB modem, users can browse the internet, send email, and play MP3s with their PS2. Activision will bring Tony Hawk to the Xbox in the form of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2X. The game will be more populated with objects thanks to the Xbox's polygonal capabilities. There will be an online component complete with tournaments, new levels, and the ability to construct your own soundtrack may be included.
If you want more coverage of the Xbox, make sure you visit our website, InsideTechTV.com.
We've got Bill Gates' keynote from CES introducing the new system.
As well as a full-length interview with Seamus Blackley, the Director of Advanced Technology at Microsoft.
Not to mention the footage we have of both Munch's Odyssey and Malice.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we brace for Viking hordes in our review of Rune. And there's more fantasy ahead in our review of the follow-up to the RPG Grandia.
Welcome back to our show from Metreon in San Francisco.
Norse mythology is filled with epic battle and adventure.
Not to mention the mead and the boasting.
So it would seem the perfect setting for a game.
You know, it's actually kind of funny, isn't it, that there aren't more Viking-themed video games?
Very true, but at least gathering the developers has given us Rune.
Stand and face me, boy!
From the beginning, Rune had its use of Norse mythology to help make it stand out from the usual fantasy action fare that is continually churned out by PC game developers. Unfortunately, by the time you've seen only a few of the game's 50 levels of caves and mountain fortresses, you'll feel like you've seen it all before. Not that it doesn't look good. Using the Unreal Engine to great effect, the graphics are very clean and attractive. Unfortunately, it's what they are representing that shows a lack of inventiveness. Pretty rocks and lava flows only impress for so long. This is in addition to enemy models that change hue far more than they do actual design. Soon you will find yourself playing just to see if the next level is different. It never is. But playing the game does offer some satisfaction. This is due to the fact that Rune may finally have resolved the camera issues that plague third-person PC action games. As you play the main character Ragnar, you'll find the camera always at his back, preventing any deaths due to its inopportune placement. The actual gameplay of the game is primarily a lot of hack and slash mixed with basic puzzle solving and platforming. The combat is strictly melee-based and offers little complexity, reducing much of the action to hitting your mouse repeatedly. Rune offers nothing new, but also it isn't much of a setback in its genre. The Viking elements might seem novel, but they do little to distract you from the well-executed, mindless action. We give it a 3 out of 5.
Well done, warrior. The trial is over.
You know, it's interesting to note that Rune's gameplay style is ideal for a console. And now that there's all these next-gen console systems out, they'd be able to handle those stunning graphics. Now, Grandia was released for the Saturn in Japan in 1997 and was considered the really true competitor to Final Fantasy VII. It never made it to the Saturn in the US, but was released for the PlayStation. Now, though, for all you Dreamcast owners, there's a sequel out in the States.
Freezing range!
Long-time gamers can be a jaded group. With the abundance of RPGs available on store shelves, it takes something extremely special to make them take notice. GameArt's latest RPG offering, Grandia 2, is just such a game. You play a mercenary named Ryudo, who's hired to protect Elena, a songstress of Grenache. His job gets complicated when it's learned that Valmar, the god of darkness, is reawakening, and Elena may be the key to preventing this from happening. Visually, Grandia 2 boasts some of the finest graphics on any console. From the 3D surroundings to the 2D animations, a high degree of detail is seen throughout the game.
Sworn enemies, you shall be defeated!
Special mention should be given to the English voice acting. Ubisoft's localization team outdid themselves in this department, directing a top-level cast with outstanding performances.
But hope as they might, the strange rumblings did not cease.
Of course, all these sights and sounds would be pointless without a means to interact with them. Fortunately, controlling Ryudo as he explores the world is easy and intuitive. The real star of Grandia 2 is the turn-based battle system. A combat meter is used for each character and continually fluctuates depending on the events of the battle.
This should help.
Grandia 2 is the type of game that will remind role-playing gamers why they fell in love with RPGs in the first place. The good versus evil motif might sound cliched, but the pace of the game never lags, and the characters are endearing and likable. Gamespot TV gives Grandia 2 an outstanding 5 out of 5.
For all you PlayStation 2 owners out there that are salivating over Grandia 2, you may have a chance to put your drool cup away because there's rumors that it's in development for your system.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we return to the Castle Wolfenstein with Drew Markham and get down and dirty with our import review of Sin and Punishment.
Welcome back to our show from Metreon in San Francisco.
Now, Wolfenstein 3D was a game that turned many a casual gamer into an addict in a matter of hours, and it also helped establish the highly ubiquitous first-person shooter genre.
Well, at last spring's E3, we got a sneak peek at the follow-up, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, which is due out later this year. So to whet your appetite, we thought we'd show you our interview with Drew Markham, the game's creative director.
Castle Wolfenstein was the game that started the first-person shooter. It was arguably the first game to sort of let you move around in the first person, which means looking out of your own eyes as opposed to seeing the character. And nothing short of revolutionary as far as that goes. I mean, everybody just went, wow, what's this? This was just such a leap in the amount of visceral experience that you got in that web. I'm here. I'm actually in this room. And I remember several publishers telling me, this is a fad, you know, people aren't going to want to do this. This is good. This is like a couple of years and this will all be over with. And it's just like, no, this is a firm genre now. This is its own thing. When we started the design process for Wolfenstein, the biggest thing that we wanted to carry over was fun. And that was the thing that people seemed to have the most in the first game, a good time. This Return to Castle Wolfenstein is almost kind of retro in a way. I mean, it really kind of harkens back to that sort of golden age of the first-person shooter, but having all the freedom that we have with the engines now, which is to be able to look up and down and have vast expanses. But it's about fun. The plot basically centers around Himmler and the SS and a lot of sort of fictional divisions of the SS that didn't really exist, but that we've built, an occult division, and we have a paranormal division, the genetic scientists, and their desire to basically create something, a power, an evil power under their control that will spell complete disaster for the Allies and the free world. We have the Nazis able to pick up grenades and throw them back at you. You throw a grenade at them, they'll pick it up and they'll throw it back. First and foremost, this is a single-player experience. That's the main thing that we want to have be really, really, really great, is that you can sit by yourself in a room with the lights turned down and the sound turned up and get really creeped out and really immersed and really have a great time.
Now, if the attractive griminess of Castle Wolfenstein looks familiar, it's because many members of the development team are formerly from the company Xatrix, the ones that gave us Kingpin. Now, Treasure is the Japanese game company that gave us Gunstar Heroes for the Genesis and Radiant Silvergun for the Saturn. Now they have a new title, except it's only for Japanese players. Here's a look at the import, Sin and Punishment.
Saki! Oh, Saki! Good morning, Saki.
Good morning, Iron.
Feast your eyes on one of the best games of last year.
Let's go!
Don't recognize it? No surprise, unless you're a gamer living in Japan. Treasure's latest offering comes in the form of a frantic arcade shooter that features addictive gameplay and twisted plot lines. Enter Sin and Punishment, Successor of the Earth. Your roles alternate between Saki and Arian, a pair of rebels that are trying to save humanity from the ruffians, genetically altered beasts that have taken over Tokyo. The controls are simple. You attack by holding down the Z button and press the B button to change aiming between auto and manual. If you tap Z, you can wield a sword that can deflect incoming projectiles and is doubly helpful for close combat. One of Treasure's strengths has always been in the visual department, and Sin and Punishment continues this tradition. At times, there'll be so much on-screen chaos that you may not believe that your N64 was ever capable of such processing power.
You're crazy. You ruined Tokyo. Will you destroy the world, too?
Don't worry.
The most surprising feature in Sin and Punishment is its voice acting, done by American voice actors.
I'll check it out. Wait here.
You're tough, Saki.
Currently, no plans have been made to release Sin and Punishment in the States, but don't let that stop you from finding it on import.
Wait! Stop!
It'll be worth your while to pick this up, especially if you're a fan of classic arcade-style shoot-'em-ups. Gamespot TV gives the Japanese version of Sin and Punishment, Successor of the Earth, a 4 out of 5.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we show you a peripheral that could make your PlayStation more portable and help you get your game on with a handy-dandy cheat code.
Welcome back to our show here at Metreon in San Francisco.
The PS1 is a small, inexpensive, portable system, but you still need a television to play it.
Now, an detachable screen is available. It doesn't mean you can play it everywhere, but we're getting closer. If you got yourself one of the pint-sized PS1s recently, you've probably been anticipating the release of the LCD screen to help make a rather portable system a little more portable. Well, Pelican has beat Sony to the punch by releasing their LCD screen first. It's the game screen for the PlayStation 1. And what it offers is a 4-inch TFT LCD screen. The 480 by 220 pixel screen just doesn't give the same kind of quality that you would find on your TV set. More importantly, though, is the audio. These speakers here just don't give very decent quality sound. You can get around this, though, by plugging a nice set of headphones into the jack at the back of the PS1. What I found most troubling, though, was the way that the screen fixes itself to the PS1. You attach it to the back, and it allows the screen to close in a clamshell fashion. But when you try to open it and when you play it, it gives a lot of strain to the connection at the back of the console. And I'm afraid that over time, this could start to harm the connection. So what does this come down to? I can't think of too many situations where you find yourself without a television to plug your PS1 into, unless you happen to find yourself in a lot of hotel rooms or on the road. If this does happen to be the case for you, you still may want to wait before picking up the Pelican game screen, because Sony will soon be coming out with their version, and Sony historically has a tradition of making the best peripherals for their consoles. The only reason I could say you should get the Pelican game screen right now is if you need it really badly. Now, the Pelican screen is not the only PS1 screen available. There's also one from Interact, and Sony will be shipping their own sometime soon. Now, this next game is an interesting import title from Japan. It seems to harken back to the good old days of vector graphics and features what appears to be a very deranged bunny.
Now, that artistic style isn't totally out of left field. Vib Ribbon was created by the same guy who brought you Parappa the Rappa and Jammer Lammy. Now, if you've ever been sitting around wondering when you were playing a game what the developers were thinking while they were making it, you can find out with this code for Battle for Naboo.
I'm under fire. I'm hit.
Have you ever wished video games had extras like DVD movies? Maybe you never thought of the idea. Well, here's a code for Star Wars Episode 1 Battle for Naboo that lets you hear commentaries during the game. And the amazing thing is, the game is on a cartridge for the N64.
This level is just a free-for-all. We're going to destroy everything that is the Trade Federation's.
Go to Options, then Passcodes, and enter Talk to Me. During missions, you'll hear the developing team make comments and tell you tips during each level.
Early on, we had a bug where all the different characters either were enemy or friendly. We had no civilian, so the staffs that were flying around on the roadway would actually shoot down the birds. It was pretty nasty. Poor little innocent birds just getting shot out of the sky. It's the only game with flaming birds.
I think we can handle it now.
One helpful tip, always go for the missile turrets first, because they will certainly go for you first.
Of course, this cheat took its inspiration from DVDs, but I hope we see more of it from other developers in the future, because it's one of the most fascinating elements I've seen in a game in a long time.
Well, if you'd like to run some commentary of your own, you can always join us in our chats on Monday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Well, that's about it for our show today. We'd like to give a great big thanks to Metreon for hosting us, and until next time,
game over.
Shows us how to score every time in Madden 2001. And we put the spotlight on massively multiplayer worlds. And we return to a galaxy far, far away in our review of Battle for Naboo. Stick around, it's game time.
Hello and welcome to our show from Metreon in San Francisco. I'm Adam Sessler.
And I'm Kate Patello. Now, online gaming is here to stay, and the multiplayer component has become an essential piece of almost every PC game release, for good or ill.
Now we're seeing it more and more on consoles, so between the two of them, it's becoming massive.
Feeling lonely in your single-player conquests? Computer AI just not cutting it?
I heard you had a hard time.
Well, there are persistent worlds out there chock full of other real players only an internet connection away. Massively multiplayer online games have exploded over recent years, and gameplay worlds have evolved from the 2D realms of Ultima Online to 3D enhanced games like Asheron's Call, EverQuest, and the upcoming Ultima Third Dawn. In these games, players create a unique customizable character and explore a persistent universe. When you log out, your character lives on. Ultima Online gives players a number of ways to live. This ever-expanding world was introduced in 1997. Players can either gain points by battling in warring parties, or develop saleable items by becoming craftspeople. These fantasy world games are not without their real-world problems. Some players try to take advantage of others.
The standard classic problem is player killing, but it's not just player killing. It's taking a newbie out to the dragon's den so the newbie gets killed by the dragon, or it's saying you're going to fix something and taking it from him and running away and logging off, or like there's so many different ways that you can screw up someone else's gameplay experience.
Origin has hired game masters to deal with problems that arise during game sessions.
When we have so much interaction of a game like this, a lot of times there's going to be a lot of conflict with different ideologies and different play styles, so it will have a lot of racial harassment and other kinds of harassment in game.
Apparently, it's hard to escape real life. Another real-life problem that can be evident in these games is boredom.
What often happens in online games is people don't put real storylines in it, in which case players often wander around the world and go, oh, well, what's my purpose in life other than to fight more monsters and collect more treasure?
There's what we call the Bible, which is this script for the first year. It's an outline that says, this major character appears, he tries to take over the world, this other character comes in, and the players, and these are regular events that happen in the game that the players participate in. So yes, trying to include a very clear storyline that the players can participate in.
The latest incursion into the Ultima universe, Third Dawn, will rise in the spring. Thousands of players will be able to explore Third Dawn's persistent world simultaneously while enjoying its motion capture animated characters and 3D environments. Another massively multiplayer universe can be found in Asheron's Call. In this world, all playable characters are human, and there are plenty of dangers to avoid. Monthly world-changing events occur whether you're playing or not, so every time you log in, you may find unexpected changes. EverQuest is Variant's 3D online role-playing game. Launched in 1999, it continues to be extremely popular. The game is so popular that Variant has released expansion packs for players to explore. So, besides Ultima Third Dawn, what does the future hold for massively multiplayer online gaming? When it's released, Neverwinter Nights should be the closest thing to a multiplayer Dungeons & Dragons session online. The game will be the first to carry the 3rd edition D&D rule set.
I cast a spell! Where's the Mountain Dew?
Like Dungeon Masters, server hosts will be able to set many different attributes and rules for their sessions, including whether or not death is permanent in the game. You can also expect next-gen consoles to provide massively multiplayer games online. The first of these games is Phantasy Star Online for the Dreamcast. The new title will be truly international, thanks to the multi-language interpreter, which allows you to understand different languages in real time. Fantasy worlds are making the real world smaller every day. It's impressive to see how far multiplayer games have come in the past 4 years. Just think what the next 4 years will bring.
I'm attacking the darkness!
So, if anybody's come up with a catchy way to pronounce MMORPG, just let us know.
More pink.
More page.
More news.
The sequel to Valve Software's benchmark shooter, Half-Life 2, has been confirmed for an Xbox release. A multi-platform release of the game is expected as well. Konami will publish the game based on the movie The Thing in the first quarter of 2002 on all major platforms. Coding will be taken care of by Evolva developer Computer Artworks. According to the company, gameplay will feature a mix of survival, horror, action, and science fiction. Sony has announced that the highly anticipated release of Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec has been delayed again. The Japanese release date has now been changed from February 15th to sometime in April, and European and US release dates will also move accordingly. In a study of 3rd and 4th graders, new research suggests that limiting time spent watching TV and playing video games may prevent violent behavior. Researchers got children to cut their TV and gaming time by 1/3 and found the monitored children to be less aggressive than the control group.
Coming up on Gamespot TV, we return to the Star Wars universe in our review of Battle for Naboo. and we take tea with the Mad Hatter in Alice.
Welcome back to our show from Metreon in San Francisco.
Well, we've had a chance to look at all of the games based on Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and I think we can comfortably say that the quality has been varied at best.
Well, why don't we see what happens when the citizenry rises up against the Trade Federation and has a battle for Naboo?
This is Panaka. We're under attack. We need assistance.
Using an enhanced version of the Rogue Squadron engine, Battle for Naboo gives you a taste of life as a typical Naboo security officer, caught in the middle of the Trade Federation's assault on the planet.
My family could be in that camp. I'm going in.
Battle for Naboo's visuals take full advantage of the RAM expansion pack. The horizon stretches for ages over the countryside. Gunships glide over deep blue waters.
I copy.
Factor 5's specialty is sound, and it shines here.
I've lost my droid.
Sound effects are crystal clear and straight from the film. Blaster bolts whine, droid fighters howl, and the score rumbles powerfully in the background. The controls in the game are simple, with steering on the analog stick and buttons for other maneuvers. You can test your piloting skills with the many different ships in your squadron. New ships open up as you progress. Battle for Naboo is not without shortcomings. Mission goals tend to be more about guarding the action than being in the middle of it.
Protect the convoy as it retreats.
Still, screaming through space in a swarm of droids is an immersive adrenaline rush.
There's too many of them.
And makes you feel like a full citizen of the Phantom Menace universe. Overall, we give Battle for Naboo a 4 out of 5.
We're trapped!
When you look at the clean and impressive graphics that Factor 5 was able to achieve on Battle for Naboo for the N64, it almost makes you shudder to think of what they might pull off on the GameCube. Now, speaking of graphics, many people have been eagerly anticipating American McGee's Alice, and there's no question this is one of the most impressive-looking games I have ever seen. Unfortunately, graphics are not all that a game is about.
Save us, Alice!
American McGee's Alice takes the already demented world of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass and dements it further. The result is a game that is both stunning in its graphical prowess and art design. McGee's rendering of the story is significantly darker and very hallucinogenic. Character designs and animations are wonderfully expressive. And early in the game, you'll catch yourself proclaiming out loud how cool it looks. Complementing the visuals is the sound.
Please don't dawdle, Alice. We're very late indeed.
The voice acting is top-notch and adds both twisted humor and menace to the experience.
You've gone quite mangy, Cat, but your grin's a comfort.
And you've picked up a bit of an attitude.
Unfortunately, that begins to give way to the experience of actually playing the game. Most of the problems are in the controls. It becomes very apparent early on that Alice doesn't respond in a very timely nor accurate manner to your commands, making the numerous jumps and other time-sensitive actions unnecessarily aggravating. Also, there is the combat, which takes up a large portion of the game's action. It's best described as sluggish and unsatisfying. Long-range weapons take a while to recharge, and in the meantime, you have to use the poor controls to dodge your enemies' attacks. So, Alice ends up being a game that's wonderful to look at, but not terribly thrilling to play. It's not unplayable by any means, and patience rewards you with great visuals. But gamers with a limited budget can find far more well-rounded games. Overall, we give American McGee's Alice a 3 out of 5.
You've taken your sweet time.
Well, unfortunately, Alice fell a little bit too far down the rabbit hole. Now, in our opinion, puzzle games just don't get enough respect. And back in the early days of Microsoft Windows, a lot of people spent many monotonous hours playing solitaire. Thankfully, though, Microsoft has broken that up a bit with their own collection of classic board games perfect for a rainy day.
Microsoft's classic board games includes 12 games that your mother would recommend. Among them are chess, dominoes, and Go. Visually, you'll find 2D representations of the game's counterparts. The graphics do the job with an easy-to-use interface. Music consists of the same 14 songs for each game. And the sound effects are a bare minimum. The game is controlled with your mouse. One great feature is during most games you have the option to view legal moves. Because the game offers easy-to-understand rules, techniques, and strategies in its help menu, Classic Board Games is a fantastic learning tool for games which you may not be familiar with. We give it a 2 out of 5.
One of the best things about playing board games against your computer is that when you win, it doesn't whine. The Smuggler's Run involves you attempting to outrun the authorities, and with this following cheat, you're given one of the best ways to cross the border undetected.
If you're down with the underground lifestyle of Smuggler's Run on the PS2, then you won't mind some cheats to add some funkiness to your mission. To enter any cheats, first pause the game. To gain invisibility, press R1, L1, L1, R2, L1, L1, L2. And to grab more air, press L1, R1, R1, L2, R2, R2. Coming up on Gamespot TV, Capcom's Mega Blue Man has a new game out, and we wonder, what's up with the floating heads? And we get to drive in our preview of 18-Wheeler.
Welcome back to our show from Metreon in San Francisco.
The Mega Man X series was released way back in the glory days of the Super Nintendo system.
Now, the fundamental gameplay was that of your basic Mega Man, except with more collecting and power-ups.
Now, nearly a decade later, Mega Man 5X has been released for the PlayStation.
If there was ever a perfect mascot for Capcom, this little blue bomber is the guy. Yep, Mega Man's back, and he's back to his old school side-scrolling self with Mega Man X5. Like all Mega Man X's before this, you'll have to stop Sigma's nefarious plans of global domination. Besides Mega Man X, you can also play as Zero, the saber-wielding Reploid with long hair. Each character has different skills and attributes, and it's up to you to decide who's more suited to each stage. A surprise addition to the Mega Man gameplay is the new crouching ability. It's an unusual feature, considering that Mega Man has never been a crouching tiger in the 15 years he's been around. While the graphics technology of X5 seems dated, the visuals are still fine 2D work. The game does sport excellent anime character designs, and there's a high count of on-screen sprites. On the downside, Mega Man X5 suffers from poor sound. The music is an uninspiring myriad of synth rock that lacks the catchy edge of past Mega Man games. X5 might not be the best Mega Man game ever, but it's certainly a welcome addition to the franchise. Gamespot TV gives Mega Man X5 a 3 out of 5.
With Street Fighter and the Mega Man series, Capcom has perfected the art of releasing multiple iterations of basic game concepts. Now, with all the driving games out there, you'd think we'd seen every piece of automotive equipment, from Porsches to ice cream trucks to rickshaws. Well, we'd never seen anything with an 18-wheeler until now.
Breaker 19. This is Texas Hawk. Anybody out there copy? 18-wheeler.
18-Wheeler, American Pro Trucker, is an arcade game that puts you behind the big wheel, and then you race across the states. The Dreamcast port will give you the chance to haul stuff from the comfort of your own couch. So grab a six-pack of Jolt Cola, your potty mouth, and a wooden ball seat cover, because it's time to get trucking. The premise of the game is pretty straightforward. You're a newbie trucker who must prove himself or herself by hauling cargo along various routes.
Your destination for this job is Key West.
Your main objective is to beat the clock and your rival, a competing trucker who drives a fast and evil-looking rig. And he's a big jerk, too. The game includes slipstreams, where you get behind other trucks in order to go faster, and occasional cars which give you time bonuses if you strike them. Between stages, you get to maneuver through a series of turns and park your truck in specified areas, all within a time limit. Doing so earns you new items which power up your truck, including a spiffy new horn.
You got the horn!
The stereotypical trucker soundtrack of twanging country and hard rock might get on your last nerve, but luckily, the game features crisp sound effects and voice work which provide plenty of guffaws.
There's a traffic jam, and it's all your fault!
For fans of the arcade game or fans of big rigs, 18-Wheeler is scheduled for a U.S. release in March. Coming up on Gamespot TV, Terry Jackson of the San Francisco 49ers gives us his tips for Madden 2001. And we use our typing skills to ward off the undead.
Welcome back to our show here at Metreon in San Francisco.
House of the Dead 2 is a really difficult game and not one that you would normally consider conducive to educational purposes.
But the folks over at Sega have yet again let their bizarre creative juices overflow and have found a way to mix learning and the undead. Most people don't have fond memories of their typing class. Can't really say that it was graphically intensive, nor did it get your pulse pounding. But that's a little bit different when you play Typing of the Dead from Sega. It takes House of the Dead 2, and instead of giving you a light gun, you have a keyboard. Certain phrases appear on the screen, and if you type them in fast enough and correctly, you will kill the zombies that are coming after you.
Now, this may seem like a pretty kooky idea for a game, and of course it is, but it's proved quite popular in the arcade. So popular, in fact, that now it's out for your Dreamcast. Now, using the keyboard peripheral, you can type phrases like bleed to death and wallowing in melancholy in the privacy of your own living room. If you don't know how to type, well, that's okay. The Dreamcast version gives you an added bonus.
Hi, my name is James. I'm an AMS agent. You're about to start some serious training. If you want to be able to live to take your pension, start training. This is what happens if you can't...
So if your parents won't buy you House of the Dead because it's too violent, Typing of the Dead might be the way to go. Not only is it tons of fun, it's sure to help you get high marks in typing class.
This is called the home position.
So, how can Adam kill all those zombies when he only types with 2 fingers? Now, Fantavision was the sole contribution that Sony made to the PS2 launch. Well, except, of course, the PS2. Here's the intro.
There's nothing like new technology going retro. Now, Madden 2001 for the PlayStation 2 is a heightened simulation, and as a result can be a rather difficult game for some players. So what better way to get advice than to go to an actual NFL player who won the Madden Championship?
It doesn't get better than NFL football, but what do you do after the big bowl is over? You bust out Madden 2001 for the PS2, that's what. But if you're having trouble making it to the end zone, don't sweat it. We got some coaching from a pro.
Well, here we are at the San Francisco 49ers training facility, and with me right now is Terry Jackson, who plays for the San Francisco 49ers and also happens to be the champion of the 2000 Madden Bowl that occurred back in January of this year. So what are the 3 most important things for any Madden player to be thinking about to ensure that they're going to have a good chance of winning from playing Madden football?
Basically, find a good defense. That's your number 1 thing.
Style.
If you can shut somebody down, and it's going to set you up to, be victorious in these games.
They're blitzing. Davis gets the call.
Well, I think you got to have the mindset that you're going to be victorious. And, when a lot of guys play, you talk to your players. You talk to yourself, you're psyching everything up. Okay, you also want to look for mismatches. Look for your best mismatches, spread guys out, do a lot of different things.
Over to the left. And he's got his man.
If a team has a linebacker guarding a receiver, then you take advantage of that and you go for that position. You have like fast running backs or something like that. You got to use that person, the best player on your team, to make the best plays. I use the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I actually used a buddy of mine to kill everybody, Fred Taylor. He's one of the fastest running backs in the game, so I used him to just totally dominate, and I gave it to him pretty much every play, and I couldn't get stopped. If you have a play that nobody can stop, keep going with it. When I play with the 49ers, I definitely give it to myself every time.
What happens though if you get a little bit too predictable? If you always are tossing to...
Then you're going to get beat. I mean, if you know what somebody's going to do, it makes it very easy as a defensive player to stop that person. And you can do hot routes. And this is very key to the game. This was very key to my success. When they have the plays, they have regular routes. You press the top button here, the triangle, and look at the receiver I want to, and I can change his route while I'm at the line. Finally go for it. I mean, you got to take chances on offense and defense. Don't be afraid to try new things.
Let's see that one again.
Have fun with the game. Just go for it and you'll be successful.
If you didn't get your fill of Terry Jackson, then you can check out the full interview at our website.
Or if you have a strategy of your own, come share it with us, post it on our message boards.
And don't forget about our chats on Mondays at 6 p.m. Eastern.
We'd like to thank Metreon for hosting us today. That about does it for this edition of the show.
It does.
Until next time,
Game over.